Good afternoon and welcome to the City Council meeting of August 26, 2024. I'll call this meeting to order and ask that you all rise for the singing of our national anthem.
Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With flowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free, from far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Well, thank you to our very own Tennille Towns for the singing of our national anthem and to the Grande Prairie Marketing Department for the creation of that video. I'd like to take this opportunity to read the land acknowledgement. The city respectfully acknowledges the Beaver Cree, Dene, and Métis people as original caretakers of these lands and surrounding areas. We are grateful to live, learn, work, and play on Treaty 8 territory within Turtle Island and acknowledge these lands have been home to diverse and sovereign First Nations and Inuit Nation since time immemorial. Thank you for that opportunity. Moving on to the adoption of the previous council minutes, recognizing Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I can't get my tongue to work. I move that council adopt the minutes of the city council meeting held July 29th as presented.
Thank you for that. That motion is in order. Seeing no one in the queue, I will call the question. And that's carried unanimously. Moving on to the adoption of today's agenda, recognizing Councillor Berg.
I would like to move council adopt the agenda with the addition of item 7.4, the Alberta Municipalities nomination.
Perfect. So that motion is in order. I'm just going to refresh my screen. I'll call the question on that motion. Please vote. And that too carries unanimously. Moving on to delegation portion of our meeting. For those who are watching online, delegations can happen at the 3 p.m. session, or if we are having an evening session, which we are today, those delegations are invited to be at the evening session if that works out better for your schedule. Today we had 2 organizations let us know ahead of time they wish to speak to council. The first one being the Grande Prairie District Golden Age Center. So if the representatives would like to come forward. Once you get set up, your microphones are on, but once you get set up, just introduce yourself for those who are watching at home and take 5 minutes to address council. I'll then give council an opportunity to ask you questions in case they're looking to learn a little bit more. And then the delegation portion of our meeting, where any business that may be arising from the conversation would happen towards the end of our meeting. So welcome, and please introduce yourselves.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and Council.
You can just pull that right close to you. It's not attached. There we go.
My name is Elaine Jobin. I'm the manager of the Grande Prairie District Golden Age Center. I'm joined today by our Vice President, Bob Gillespie, Gary Singh to my right, who's a member at large, and Dennis Jonke, who has assisted us in gathering quotes. I would like to present an expansion project that we are undertaking at the center. Our current membership is at 481 seniors, and we've been averaging 2 to 5 new members a week. We're very busy with our recreational programming there. Our social room occupancy load presently is 135, and our Rotary room load is 182. We have already begun splitting up activities and utilizing other rooms to accommodate activities. However, for bigger events, we now have to make 2 different dates to accommodate our complete membership. I would like to extend our thanks to the city facility departments who have been most helpful in this endeavor. As you can imagine, this is totally out of our scope of practice. We just know we need more room. We've invested almost $9,000 of our own money in the completion of the slope study that was requested by the city. We got that sent back to them, and they gave us the approval to proceed with the project. So now our focus is on securing the funding to begin and complete the project within a reasonable time frame. The quote we have from Gary and Dennis is $395,000 plus GST. We are asking the city to assist with the cost of $350,000, and we will commit to fundraising the remaining balance of $64,750. And I will now hand this over to Gary Singh.
Thank you, Elaine. Good afternoon, the Mayor and the Council. Yeah, I think pretty much Elaine covered everything on this project. And I would say we'll be finishing the project in 4 to 5 months from the start of the date. And the scope of work is, if you guys are familiar with the Golden Inn Center on the north side there, that's what we like to extend, which is for replacing AC units and the wiring. And then it's almost by 1,500 square feet, which we're gonna extend. And then on the social room, that's what we're gonna project a washroom here attached. And then if you can see on your screen, everything is on the budget there. And at the last page, there are some pictures attached to it, which which are taken today. And if you have any question, the numbers are on there. And then Elaine can contact me as an independent contractor. So we would like to work there. And yeah, that's all. Thanks.
Okay, so I will now open it up to council for questions, recognizing Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I've got a few questions, but I'll just ask one now and let the rest of the queue go through. Who is the owner of the building?
The city.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Excuse me, sorry. I'm just a little bit confused. So is it a 25 by 50 just cement pad on the outside you're looking at doing with those other improvements, or is it extending the building out?
No, the extending the building out.
And you're going to do, you're for about 1,000 square feet, you're going to do all these improvements inside and outside for $400,000 is kind of what your numbers are coming in at?
Just for the extension, yeah. 1,400 square feet. Inside and out, yeah.
Okay, and sorry, and this is just to give that upstairs more capacity to have more people come into it?
That's right.
Okay. Can I have one other question, Mayor Clayton? Can you give me an idea of how, I know the city uses that quite often for different functions. Can you just give me an idea how many times a year that room's fully utilized? Like how many, is it once a month? Is it?
Well, excuse me. Our facility is rented regularly Tuesdays and Thursdays by Peace Country Western Dance, who have written us a letter of support. They are maxed out at 50 people due to the space. So that's why they have, I think, 4 classes per week there. Ourselves, we also use it, I would say 4 times a week with different activities. We do every second Friday. The seniors come out to jam sessions there, dinner and dance. We hold our special events in that room as well. We also rent out the room to, when it's available, to different organizations. The Rotary Club right now is looking at renting it every Friday for their meetings. So we've gotten really busy in that big room. The social room, we call it the social room, that is where our members gather and play cards and do different activities. Right now, I think we have about 17 tables that are full Tuesdays and Thursdays. We also have a private group that comes in Monday, Wednesday, and Friday and play in there as well. We did have to move one of our card groups out into our activity room, which we call it that. That's where knitters come, our knit club, and we've had to move them into that room just to make more room as well in that social room.
That gives me good sense. Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Bressey.
Great, thank you. You gave me a bit of clarity on this question, but I'm still trying to wrap my head around about how many times, do you know how many times a month or a year you're turning away people, or because you don't have enough space to accommodate, not a rental group, not an external group, but a specific Golden Age program? How many times a year are you not able to run a program because you don't have space for it? Or are you turning away people from a program?
We are just actually not turning away people, but instead of having one group for programming, we're splitting that programming up because we can't accommodate them in one full room. So, for instance, that card group, we have to split them up to put them into another room. We are making the most out of our space. We have new programming coming up in September. So it's kind of a challenge to find which dates and times are going to work. We are only open from 9 till 4. I'm a part-time paid employee, the only paid employee there. Everybody else is volunteer. So yeah, it's just a real challenge to do that. But for our members, like for instance, our Christmas do, which we love to do for our members every year, we give them a Christmas celebration where they get gifts. They have a meal, which is all donated by the community. We will have to this year now do that on 2 separate occasions because there's no way we'll fit 481 people in that room.
Mm-hmm. And have you looked at, I get why you always want to do it in your own building, I totally get that, but have you looked at, for the things that you can't do in that building anymore, if they're occasional, have you looked at, are there other rental options for you where you could go for that one-off?
We haven't looked at that mainly because the center is home to a lot of our seniors. They've been going there for years. They don't want to go to anywhere new. I've tried getting them to the library. We try not to duplicate programs with the other organizations in the community. So, for instance, the library is doing sort of like a techie course that they offer for free, trying to get the seniors out to it. No, they want to do it, but they want to do it at the center.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. So I'm looking at the building on Google Earth and knowing the property as well. There's slopes to 3 sides. There's only one side that's level, and that's to the street. Do you have conceptual drawings that you could show us on how the building might look after you expand it? There's a little X if you do have a picture, and we can put it on the overhead screen.
This is a slope study that we received back, and there was a picture in here.
I guess part of it is I'm not familiar with what the Rotary Room is, so I'm just trying to figure out.
The Rotary Room is our biggest room, but that's...
Just turn it, rotate it. There we go. Perfect. Thank you.
No, that's the wrong side.
Just flip it
Flip
over.
it over. Yeah, that's not the the very best picture. Sorry about that. But where you see that door on the top picture,
Yeah.
so it will be going straight out to meet that corner of the white building. So that will give...
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah. So that will give our rotary room more space, as well as our social room, which is where most of our programming takes place in that room.
So tucked into the elbow rather than extending that wing.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. At one time, we went for lunch there and talked about the design of building on, and the concept at the time was to push out the basement and make it bigger because they needed more pool tables and more curling and stuff like that. I see it's not even being attempted here now, so the change was in-house that you decided not to go with?
Yeah, that was mainly because of lack of use, less use, I should say. We still do have pool players that go down. We average about 8 per day. There are 3 pool tables down there, which is sufficient for 8 people, as well as the curling floor, which there's about, I would say, 6 people that do that starting in September as well. So the basement area does not get utilized as much for sure. Also with the, we do have a chairlift that goes down there. So we've just never considered moving that area out for the fact of mobility. You know, there's a lot of people with mobility issues with one chairlift too. I thought of elevators, but then the city facility guy, he's like, and where are you going to put that?
Plus, they're $500,000.
Yeah.
No, the reason I brought it up is they were looking at an access to get to the street, to the parking lot across from the, not the shuffleboard, but the cricket, what is that? Lawn bowling. Have access that way. But I like what you're doing, and see what happens here, eh?
Never know.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Blackmore.
When you talk about the names of the rooms, I'm not sure which rooms you're meeting. So if I'm coming in through the front door, the room that's off to my right,
That's the social room. That's the card room.
and then the room that would be around the hall and straight to the back is
That's the rotary room.
the rotary room. So what's the social room?
Pardon me?
Right.
Which is the social room?
The social room is as soon as you walk in the door off to your right-hand side is the social room.
So you call it interchangeably the social room or the activity room?
No, when you go down towards the rotary room, off to the left, we have a couple treadmills and a exercise bike.
Okay.
And then there's a little room tucked in there. It's basically like a small boardroom. We can fit maybe 30 people in there. We offer that room to a lot of the nonprofit organizations to hold their board meetings in there.
Okay.
And that's the activity room.
Okay. I just had to visualize this better.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Sorry.
Just before I go to someone else in the queue, what's on the main floor? What do you use there?
The main
Ground level, like on the hill underneath the rotary room. What's
that would
storage space?
no, that would be the pool room and the curling floors.
Okay, thank you.
So that is just one big open room.
Okay. And its capacity is how many people?
That one is
60 people.
60? 60.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. My question is in regarding to increasing your programming. If you're running part-time or, less hours than other facilities, is an option for you to open that space up more times or more hours in a day to get more programming in? Would that help you?
Possibly. that's something the board would have to decide, and it's something that we need to look at.
I'm thinking feasibility wise, seeing if you've, come to all your, ends of conditions that you can already do,
Right.
and then look into something new. But I look forward to hearing some more.
Councillor Blackmore.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. One of the things that happens when you do a renovation is you have to bring things up to current code, et cetera. And I'm wondering, you don't have a lot of parking. And if you have 450 members, I would guess that you need to address parking somewhere along the line. Do you have any plans for that?
There's really not a lot we can do about parking. We do have a fair bit. However, we try to keep the parking at the center for the seniors, and everybody else has to park either down the hill or down the street, or by the church. We ask them to find other parking. We see a lot of carpooling going on, but parking, there's really nothing we can build onto to accommodate that parking issue, which I think we'll always have.
And can you just go over the numbers again? I don't think I wrote them down correctly.
Sorry.
Funding your building costs.
Yeah, so total cost would be 395,000 and plus the applicable GST. If you want, I can give you this printout too. We have a couple of here.
And you're looking for 350 from the city.
Yes, please.
Okay, so then you're going to raise 45,000.
We will raise, I think it came out to 65 something with GST.
Okay.
We do have a $10,000 donation towards it already, which is great. Also, Peace Country Western are also going to be writing grants as well for the flooring that they require for their dance program as well. So we've had some commitments, and everybody's actually really excited about the project, and we'll just have to see what happens.
I'm just going to jump in before Councillor Plott. Can you tell me, have you started to apply for any grants that you might be eligible for?
No, but I will be applying for the grant that opens in September, the facility grant. And I think that one is 150,000, I believe. The big one opens up in
June next.
January, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. So I just want to clarify, so currently at this point, you don't have any official drawings or something you could show us for the space that you're going to add on to?
Not right now, but I can provide, I can send in the email to Amanda.
So I'm just wondering how you quoted it. I'm just wondering how you quoted out the building to come to that dollar, because I would love to see it come in at that. I'm having a hard time thinking you're going to do all these rentals for $40 a square foot. I'm just wondering before we go out and do that, I guess, how confident are you with your building design, and then how confident are you that it would be that kind of number?
No, for sure, yeah. I'll provide all the drawings once it's good to go with Elaine, because this is the initial meeting, and then we just came here just to request, that's all.
And I guess from my concern, I'm being completely honest, without seeing a building design and seeing some quotes, it's hard.
For sure.
I want to jump behind it, but what if it turns into $1.5 million item or $1 item? Because I'm worried your construction costs are really optimistic, is all I guess.
Yeah, no, for sure, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll go to the city manager next.
One suggestion for council would be to direct administration to go away and work with the group get a little bit more information. This is a city facility, and we don't typically allow others to build onto our facilities. Doesn't mean that we couldn't work together on a longer plan. So I might just suggest that if council are interested in pursuing this, that they direct us to go away and gather some more information and come back with a plan, and possibly defer it to budget for further discussion.
Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Clayton. My concern is on if you look to the north side of the building, the peaks are on the east and to the south, and is it a flat roof design? I have the same concern that Councillor Palat has, and just concerned of how you're going to tie it in and deal with the rainwater that comes off the building.
So yeah, the design roof style would be flat, and then from the peak on the north side, we're gonna just attach on the corner towards the northeast side, so that everything drains towards that side.
Okay, be interesting to see your discussion with the city. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
All right. So, thank you for being here today.
Thank
Any
you.
business that's arising from this will happen towards the end of the meeting, but appreciate you taking your time and answering all the questions.
Thank you.
All right, item 6.2 under delegations, Heena Angral. And if Ms. Angral would like to come forward. Once you're situated, just introduce yourself for those who are watching and take about 5 minutes, and then council may have questions following. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, City Manager, Clerk, City Clerk, and all council members. Thank you so much for having us. I feel immense pleasure in introducing myself and Jagdeep with me as a representative of Hindu Association of Grande Prairie and the recently coming up Chariot Festival team members. Thank you so much, first of all the city council for helping us in doing this wonderful Chariot Festival this year for Grande Prairie and for participating. Like we had Wendy there and Nolan Dick, and it was really, really good. We had you people around. And it was a festival which turned out to have all the diverse culture come together and just come together and celebrate their diversity. So thank you so much first. And I'm here for just a small request for the Chariot Festival route, which we had this time, was from the City Library to the Maskwa CP Park. And we enjoyed it very much. It was all good, but it was a little shorter than we wanted to have it, because all the float was big and we had more people out there. So it finished mostly, I believe, in 35-40 minutes. But usually the Chariot Festival, it's minimum like hour and a half. So we have already proposed a new route, which is we emailed to Amanda and she had it. I have a copy of it here as well. If you all considered it to be reasonable, you can grant us the permission.
It's actually in our package. We have it.
Yeah, awesome.
Yeah. All right. So if that's your request today, I'll open up to council for questions they may have.
Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton, and thanks, Ms. Angral. Just curious if you could educate us a little bit first on what date you're looking for, but also describe and educate us a little bit on what your festival is about.
Thank you so much. Chariot Festival is, this is an international festival of harmony, where different diverse cultures come together and celebrate their differences. And they actually come together and dance only on the tune of, it's actually a Hare Krishna festival. The people from all over the world. Srila Prabhupada is the one who started this in New York in 1966. That was the first Chariot Festival. And ever since then, from New York, it spread across the world. All countries in the world are doing this wonderful Chariot Festival because the outcome of it is just harmony and spreading. It's a free food, free entry, and there are lots of activities we're not able to do this time, but we are trying for the next year, like different cultural activities. It will be welcoming different communities to come and perform their cultural programs, come together, share their views on their different aspects of life. It's basically coming together and celebrating life.
Okay, and do you have a location that you're going to do this event at, and again, a date?
Yes, we would like to do it in June or July, because I believe Jackie Clinton told me that in August she's usually busy. We'd like to have her next time with us, so we would like to have it in June or July. But we haven't decided the date yet, because we have to coordinate with other, because this Chariot Festival happens at four different places in Alberta itself. Grande Prairie is the fifth one who did this now. So the first one started in 21 years ago in Edmonton. That was the first Chariot Festival. And then Calgary followed it, Fort McMurray, and then Red Deer. And now this time we have, actually, I have attended all these Chariot Festivals for past 10 years, ever since I'm in Canada, to actually get the experience how it goes on. And this time with the help of course, with the help of councillors and the city, we managed to do it here.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I did participate in this Chariot Festival, and it was fantastic.
Thank you.
Beautiful music, and the premise of it was lovely. I love the idea of the increasing the capacity to all different cultures coming in, and maybe like a heritage festival of our own, to some degree. But now I lost my question. It's been so long. I lost my question. Anyway, happy to see this come again. Oh, my question was, this year was about 400 people, and you're looking for...
sorry to interrupt, 474.
And you're looking at about 1,000 next year, is that right?
We are looking for about 800 to 1,000 next year.
Perfect.
Unfortunately, we could not reach all the communities. We wanted to reach the Friendship Center, which was missed this time. And we also wanted to reach 2 other communities here. And we want to bring everyone together on one platform. And like, Wendy, thank you so much for participating right from the beginning till the end. And you're all welcome next time.
And I think that's good for the city to know too, our citizens, about how open and welcoming it is for everyone.
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton, and thank you very much, both of you, for coming in here today. I unfortunately wasn't able to attend. I was away, but I did see lots of Wendy's pictures, as well as Dr. Roy, who were pretty close family friends, so his son was posting lots, so I got to see there. It looked like a great time, very colorful. As you know, I'm all about the color and the festivities. The question for you is, Ms. Angral, is did you ever apply for city funding in order to do the Chariot Festival?
No, we did not. It was all our sponsors. We had a dream when we first saw this in Edmonton. We had a dream we'll have it here one day. And it took us 6 years for the planning and bringing people together. And it happened with the help of city, of course. It was a big hand, yeah. And we look forward to expand it, and we would have more tents next time and more activities going on, especially at the Maskwa CP Park. Maybe like Indians are famous for henna booth. We have that in mind. We have some other tarot reading and some more free food, which would be apart from the main course. We're having more of the planning this time, so let's see what comes up with the people.
Well, that's awesome, and to help with that planning, I'd just like to throw a little information your way. The City of Grande Prairie, we have festival funding through our Pursuit of Excellence Committee. You can apply for that. The funding goes up to about $14,000, and the parameters of that grant are for events just like this. People like you who have a dream, that want to bring something that'll enrich our culture and our art scene in the City of Grande Prairie. Yeah, we got about 70,000 in that account, I think, ish. Close annual basis. So I would strongly encourage you. Our deadlines are in December, I believe. I haven't looked at January. Sorry, I got Katie Bieberdorf over your shoulder. It's in January. When I applied for it back in the day, it was in December. But I would strongly encourage you and your group to apply for that, because that could help assist with making this event grow and be bigger.
Oh,
a splash in our community. For you.
Thank you so much. That would be very kind. Yes, I'll surely talk to my husband. He's not here today. He's the one who was talking and corresponding with Amanda and Mr. Noha. He's the one who helped him a lot. I will certainly tell him, and then we will work out on it. Thank you so much for this. Thank you for supporting.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
And to Councillor Thiessen's point, our administration would work with you to see what the best funding is possible. We also have microfunding,
So
which is
much.
smaller amounts for festivals that are really trying to get off the ground. So if you may not qualify for certain ones, but administration always works with groups to sort of say which ones are most applicable. Councillor Berg.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Since your date is flexible, and just looking at Councillor Bosch's Facebook page, it looks like it was on August 12th. And I know you're looking to move it earlier in the year to June or July. But just kind of curious, you had discussions of tying it around Heritage Day, which I see a lot of overlap in what Heritage Day is, and possibly to make that even bigger.
I would say I would certainly like to consider city first. We'll see how we don't want to overlap, and we don't want to miss our masses who would be interested coming and joining us. So we would certainly be respecting that. And then we would also be respecting the people who are doing this Chariot Festival, because the team came from Edmonton, and there were about 30 people who came from Edmonton. And this time we have a plan of bringing the traditional dancers to make the parade look, the procession look more attractive. So we could not inform them because the time was too short. So we will respect that, and we will of course consider the GP festivals first, because we want everyone to come and participate with us.
Okay, thank you for your insight.
All right. I have a question, but it's for administration. So when we get to the business arising portion, I'll wait till then. So thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
As mentioned, the business arising happens towards the end of our meeting. So thank you again for being here today. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Thank you
so much.
everybody.
Yeah.
All right, moving on to the reports portion of our meeting. First item of business, item 7.1, the Bear Creek Dam Engagement Plan. I will turn this one over to Chief McEachran for introduction.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So this item is in regards to an engagement plan that we are proposing for the Bear Creek Dam. With that, I am going to ask for Director Philip Cooper and Corbin Bowman, our public engagement strategist, to come up and present their engagement plan to council.
All right, welcome. Whenever you're ready, your microphones are on.
Set. Okay, we've got our presentation in addition to my brief introduction. So, good afternoon, Council. Earlier this year, Corbin and I came before Council to discuss the city's engagement policy. And as you will recall, this policy includes provisions for presenting upcoming engagement plans on topics of notable public interest. Today, Corbin and I are here to discuss one such topic, the proposed community engagement plan for the Bear Creek Dam and Historic Reservoir, a well-known city asset that will require life cycle reconstruction within the next 30 years. The need to develop this plan stems from the likelihood that life cycle planning for city infrastructure like dams, particularly when located in parks and recreational areas, typically attracts notable public interest due to the potential for change. Therefore, it is crucial that our community engagement program is comprehensive and includes methods and timelines that involve-based engagement. To help Council understand this approach, Corbin will now guide you through our proposed plan.
Thank you, Philip. So now I'll provide a brief presentation on our engagement plan for the Bear Creek Dam.
Sorry, I just want to be clear. It's the spillway we're talking about, correct? Okay.
It's the spillway, the dam, the reservoir, the whole thing.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So as Philip mentioned, the Bear Creek Dam is expected to require life cycle reconstruction within the next 30 years. Therefore, the purpose of this engagement project is to help develop a long-term vision for the dam structure and the historic reservoir located in Muskwa Park. Our public engagement plan involves working directly with the public and stakeholders to collect their feedback and perspectives on the current, perceived, or desired functions of the dam and the historic reservoir. The engagement plan will be split into 2 phases and utilize a mix of inform, consult, and involve-based engagement as recognized on the slide here. In practice, this means the city will, 1, inform the public by providing balanced and objective information to assist them in understanding the problem, alternatives, or opportunities. 2, consult the public by obtaining feedback on proposed options. And 3, involve the public by working directly with them throughout the project to ensure their concerns and aspirations are understood and considered. During phase 1, inform and involve-based engagement will be utilized. The city will inform the public about the issues facing the current dam structure and educate them on the infrastructure's original purpose and function. Additionally, the city will involve the public and key stakeholders by gathering their input on how they perceive the dam's historic reservoir's function in terms of creating a long-term vision for its future. This feedback will help guide and frame a request for proposals for the purpose of hiring a consultant to conduct a feasibility study. Then during phase 2, inform and consult-based engagement will be utilized. After a draft version of the feasibility study is completed, the public will then have another opportunity to provide their feedback, this time on the proposed options prior to council making a decision. During phase 1, the city will launch a public education campaign on the Bear Creek Dam, explaining the challenges with the current dam structure and educating on what the structure is used for. The city will also host a series of public information sessions where there will be short presentations on the Bear Creek Dam. Following the presentations, the public will have the opportunity to provide their feedback on some of the identified options, as well as share their own ideas to help inform the RFP. The city will also host separate stakeholder meetings to collect their input, and additionally, an online survey will be utilized to ensure everyone has the opportunity to share their feedback. During phase 2, the city will keep the public informed on the options being studied throughout the engagement page and share any updates. The city will also host a series of public open houses where the proposed options from the study will be presented. The public will have the opportunity to comment on the options and identify the ones they agree with the most. The city will also host additional stakeholder meetings to present the proposed options to stakeholders. As well, another public online survey will be utilized to collect feedback from the public on which options they agree with the most. So aside from general residents, other stakeholders we have identified include those situated near the dam, school divisions, neighborhoods, and various regulators and user groups. We will utilize both earned and unearned media to bring awareness of this public engagement through resources such as news releases, engagement platform newsletters, Q&As and FAQs on the engagement platform, direct emails and letters to stakeholders and user groups, organic social media campaigns, and paid advertisements through our various social media channels. The timeline for this project will occur from fall of 2024 to September 2025. Phase 1 will commence in October, and feedback from this phase will be built into the RFP that is set to be issued in December. The feasibility study will then be undertaken from early to mid-2025. Proposed options from the study will be presented to the public during phase 2 in summer of 2025, and then the public engagement results will then be shared with council to make their decision in September 2025. That concludes our presentation for the Bear Creek Dam engagement plan. Philip and I would be happy to take any questions.
All right, so you have a full queue. Recognized with Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'm really quite confused of why this is coming forward right now if, in fact, we're looking 30 years into the future. There's significant things that can happen in 30 years. And the possibility that a council 30 years from now is going to make a decision based on what we tell them in 2025, to me, seems to be slim. It would have made sense to me if we had done this public engagement 3 years ago, before we started repairs to the spillway and before the required continued improvements to the dam with the installation of gabion over the next summer. People who live in Avondale, and I'm sure other council members will say the same thing, have asked why the dam hasn't been filled yet. My understanding has been it hasn't been filled because the Gabion work needs to be completed. That was an unexpected request that we were not not anticipating, and that the reservoir will be refilled again in 2026, which is the information that we were given several months ago. So this seems to me to be in complete conflict with what we're already doing. And if I was a resident there, I would really be questioning if we know, in fact, if we even have an idea of what we're doing. I would be throwing my hands up in the air in dismay. So why are we looking at this right now? And if we are looking at this right now, why is it focused on something 30 years in the future instead of something that will take place in 2026?
I'm just going to go to Chief Glavin.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So right now, the plan is still to fill the reservoir in 2026, pending approval of budget this fall of the riprap, essentially large rock that's going to go on the banks of the earthen dam to meet regulatory requirements. We're just finishing up that work to have a firm quote so that we can have council's approval on that. There was $1 million estimated last fall in the budget. It's likely looking like it could be more than that with the work that's being done right now. So we will be able to meet the regulations and put water in it. What we're doing now is there are growing obligations with regulations that are coming down have already appeared, and we'd like to know what those are as far as costs of maintaining the status quo, partial removal of the spillway, complete removal of the spillway is another option, or the earthen dam. So there's a few options out there that we think it's prudent to take a look at right now, just to make sure we know what our liabilities could be, so that this and future councils could make a decision on that when the time came. But right now we still plan to fill the dam, and whether or not we place the riprap or not, that material is going to be necessary in any scenario. So it's not a throwaway cost that we would be investing in this year.
Go ahead.
So my follow-up comment or question, I guess, would be, these two things don't seem to really be the same thing. A public engagement process is completely different than investigating our liability and looking at what the costs of the dam could potentially be over the next 30 years. Like, I don't see those things. Am I the only one feeling like this?
Sorry, Chief Glavin.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Where administration was looking at this is, under some of the scenarios here. So whether it's status quo, there's likely to be a cost associated with maintaining. We know, not just likely, there's going to be a cost associated with it based on the regulations. And there are alternatives to that from a economic perspective, we could see tens of millions of dollars of investment necessary to maintain the status quo. It could be tens of millions of dollars to decommission the dam as well, or it might be dramatically less. And I think it's a service level discussion that we just want councils, whether it's this or future, to be aware of, that if we want to provide the service level of having a reservoir filled with water for aesthetic purposes or recreation purposes, whatever that is, that we know what we're investing in and what's likely to be required in the decades to come, or even the years to come with the current regulations, is the intent. So let's say that hypothetically it was $30 million to maintain the status quo and it was $5 million to decommission. Does this council or future councils want to continue with that level of service is what we're looking at.
Okay. Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. I welcome this public engagement, if nothing else, to help educate people, because I don't think that I've had a more common question around, are we filling it and when are we filling it? So I see this partly as education, that people that are really curious, they'll be informed as to what we're doing. But when I sit back, the one thing that I do see is that more than anything, we're just measuring residents' desire or like of the reservoir, and how bad do they want to keep it. I guess my question then is will we have dollar estimates to put beside these items? Or is this just simply measuring, do you like the reservoir or no?
Chief Glavin?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Yes, we will have dollar estimates.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'm similar to Councillor Blackmore. I'm kind of confused by this. I'm not sure what we're using. I tried to go through it. I found a 2012 feasibility study. Is that the most recent thing we've done as far as a study on this?
Chief Glavin?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'm going to invite our two from engineering here, Mr. Harvard and Mr. Sally, who are the experts in that.
And I guess while they're coming up, for me, I'm really confused about what we're gonna actually engage people on. Usually when we have engagements, I feel like our council is fairly informed, so when people are calling, we can say, here's what's happening. I have no clue what we're talking about with this. When I read through this report, I read it through 3 times. I tried to read through the feasibility, and I don't get it. So I guess I'm just curious, if we're gonna have numbers, that's great to hear. I'm having a hard time knowing why now. I guess I'm kind of Councillor Blackmore's comments. I'm kind of, why now?
So I'm going to try to piece this together a little bit. My understanding, Chief Glavin, is that not only are we engaging to educate the public and talk to them about their desire for future of the reservoir, the dam, the spillway, but we're also doing a feasibility study. And together, those will both come back to council, correct?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Yes, that's correct. So council will see the capital request this year. So there was a capital request last year to meet regulations in order to fill the reservoir. You'll get an update on that because we'll have firmer numbers here shortly. And then secondarily, we have the feasibility study.
So I'm still confused by that. We're going to go and consult with people about numbers we may never approve.
Not about numbers, about informing them about options.
People are going to want to know the
council,
cost
the
of each
electeds, will
option.
make the decisions.
No, but I guess my concern to this, Mayor Clayton, and then maybe administration is, we are going to go consult with people. They're going to say, we like option 3, which is hypothetical because we don't know. $30 million, and council goes, we're never going to approve that. Why would we go and engage with people if we know we're not going to approve something we haven't talked about? I guess I'll pop out of the queue. I need to be convinced. I'm really struggling with this one.
Okay. Mr. Sally, any context to add?
Thank you, Mayor. For this one, the last time we had done a reservoir feasibility study was in 2012 was the second stage of it. 2010 was the first one there. With this study and this engagement, what we're trying to do is not provide just 3, we're going to get rid of it. We're going to get rid of it, we're going to keep it, or what we're doing is to inform the public of why, and then see if there's something that before, we would always do that public engagement as part of our RFPs. But what we're trying to do here is kind of before and see because maybe somebody else has a different idea where we're looking at it from strictly kind of a regulatory and structural. If there's something more that council or the city wants to see, they would bring that forward in this engagement so that we're not just looking at kind of that engineering aspect of it.
And I think, what I'm gathering from some of the comments are that it's not a if at all costs, right? So I think some of the feasibility portion of it is as important to council prior to consultation with the public, is what I'm gathering. But I'll go to the rest of the queue if we just want to sit tight for a minute, please. Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, I have a lot bigger concerns about the overall picture of the thing. What's happening upstream with the gate that was removed from a farmer's property? What happens downstream to the erosion that's affecting a lot of properties once it leaves the city? So I'm just wondering what happens if you do keep the reservoir and how that affects everyone. And if we don't keep it, what happens to the properties on the south that are experiencing some huge erosion issues? So I don't know, I'm concerned. I'm the same with the other councillors that, if we're going to ask people's opinion about, do you want to keep this, but at what cost? And so I think we have to look at who are we going to affect? And I think this is very important. We be very careful of what we ask for and what we're going to end up with.
Mr. Sally, any context in regards to the downstream implications of the potential options? Have you, where has there been any exploration of what, you come back with options A, B, and C from the feasibility study? Have the conversations been outside the jurisdictional boundaries of the city and the implications that they will have to our neighbors?
Through the chair, not currently yet, but that would be part of the part of what we'd get at the RFP. Okay. This engagement is kind of trying to drive, what are the options that we see. We may see that, we do need to have one option of keeping it in there or taking it out. But there may be, like you say, there may be other options that somebody may come to us with, and those will be vetted, and then it will come back with another one for council to decide, these are the kind of, whether there be 3 or 4, but we would also have costs associated to those so that you could get an idea of what that was going to cost or what the city can be ready for, or I guess need to plan for in the future.
I think this is a perfect example of what our municipal partners have asked for in, having heads up on projects. In my opinion, depending on what the options were, there may be a municipal partner in this work. So just an observation. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Thanks for the presentation, everyone here. Mr. Cooper, Ms. Bowman, Mr. Harvard, Mr. Sally. Great teamwork over here. Just a question, if we were to move forward with this public engagement, would one of the options be the complete removal of the dam and the potential costs associated with that as well?
Mr. Sally, or?
Thank you. To the mayor, it could be, that would be one of the options that would be there, is that, right? And it may be that people are like, nope, we just want to keep it. And so then we wouldn't necessarily put that in there unless there was something from a regulatory standpoint that said, you should be looking at this and those types of things. So it'd be really, that's kind of why we're trying to get into the head of it is to get that engagement up front so that people know, and then once, we can come back afterwards and kind of really dial into the money and what we're getting at.
Awesome. No, thank you. Just if I may make just a quick statement, I think it's important that we put all of the options on the table. What we do know is, and I may be an outlier over here, but what we do know is that it's going to cost millions of dollars due to regulatory costs to maintain the integrity of the dam over the years. So we as a council have to put our 50-year, 40-year hats on as we go forward with the public. It sounds like to me like we're inviting the public to come in on that journey with us here. I actually think the timing is perfect. And the reason why is because the reservoir is empty currently now. So if we did a public engagement and the public came back and said, no, we don't need that dam, it's going to cost us millions, just pay for the money now, find the grants, and remediate it back to a natural fish pond and Bear Creek stream course, which is totally doable. I've talked with many people through the Mighty Peace Watershed Alliance that think that would be a great place for fish to spawn in, but we have to do all that geotechnical and other stuff work as well. So it's, to me, if we engage with the public and then they say, well, we just want a natural area and we think that would be cooler, we don't want to spend millions of dollars every 5 years, that could be the decision. Now, part of the work that we would have to do would be to actually drain the reservoir and give it 2 years to dry out before any work could be done in there. So at this point, it's perfectly ready to be dredged if we were going to reclaim it so that we don't get the algae blooms and all that other stuff through the still water storage. But if we find out from our public that is what they want, then we don't have to fill up the dam and then drain it again later on. So I think the timing is really good, and I think sort of grabbing the public with us on our shoulders for a 40-year horizon plan or something that's going to be a trademark. Let's face it, it's one of the jewels, that area in Muskwa Park that people just like to convene around, including the Bear Creek Folk Festival most recently. But I think this timing is actually quite awesome to gauge where the public's at. Do they want to spend millions now and turn it back to nature, or do they want us to spend millions over time? And I think that's what we're asking here. So I like the timelines. I actually like the engagement style, and I would encourage our staff to put all the options on the table. And if we have some costs associated with it, as Chief Glavin said, then we should put those on the table as well, so the public is well aware. But thank you, everyone.
Councillor Bressey.
Great, thank you. I'm a little bit confused about costing of this. So you say the cost is going to be involved, but I think that's what the feasibility study does. Is there going to be costs presented in phase 1 of engagement, or would that only be after you've done the RFP and when you're ready for phase 2 of the engagement, you'd be presenting costs to people?
Mr. Cooper, Ms.
Through the chair, it could be a bit of both. Some of the numbers might be available, but to your point, the feasibility study would obviously be the main mechanism to provide accuracy. The main goal in the involved-based aspect of this is to get the public involved so that they can be contributing towards that RFP, which then frames the actual study. And the thing we're trying to prevent is to have an independent study be taken and then after the fact have residents come forward and say, well, if I'd had a chance to help inform the study, I would have had something to say, or I don't like the outcomes of it. So this is a technique to try and get people on the forefront of gathering information, which then informs the RFP, which then delivers results that when people show up to look at the outcomes, they can say, hey, those were my ideas, and I can now see how that played out, or maybe that was a good idea, or maybe it wasn't. So having some information available during that first stage would be valuable, but obviously the outcome would be more detailed numbers.
And I just think theoretically, I get why that's the proposal. In actual practice, I'll tell you, if there's no numbers behind it, what the vast majority of the public's going to say is, well, yeah, fill it up, and while you're at it, dredge it, and hey, is there any way we can treat it to make it swimmable? And then if that's the overwhelming sentiment, then we come back with that's a really high price tag. I think we're going to have a very angry public on our hands. And so I'm in the theoretical perfect world. I like the idea of this informed before we do. I wonder if it might be a narrower engagement in the informed spot in terms of getting in front of the neighborhood associations, NWP, the stakeholder groups that we know we can get to a high information state, and then vetting with them, are we exploring all the options of the feasibility study. But I think before general public engagement, we need to have price tags on all the options. I think we're going to have very different feedback from the public if we actually have knowledge behind the price of each options than if we're just saying, hey, what options do you want to hear? So that's my worry on this.
Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. I guess for me, some of this feels like more of an educational piece, and then a survey or a survey question that comes out every few years anyway, if and when these were the options that we looked at. I'm good with an education piece. I don't see a huge cost to that. I guess my concern is if we're talking about millions of dollars 30 years in the future, and one, we don't know what the public will want in 30 years, perhaps what they would want now. But I'm certain that globally there would be a lot of information out there and consultants whose wheelhouse this is. I'm not so sure that, you ask my husband how this should be built, he's going to have all the information that he needs to have to tell us what to do. So it feels like a bit of a cart before the horse for me. I love the education piece and getting people to start thinking about it. And then I think we need numbers that back up certain plans. And I'm not so sure me or my husband or anybody else out there who isn't in this wheelhouse has all the information globally that is available to us. What we see in Grande Prairie might not be what they do in Europe, and that would work fabulously here. So I just think it's bigger than what we can do right now. I'd like to see some numbers and some actual items coming to us that have some viability. So that's my opinion.
For some reason, there we go. Councillor O'Toole.
I am in total favor of having an open house of some kind, of information session. I'd like to see answers from Ducks Unlimited and Alberta water sources to see, because there was a lot of ducks and geese and swans nested on that property, and they've kind of disappeared now. And there's a lot of people that are upset about that. I also want to know if there is an option to widen or narrow that reservoir. If that's been talked about, it's a big area of land, and if it's going to be widened or narrowed, would dredging be involved? Because there's times when it was pretty stinky. It's like sticking your head in an outhouse. Just the rotten vegetation near the college. So I've got answers, I've got questions, and I'm trying to remember of all the people that I've talked to what their concerns are, and those are some of the ones that people are concerned about. Dollars and cents isn't that important to me this first time we have an open house. It's just, what would you like to see? What are your concerns? And then have a second or third one down the road to once we get information. Because you got to start somewhere, right? But right now, there's a lot of questions being asked, and they're not getting the answers that they would like to hear. The public, and that's people in the Avondale area and people that I know that are into the wildlife stuff. And with that, I'll leave that go. Thank you.
To that, Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just wondering, three-ish years ago, we were pretty lucky it didn't overtake the dam when we had that one major flood. I know there was lots of conversation then about, and Councillor O'Connor mentioned the upstream effects. Does this plan consider that, or is this more just about the reservoir? Because I feel like they're kind of part and parcel, and I'm worried that this plan doesn't take in the bigger picture, as Mayor Clayton, about a regional collaboration of what does a flood disaster program look like for the city, and I don't know if this would cover that, and I'd hate to lose sight of that, because we could go build this perfect park that everybody wants that actually doesn't help us with flood mitigation down the road. So I don't know how that layers into this from an engineering perspective. And again, I'd be very concerned without knowing that big picture. We go out and consult, and then we come back and we go to the public and they say, want this. We're like, wait a minute, the county said we're going to build a spillway out here that's going to take some water capture. So is there any more thought about what's going to happen in a potential flood mitigation of how we use the dam and opening it? Or is this study going to get to that as well?
Gentlemen.
Thank you, through the chair. So we did undertake some more detailed modeling of the dam structure as part of the ongoing armoring project. So that does look at the flooding scenario up to approximately the 1 in 1,000 year flood event, which is like what is required regulatory from the regulator. Any option that we do explore further will take into account not only that flood study, but the impacts that any changes to the dam would have on the flooding impacts, either up or downstream.
Okay. So, okay, I'll leave it at that. That's...
Okay, so lots of thought. Chief Glavin, and then I have a couple comments.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Just one other piece of information. I believe we did do a little bit of work on what would be called the area of influence of the spillway and the dam structure. And when the dam is completely filled, I think the influence area is just north of 116th Avenue. So kind of as you go up towards like the Hidden Valley area is where the dam structure influences the level of water. After that, it's how much water is coming from upstream. The downstream effects, I'm not sure have been fully studied, especially when you get outside of the city limits.
Okay. So maybe I'll ask the city manager. There appears to be interest from council to have an information session, really to educate, an education session for the community to understand what possibilities look like. I also think council has said, they're interested in seeing feasibility studies. To Councillor Bressey's point, I agree. If we ask people what they'd like to see in the RFP, it is going to be filling it, making it swimmable, many other things, turning it into a water park. And I don't know if that's in this council's appetite. So I'll look to you to suggest where we go from here today.
My suggestion would be that we take that feedback and we update committee next week. I think there's enough information here that we could, if there's some consensus around where the mayor has just summarized, that we could bring a slightly revised plan to committee next week and just proceed from there. So not to delay this a great deal, but give us just this week to come up with something a little bit revised.
Is council comfortable with that? Yeah. All right. So do you want us to table it? Do you want us to receive this for information? What would you like us to do?
I would suggest that we follow the process and direct administration to come back to committee next week.
Okay. All right. So Councillor Bressey.
Sure. I'm happy to make that motion on my business, but I also have one concern I wanted to bring up first. The other concern I have is with the timeline of it. Since it's a long-term plan, I think this is going to get a lot of public attention and public interest. I don't think it makes sense to make this decision about a month before a municipal election, when I think incoming councillors are going to have strong opinions on this, and I'd hate to make a decision and then it just gets reversed 6 to 12 weeks later. So for me personally, I also think that the timeline of this, it makes sense to start doing the work now to set up the next council to make a decision. But personally, I think we should be targeting Q1 2026 for council to be making a decision. So it is the new councillors are making that decision, not necessarily us.
Yeah, I think the education piece of it is important. I think having the numbers in front of us is important. I don't know if it's a fair subject matter for an election. Yeah. So the council that's been working on this already has significant more information than a new council potentially could. So that's why I'm more comfortable with this council who's been engaged, and some of the councillors would have been here previous times. So
yeah,
and I understand either way, right?
Yeah, and if it was something that was happening immediately, sure, I'm not afraid of making decisions that are going on, but I just think this is something that when we're talking 30 years, minds can change, things can go. So given the non-urgency and the long-term nature of it, I just don't see the point of making it that close to an election.
However, on that point, Chief Glavin, will there come a point in the next 5 years that this council or the next council needs to make a significant decision on financial contributions, regardless of what it is, filling it, dredging it, decommissioning, whatever those options are? When will there be a timeline decision made that has significant financial impact?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I believe the most significant one will come this fall in that time frame, but I would just look for either head nods or confirmation from our engineering.
So it'll come this fall regardless. A significant financial decision. So yeah. Okay. Yep. 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 Yeah. It's not throwaway. Nope. Okay. So can you follow suit with that and make a motion? Thank you.
Sure. I am happy to move the council refer this matter to the appropriate standing committee.
Thank you. And direct administration to bring back additional context based on the conversations today?
Sure.
Okay.
Happy to take that as a friendly amendment.
All right. Okay. So there's a motion in your e-scribe. Unless there's discussion or debate on the motion, I'll also ask administration before we vote on this, is there any other context or information that's required? Mr. Johnson. Well, don't put your finger up then. Okay, seeing no one raising their hands, I'll call the question. Sorry, I didn't see you. Oh, there we go. My apologies. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. So just so I understand, this is going to go back to committee, there'll be discussion, and then it'll come back to council again?
No.
Because I guess for me, I'm not supporting it then if it doesn't come back to council, because I might not be on that committee, and I think this is something we should all be discussing, not just 4 people. So I'm struggling with it going back to committee if we're not.
That was my thought. It would come back to council after committee discussion.
So okay, so if it comes back to council, great. If it's just going to committee, I'm struggling with that.
Or it can go to CCW. I'll look to the city manager. Okay. Yeah, it'll come back on September 9th to council. Okay, you all right to take that friendly amendment that it comes back to council? Yep. All right, anyone else? Seeing no one, call the question. Okay, so that was carried unanimously. We're going to take a little pause before we start the next item till we can get back on our Zoom feed. Okay. Minute recess till we'll make sure the Zoom is up and running. Okay? Thank you. Welcome back to the City Council meeting of August 26th. I appreciate your patience as we had a few technical difficulties with our Zoom. We are moving into item 7.2, the leasing of city-owned parking lot. This is an item in your package today that I will turn over to Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. If I could get my screen on the display up there, please. The city has received an expression of interest to lease the city-owned parking lot located on 99th Avenue, just north of the Curling Center. The parking lot is located on 99th Avenue between 102nd Street and 101st Street. And I was able to confirm that the city has owned the property since at least 1974, possibly longer. As far as records show, it has always been a parking lot. Currently, it is a free public parking lot with a 3-hour limit. There are a total of 55 stalls, and the city currently leases 15 of those 55 stalls to Park Place Management Group for private use. This is an air photo showing the subject property. The area in red is unusable due to electrical infrastructure. The area in yellow is the area that's currently available for public parking. Again, that's a 3-hour time limit. And then the area in blue is the area that's subject to the current lease agreement. Administration has a number of recommendations. The recommendations would be that we remove the public parking designation on the subject property. That council direct administration to advertise the parking lots as a leasing opportunity to adjacent property owners and the Downtown Association, and to direct administration to negotiate a lease agreement to the satisfaction of the city manager and city solicitor. And I'm open to any questions council may have.
All right, I will recognize Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. So just one simple question. It says a 3-hour limit. Has the city been policing that or monitoring that or enforcing that 3-hour limit?
Mr. Johnson?
Through the mayor, my understanding is that there is some enforcement and then some of it is on a complaint basis. So just anecdotally, I've heard that there may be ebbs and flows of active enforcement of the parking.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor O'Connor?
Just for clarification, on item 3, it says direct administration to negotiate a lease agreement. With whom? So is it the related to part 2? Whoever that's going to be?
Through the mayor, as noted in the report, we did receive an inquiry, but in order to be open and transparent, we suggest that we notify the Downtown Association as well as adjacent property owners that the city is entertaining the idea of leasing, and if anyone else is interested, to submit proposals. And if multiple responses are received, administration will enter into a lease agreement with the party that submits a proposal with the most favorable terms. So that would be lease amount, lease duration, and associated conditions. So we would review all proposals, and collectively we would decide which is the successful submission.
Okay, thank you. I'll do business whenever you're ready.
Good, quite a few before that. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. One of my questions is this leasing agreement by whomever, does that come with their own enforcement costs, or does enforcement services still maintain enforcing the parking?
Mr. Johnson?
Through the mayor, the area that is leased for private use is up to them to police. So if we did enter into an agreement to lease the entire public parking lot, there would be no enforcement, and the leasee would take on maintenance as well, snow removal and whatnot.
I have another question for it. Okay. My other question is, in here it says that a nearby property is leasing some of the parking spots already. Does any of this alleviate with the work that's being done by filling the hole at Park Place?
Mr. Johnson?
Through the mayor, just clarification on the question, does any of this alleviate what?
Parking issues.
Does it alleviate parking issues? The parking lot is well used. We did a parking study last year, and we noticed that this parking lot is very well used, but it is it's also understood that the majority of users are either staff or clients of the 214 place. So the inquiry was from the owners of the 214 place, and they have ideas on how they would like to administer it to the best of their interests of the tenants and customers of the building. But as far as the alleviating a problem, I'm not sure.
Well, I guess that's what question I have is if the hole is filled and that's to become parking spots for the people who own 214 and they're already leasing or renting spots in this space, will they even need it?
Sorry, I think that this is a higher level than that. This isn't about a specific individual's interests. This is about whether or not council is interested in putting an opportunity out there for parking. And whether it be managed under someone else or not, any party can apply for this and express interest. So if an individual chose not to express interest because they fixed their own parking problem, then they probably wouldn't apply.
Okay, well, it seems that it does have impact with exactly that reason, in my opinion. And if, I think if people who came, which you mentioned, are looking for parking and they've alleviated it, it just opening, then are you opening up, every parking lot that is public in the future? Like, this starts a ball rolling that is concerning to me. So if at Town Center Mall, people want 50 parking spots and they'll look after it, are you going to open that up? That's my question.
Okay, Councillor Bressey.
Great, thank you. I'm curious if administration has any thoughts currently about what lease terms that you might negotiate. So, for example, is there a length you're thinking about? Are you thinking that there's going to be compensation, or is just they take over maintenance? And are there going to be any conditions around who can use it?
Mr. Johnson?
Through the mayor, we have had a few informal discussions of what we might be looking for. So if someone says we're interested in it for 2 years and we're in for X amount of dollars, then if there's someone that's interested in it for 10 years and for slightly less, perhaps that's more favorable. Some of the conditions that we would likely be adamant about would be that they take over all aspects of maintenance. And we also toyed around with the idea that the parking would be available for public after 6 p.m. regardless of a lease agreement, and for big events at Bonnet's or the curling center or whatnot. Beyond that, depending on what we receive, we would review internally and hopefully come to a clear consensus.
Thank you.
Councillor Blackmore.
A couple questions. I'm wondering what the timelines are that you are anticipating should this pass tonight. How long your advertising period would be and when you would start advertising.
Mr. Johnson?
Through the mayor, I think we would be prepared to advertise within a week or two, and I think it would be reasonable to leave it open for approximately 2 to 3 weeks.
Okay.
Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Just a question in regards to the leasee-leaser relationship. So prior to engaging into a contract, is there any surface work that we would need to do in order to put the parking lot into good repair? That's one part. The other part is it's connected. Is in a lease agreement, is part of the maintenance that we would be negotiating, would that be for surface maintenance? So let's say a pothole shows up or a bit of a sinkhole. Like, is that still our responsibility?
Mr. Johnson.
Through the mayor, I haven't had that level of discussion at this point, but I believe going forward we would have those discussions with the chief and city solicitor.
Okay. Yeah, and sorry, and the first question, how's the surface of the parking lot right now? Is it in good repair?
Through the mayor, I rode through it the other day, and it is certainly a little rough. And the adjacent roadway, the lane adjacent to it, is also showing some signs of disrepair.
Okay. Yeah, I guess we would just be turning it over as is. We wouldn't be doing any improvements.
Through the mayor, I think that would be the most appropriate. I don't believe we would be in the business of enhancing it just to turn it over at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bosch.
Subject.
Thank you. In your image here, it says parking lot under current lease arrangement. What would happen to those parking stalls if a different proponent came and wanted to lease this entire spot? What happens to them?
Mr. Johnson?
Through the mayor, a very good question, and I hadn't given that a lot of thought. I guess options would include continuing with the existing lease agreement for the blue area and entering into a lease agreement for the yellow area, or discontinuing the existing lease and putting it all out as one.
So then all those people could be affected negatively if they have nowhere to park, or they have an option of keeping the price the same, lower, or even higher. And then what happens to other businesses who maybe want to lease 4 parking stalls out of the yellow piece? Are they going to be able to do that?
Mr. Johnson?
Through the mayor, I am not sure of our position on all scenarios, but we would review submissions collectively and make the decision that's in the best interest of the city.
Okay, I asked that because public parking is for everybody, and so I do have concerns for all people who are in and around that area or visiting, And then I have one other question. In regards to, the city would then make an income off this, correct? Is there, are you going to be looking at whether it's fine revenue on our side or people already paying the city for parking stalls? Is there going to be an increase through this arrangement, or are we losing money through fine revenue and lease rates?
Mr. Johnson?
Through the mayor, I'm not sure I understand the question, and I apologize.
Okay, sorry. So if somebody's parking there and they're there for 7 hours, doesn't enforcement give them a ticket?
Mr. Johnson?
Through the mayor, if enforcement happened at that day and they caught them, yes, there would be a fine.
So that fine revenue that comes to the city is one piece. And then to my understanding, people have rented from the city parking stalls and paid them directly. They used to do it through the Downtown Association, now directly to the city. That's fine, that's income to the city. This lease potential, would that be more advantageous to the city coffers or less?
Mr. Johnson?
Through the mayor, I anticipate that it would be more advantageous. Again, we would be looking to award this to the most favorable submission, and if we did not receive what we deem a favorable submission, then I think we would just maintain status quo.
Okay.
Councillor O'Connor?
Yes, before I do business, I think the blue area is rented by the Catholic School Board at this point in time, or has that changed?
Mr. Johnson?
Through the mayor, the area, the Catholic School District owns the adjacent properties to the east, which contains their own parking lot.
Okay, thank you. So this is another lease arrangement then?
Mr. Johnson?
Yes, there is a current lease agreement on the city-owned parking lot. That's the area in blue. And we've received an inquiry for the entire parking lot by the same party that has the lease agreement.
So are you saying that the blue area is leased by 214 Place?
Through the mayor, that's correct.
That's correct. Okay, thank you. Whenever you're ready.
I'll let you know. I had a question in regards to parking overall. Joe, you mentioned that we did a parking assessment last year. Remind me what all was assessed in that parking evaluation?
Through the mayor, or thank you for the question. Pardon me. Planning staff reviewed all city-owned public parking lots as well as on-street parking in the study. And we did a number of surveys to determine the use of those parking stalls. Again, both public on-street parking and public parking lots. I can go into more detail if you'd like. So the southwest quadrant of the downtown has an abundance of public parking opportunities. As you all know, there's the parking lots west of Bonnett's Energy Center, east of Better Than Fred's, this parking lot, and then there's a lot of private parking lots as well. So the area has a lot of free public parking. By contrast, there's not a lot of parking demand during the week in that area, short of what we believe to be staff and customers of 214 Place.
Okay. Either to yourself or through to Chief Lemieux, has there been any evaluation and consideration for bringing back paid parking downtown? Prior to the $44 million that were spent in the downtown rehabilitation, and as part of that conversation, the intent of council at that time was always to bring back paid parking. I know that, to my recollection, this council hasn't discussed that, but I'm wondering if there's been any other conversations at administrative level in regards to that. Mr. Lemieux?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So there have been some conversation administration level. I believe that in one of my recent updates, I brought it to council's attention, and there was really no actions that came out of that.
Can one of you, or maybe acting or the CFO representative, could tell me what the revenue used to be when we did have parking? Does anybody know?
We'll have to look into that. I don't have that number off the top of my head, but we'll find that out for you.
Okay. So I think this is one conversation. I'd like to have a conversation on parking overall downtown. I think that on a regular basis, I hear from consumers that they don't stop downtown because there's no parking. And I know that, unfortunately, people believe if the parking is not at the front door, there's no parking. People aren't trained in our city necessarily to park a block away. But I think that there is, in fact, actually lots of parking. So if we had prime parking, and I recently read an article at a municipality that sort of tiered their parking, you know, the most valuable pieces where you were allowed a short time free and then you paid a bit. The least valuable pieces still remained free, so that there was still always a free option for people. And so it's my interest to have that conversation at a greater level about what parking looks like. So that's not part of this, so I'll come back to that. But first, I'm going to recognize Councillor Plott.
Sorry, my comment was just if they were going to bring a report back, I was saying to Councillor Berg, it'd be nice to know the expense side of it too. I guess we're talking about revenue, but we'd have to dedicate somebody on boots on the ground to go and do that. So,
or an automated service, yeah, an app. So I'll finish up this one and then I'll come back in the queue. Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'd like to move. Number one, council remove the public parking designation of lots 25-381, block 34, plan 8315AK. And two, direct administration to advertise the parking lot as a leasing opportunity to adjacent property owners and the Downtown Association. And three, direct administration to negotiate a lease agreement to the satisfaction of the city manager and city solicitor.
Discussion or debate, questions on the motion. Councillor Bressey.
Great, thank you. I'd actually like to propose an amendment if it's in order. And that was in item 3, direct administration to negotiate a lease agreement no longer than 5 years to the satisfaction of the staff. Just for me personally, I'm not comfortable. We could see significant changes there. I'm not personally comfortable with a long-term lease here.
Okay. So, and the CEO just informed me that more than 5 years would have to come back to council anyways. So.
Oh, excellent. I'm fine just dropping this then and withdrawing this motion then if that's what our policy requires anyways.
I had a question in regards to, I think I missed this in the original recommendations. In regards, I'm assuming the language wasn't on purpose in regards that it's only going to be available to adjacent property owners or the downtown association. Mr. Johnson?
Thank you for the question. That the opportunity is only available to adjacent.
Advertising.
The advertising. Well,
We won't publicly advertise this. We're only going to reach out to adjacent property owners in the downtown about this.
it was our intention to notify the downtown association, to notify adjacent property owners. I guess we'd have to draw a line at some point. That's to be determined as far as I'm kind of wearing my planning and development hat. We send letters for variances or rezoning, so I would anticipate something similar in that regard. And I'm sure we could post something on the city's website.
Yep, Mr. Burke?
Yeah, I think the intention was that we would post it publicly, and specifically we would
Perfect.
adjacents.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, seeing no one else in the queue, I'll call the question on Councillor O'Connor's motion. Councillor Bosch, how do you vote?
I vote in favor. Sorry, it's not working.
And that carries 8-1. I'm looking to make a motion. I'll make a motion and I'll take advice from my colleagues. My motion is to direct administration to bring back a report with parking opportunities, including potential revenue and potential expenses. If somebody's willing to take that, Councillor Blackmore.
I would make that motion for you, Mayor Clayton. It's my personal belief that the city needs to get out of the business of reparking. The cost to the city is fairly significant with patching, paving, and snow removal, and without return. So I would be happy to make that motion for you.
Thanks so much. Recognizing Councillor Bressey.
Great, thank you. I'm just trying to understand the scope of this. Are you open to look at all city parking in the downtown or just city lots? So would it include street parking as
Street parking as well.
Okay.
Is my preference. Councillor Blackmore? Yep. Seeing no one else in the queue, I'll call the question.
Sorry, this isn't working. I am in opposition.
And that carries 8-1. Moving on to item 7.3, the competitive process, the former York Hotel and Germain Park sites. It's item 7.3 in your package, and I will turn this one over to Mr. Johnson. Unless Chief Glavin had any previous introduction? No? You're good? Okay, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. If I could bring up the screen here, please. The subject properties are lots 5 to 8, Block 5, Plan 1410 AC, which is a portion of the former York Hotel site, as well as lots 33 to 36 of the same block and plan, which are referred to commonly as the former Germain Park site. The subject properties are shown in yellow on the air photo above. History of the subject properties. In 2010, the city purchased the former York Hotel site, which is shown in red here. Germain Park, which was a former urban park, was demolished, I believe, in 2005, but someone around the table may be able to correct me on that. That is shown in red. In 2017, the city issued an RFP for sale and development of all of the properties. So this was all of the properties that were put out in 2017. An RFP was awarded and development was partially completed, which is the Toromai building. The project that, the RFP that was awarded included development of all of the lands, but that project was incomplete, and so therefore the city retains ownership of the remainder of the land. The remainder, again, shown in yellow, the area in red is Toromide, so that part is gone. It is developed. Administration is proposing that council endorse a competitive process. We're prepared to create and administer a competitive process for the sale and development of the subject properties. Criteria that administration may consider in the competitive process include purchase price, commitment to development, amount of residential development, as well as experience of the applicant. It is therefore recommended that council direct administration to create and administer a competitive process for the sale and development of lots 5 to 8 and 33 to 36 of Block 5, Plan 1410 AC, and I'm open to any questions.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Excited to see this come back. Just curious, is this going to be done in 2 blocks, or would the proponent have to take both sets of 4 lots, or would this be 2 separate different parcels of land that way?
Mr. Johnson?
Through the mayor, at this point, we've always discussed it as one package deal.
Okay, so I probably wouldn't be supportive of that. I think we're looking for a proponent, and sometimes somebody wants to bid on both, they can, but it really does stop people that want to maybe just do one project from doing one project. So just one comment. My second one was, what would happen if somebody put a proposal in with commercial on the main floor and 8 suites and nobody else bids? Does this still go forward, or do we, like, I appreciate we're not getting too prescriptive because there's an abundance, there's a fair amount of land downtown that we'd like to see filled up, but how prescriptive are we, and are we going to have the ability to say no under this if somebody puts 8 lots with one commercial suite below it?
Mr. Johnson?
Through the mayor, I'd look to Chief Glavin for assistance on this one.
Mr. Glavin?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. Ultimately, we can make this subject to council approval of the disposition, and if it's not to the satisfaction of council, we wouldn't have to award. Land isn't subject to a trade agreement, so there's a lot more flexibility in the process.
And because it's land, it would come back to council anyways. Yep.
For ultimate approval, even if there was an RFP process, there would still come back to council for approval on it? Okay, thanks.
Councillor Bressey.
Great, thank you. And is the intention of this to set up a process similar to the last one where you're bidding and ask people, what are you going to build? But if it doesn't get built in X amount of time, the land would revert back to the city? Is that the intention?
Mr. Johnson?
Through the mayor, that's correct.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Bosch.
My question is in regards to whether you're separating both pieces or the RFP for both of them together, would there be more points given if the proponent is looking to do both pieces versus just splitting it in half?
Mr. Johnson?
Through the mayor, we haven't got that level of detail at this point.
Okay. For me, I'd like to see, extra points awarded for both pieces taken and something great done versus splitting them up, because I think you run the risk of potentially one thing going up and the other one sitting vacant.
And I just, apologize. The city manager was just saying if council's intent is to have them split, we should probably get direction on that publicly in a motion or in addition to the criteria that is laid out. So some add on a 0.5. Councillor Blackmore.
I know that we have discussed at council different avenues to encourage development in this area. And I'm wondering if we ever settled on anything or came up with any promotional concepts to encourage development.
So at this point, and I'll let Mr. Burke jump in, but I think that's the reason that the purchase price is the lowest percentage of weight in the equation, in the sense that if somebody came back and said, I'll give you $1 for it, but plan to build a good number of units, was going to be in the ground this fall, and was an experienced builder, they would score so well in the other criteria that the price component of it wouldn't matter. Is that correct? No. Okay. But go ahead.
That was a yes? Okay. And so the next question is, I like Councillor Bosch's idea of you get more points if you'll take it as a package. But again, you don't want to discourage, you don't want to eliminate development simply because everyone only wants one side of the equation. So I like that ability to split or not.
So what I'll suggest is once we get through, at some point, we should probably make a motion to add criteria for consideration of extra points in both lots, and whether you want to take those off the price, Councillor Blackmore, so the price is even worth less, or direct administration to come back to give consideration for both lots. How would you like to see that done, Mr. Burke? Mr. Glavin?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Yeah, I think that it would be useful, obviously, to have that direction of whether or not we're going to consider them separately, and then if we do consider them separately, that we have a mechanism to consider them jointly if we have a really attractive proposal. We might need to just game that out a bit internally and then come back with a recommendation on exactly how we would score in that scenario. If you had a really good application on Germain Park, and then you had a pretty good one that did both sites, do we go with the really good one on Germain Park, or do we do the mediocre one that does both? Which it's going to come down to how you score it, and I don't have that off the top of my head where that would land.
Yeah, because I was just going to say possibly you could take 5% off the purchase price and put that, but depending on council's, what the intent is, is it more important for us to get rid of both sites, or is it, have a great one on one site? So, recognizing Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I like Councillor Bosch's idea of you get more points if you take both. And I know you're going to all jump on me for this, but I think it's important. Some of the businesses downtown that have rear parking is a real benefit for them as businesses. So I'm not sure if we would look at and consider just rear parking on both sides, but I just thought that would be a good thing to consider.
Okay, thanks for your comments. Councillor Platt.
Thanks, Mayor Clay. I'm just wondering how you'd like to get the ball rolling here. I mean, I'm happy to make a motion that I'd like to see these two parcels split, but should I make the original motion or amend that motion? What would you?
No, I think that should be first. I'm just going to let your colleagues get through in case they have questions on the original proposal, and then I'll come back to you.
And I'll just make a comment about the splitting it and giving extra points. I actually really don't like that idea at all. I really worry that you're going to get a proponent that does just like we did before. We give you got the yay, you're going to go with two projects. You start one, and a year later, you got a better deal on this one. You get the bid because you got that one. If there was somebody jumping up and down to build these, we wouldn't be dealing with this. So I don't see us getting a proponent that's going to want to jump on two. I'd rather just keep this as simple as possible for administration. Don't overdo this, and let's see what the bids come. If somebody wants to bid on two, great. Hopefully they win. But I think if we start getting down that prescription and trying to add another points, you're going to get people to get creative. There's no guarantees they're going to finish, and I just think it puts a lot of extra work on admin. Let's build buildings and keep it simple. Let's not try to.
So you're saying do it separate?
Can just keep them completely separate. We haven't had people jumping up and down wanting to build multiple apartment buildings in Grande Prairie for almost a decade now. I think it's naive to think we're going to get someone that wants to do both. And I'd be really worried, as Councillor Berg and I were saying, sure they do both and they do them at a cheaper state to get them there. Are we wanting good products, or are we just worried about getting two buildings? I think just let the market sort it out. So that's my comments.
Councillor Thiessen.
Well, I don't agree entirely with Councillor Platt, but I'm inclined to agree with him on the spirit of what he's talking about here. And just looking at the history, I mean, when we tore down the York and then Germain Park, and then we put these up, we were literally giving it away. And then when we did give it away, the person came with the expectation from us that you're going to develop the whole land, and that was just too much of theirs. Now, I could have faith if they would have done 2 out of 3 of these parcels, but in the end, the well kind of ran dry after the one parcel. So I agree with Councillor Palat. Like we've been struggling for almost 2 decades now to get these holes in the downtown association or in the downtown filled up, and I think it'll be a lot easier to do that as separate parcels rather than a whole parcel. And I'll cross my fingers and I'll hope that one proponent puts down for both parcels and tries to get that and has a really, really great idea. Just looking at the sight lines, one thing that I think is going to be hard anyways is one parcel is that they're divided by that back lot. So that back alleyway, you're either going to have to build kind of an overpass or pedway, you know, if you want to combine the buildings, or you're just going to have to build two separate buildings anyway. So I think that's challenging, especially in today's cost of materials market, especially when we're talking about construction. And yeah, I think Councillor Platt, yeah, he knows what he's throwing down here, and the history tells me that I'm in full support of separating these parcels.
Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thank you. I'm fully in support of splitting them. Again, what we found is when we awarded 3 parcels, it was too big of a bite. And that's still what my fear would be, is with 2 parcels, we're eliminating a lot of people that might have the capacity to develop one, but not to. And so we're eliminating that option right off the bat. So if there is somebody with the capacity to do both, then they'll step forward and they'll buy both. But I hate eliminating some potential people that have the capacity or the will to do one, but not both projects.
Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. Well, I do agree in regards to splitting them as an option, but that's only one side of the coin. What if somebody doesn't want to buy it because they don't have the guarantee of buying both, because somebody already got the deal with one? You know, do I want to buy the one on 101 Ave when I've really wanted the one on 100 Ave, or vice versa? So I think that option is fine to have. I think it goes through council anyway. So we can decide as a council, is it a half-assed job that you're worried about, or is it a great one that you only want one built? What if it's 2 great ones? I think we're limiting ourselves. And if it comes through us anyway, what's the big deal?
I will go to Councillor Platt for business arising.
Team effort on turning my button on. I'll just move that council direct administration to create and administer a competitive process for the sale and development of lots 5 through 8, block 5, as in a report, I guess. Do I need to read it right out, or do I?
And so, are you going to?
I think the way they wrote it now, it's got them split. That's in our e-scribe. It's already split into 2 lots. It's got as 2 separate spots, lots 5 to 8 and lots 33 to 36.
That be administration's interpretation?
Through the mayor, that was not administration's interpretation. That was simply just listing the lots.
Okay. So I'll make a motion then. Council direct administration to create an administrative or comparative process for the sale of development individually of the lots 1 and 2 listed below. So individually.
So 5 to 8 and 33 to 36 as individual, yeah.
And/or, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Everybody clear on that? We'll just give. So as you see in your e-scribe, it's lots 5 to 8, block 5, plan 1410 AC, or I think you said, or lots 33 to 36, block 5, plan 1410 AC. Councillor Bressey, you had a question.
Yeah, so I just want to clarify we're all talking the same thing. This would still give somebody the ability to buy 2 if they so desire.
And/or, yep, you bet.
I want to make sure I understood and/or the same way you all did.
You bet. And I'll just wait for the e-scribe to update so that there we go. So it currently says and/or. Seeing no one in the queue with discussion or debate, I'll call a question. And that carries unanimously. I did have a question for Mr. Johnson before, and I apologize if it was in the report. What is your intent in regards to advertising of this? Will there be a sign that says, let's make a deal? Or will there be, how aggressive is your intent to work with InvestGP in order to market this? Just give me a little bit of context, thanks.
Yes, thank you.
All above? Perfect.
All of the above, yes.
Okay, good. I'll look for that let's make a deal sign. I can't wait. Of course. Okay, moving on to item 7.4. Councillor Bressey.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'm just going to remove myself for this agenda item.
Thanks. So in your package, Council, just a reminder, Councillor Bressey serves on the Alberta Municipalities currently as Vice President. He has indicated to us that he doesn't expect that there will be an election. However, he still requires our approval. So it's in your package. Happy to take any information. I'll recognize Councillor Berg in the meantime.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. I would like to move Council approve Councillor Bressey's nomination for Alberta Municipalities Vice President for cities up to 500,000. It's a position that Councillor Bressey has held for the past year and has done an exemplary job. He's traveled the province. He represents all Albertans, but to our benefit of our city council, he brings us so much information and speaks on our behalf as well. So having an ally like this at the provincial level is a huge asset for our council and for our city.
Perfect. Councillor Blackmore.
I think it would probably be advisable to talk about what the cost of this is to the city, which is zero.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. Seeing no one else in the queue, I'll call a question. Just because. And that carries unanimously. We'll give Councillor Bressey a second to get back in here. Then we're going to move on to committee business. First in your package today, item 8.1, the Protective and Public Services Committee meeting held August 20th. And I will turn that one over to Councillor O'Connor for introduction.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'd like to move Council adopt the minutes of the Public and Protective Services Committee meeting held August 20th as presented.
Perfect. Seeing no one in the queue with discussion or concerns, I will call the question. Please vote. That carries unanimously. A couple items of business today, Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, I'd like to move committee recommend council direct administration to enter negotiations with Canadian Mental Health Association about a proposed property transfer agreement. For the property, it changed. Okay, property transfer agreement for the property located at 7202 99th A Street and 7204 99th A Street with terms and conditions satisfactory to the city solicitor and city manager. And to speak to this, it's important that CMHC, or sorry, the Canadian Mental Health have support so they can borrow against this, so they can further their investment in providing housing for those in need.
Perfect. And if council has questions, I know Chief Lemieux is here as well as Mr. Arsenault from CMHA, recognizing Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I wanted to speak in favor of this motion. The work that Canadian Mental Health does in Grande Prairie and the supports that they provide those who are dealing with mental struggles cannot be understated, and the opportunity they have to expand Willow Place to increase their reach into the community is excellent. It's taken place because of years and years of really good and hard work, and so I would ask Council to support this motion.
Thank you for that. Seeing no one else in the queue, I'll call the question. Please vote. And that carries unanimously. Councillor O'Connor, another item of business tonight.
Yes, I'd like to move that council approve amendments to reduced cost-free use of facility equipment and policy 203. Does this need to be referred to anyone, or am I good? Okay.
Nope, just if there are questions here, Chief Lemieux is available. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I just want to clarify, so even if our admin would have the opportunity to waive all the fees, would we be still capturing that as gift in kind somewhere? Like, would we still be tracking that as gift in kind for that organization, or in our pool of money that we do for gift in kinds, I guess?
I'll give Ms. Bieberdorf a minute to get set up. Your mic is on.
Thank you for the question. We certainly do track it in gift in kind, and then it goes in our spreadsheet that goes with finance for the end of the year.
Okay, no, then happy to support it. Thank you.
Recognizing no one else in the queue, I'll call the question. Listen. Councillor O'Toole, how do you vote? Councillor O'Toole votes in favor, and that carries unanimously. Councillor O'Connor, any highlights from your meeting?
Yes, I have a couple of highlights, Your Worship. First, very important, the East Lake Center aquatics shutdown is scheduled to be between September 3rd to the 27th of September. So the outdoor pool will remain open, weather permitting, and thanks to the partnership with the New Vista Energy Center in Beaver Lodge, will honor all Eastlink memberships if you choose to want to go there to swim. And the last item is sports development and wellness and culture. The GP Museum has the fish scale exhibit. Fish scale art is practiced by the Cree and the Métis people, and you should have an opportunity to go down there and see that at the museum. Thank you.
Thanks for your highlights, Councillor O'Connor. Moving on to item 8.2, the Operational Services Committee meeting held, sorry, mine is, just give it a minute here. Operational Services Committee meeting held on August 20th, and I will look to
Councillor Thiessen.
Thiessen, sorry, mine's not loading. I apologize. Go ahead, Councillor Thiessen.
That's all right, Your Worship. I would move that Council adopt the minutes of the Operational Services Committee meeting held Tuesday, August 20th, as presented.
Perfect. That motion is in order. Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call the question.
Bressey in favor.
Mayor Clayton in favor.
O'Connor in favor.
Berg in favor.
Councillor Blackmore.
Councillor Blackmore in favor. I think our machines are froze.
Yeah. There we go. Now we're good. That carries unanimously. Councillor Thiessen, one item of business today.
Well, technically two items of business. One is to adopt a policy, the other is to rescind a policy. So the first one is policy 623, the securities for construction on public lands and private lands. Speaking to this, the policy we're going to be rescinding today, policy 612, administration had done a thorough review of that and identified existing policy gaps inside of that based around securities and ways that they could clean it all up and combine it into one document. By approving policy 623, this policy would provide a defined process for all securities taken by the City of Grande Prairie, including securities for development agreements, engineering permits, and development permits. The current city policy only addresses security under a development agreement, which is a bit cumbersome when you're going over these for developers as well as for staff. So with that being said, I would encourage members of council to adopt policy 623 as presented. And for that, I would move that council approve policy 623, securities for construction on public lands and private lands.
All right. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none, I'll call the question. And that carries unanimously. Councillor Thiessen, the second part of the item of business.
Yeah, thank you very much, Your Worship. I would move that council rescind policy 612, land develop municipal improvements, period.
Thanks for your motion. Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call the question. And that too carries unanimously. Any highlights for your meeting, Councillor Thiessen?
Yeah, I got a couple highlights here. One from engineering services, capital construction projects are on track and are expected to be completed by the end of the construction season with hopefully no overlay into the winter, probably not. And then from there to transit, and the wheels on the bus just keep going round and round and picking up more and more youth and overall riders as we go through the months of this year. So currently there has been a 47% overall increase in riderships to this point from last year, as well as 169% increase in youth ridership from this point from last year. So big kudos to our transit department. This is actually one of my favorite parts of the updates. Is it seems our ridership just keeps going up and up and up month over month. So great work in our transit department, and that's all I got. Thanks so much.
Thanks so much for that. Moving on to item 8.3, the Financial Administrative Services Committee meeting held on August 20th. Turn this one over to Councillor Palat for introduction.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I would just move that council adopt the minutes of the Financial Administrative Services Committee held August 20 as presented.
That motion is in order. Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call the question. And that carries unanimously. Councillor Palat, one item of business today.
Yeah, Mayor Clayton, we had our Q2 financial report come back, and I want to thank admin again. I feel like this report's got a lot of teeth in it. There's a lot of information in there for people to digest, even down to whether we attend meetings or not, which I think is a great part of this quarterly report now as well. So I'd like to make a motion that Council receive the unaudited financial statements and supporting information for the period ending June 30, 2024 for information.
Thank you for that. That motion is in order. Opportunity for questions, discussion, or debate. Seeing no one, I'll call the question. Please vote. And that carries unanimously. Any highlights from your meeting, Councillor Plott?
The big area was our service area update. Chief Whiteway let us know our assessment and taxation summer students have finished inspections and are now updating pictures of properties. Administration is working on growth estimates for 2025. In finance, our administration is working on July month end and variance reporting with departments and preparing for fall budget deliberations. Through procurement, administration is working on cost reduction projects and supporting the ELC, Eastlink Center shutdown as needed. Bids on the market include residential snow clearing and snow hauling, tree grove supply and installation, fire smart vegetation management, concrete grinding, and supply and ice control for roads. And of course, we just accepted the financial report. So,
great.
Thank you.
Thanks for that update. Moving along, there are no items of correspondence today. We will now move to delegation business. The first delegation we had today was the Grande Prairie District Golden Age Center. I'll recognize Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I'm just going to follow administration's lead here. I was pretty quiet during the Q&A section, but that's because I knew that there would probably be some discussion with our administration required on a city-owned building. So with that, I would move that Council direct administration to work with the Golden Age Center on their building renovation plans, period. Just engaging them in a discussion, maybe lay out the land. I don't know if there's any more that I need to do with that motion besides just saying, yeah, let's go meet with them.
I would... you're going to bring back to the appropriate standing committee. Would it include budget implications? Take it to budget? What are your thoughts there?
Well, you know, I think it's probably most appropriate for it to come back to the most appropriate standing committee after administration has had those times for discussion. And yeah, I guess I'll take that as a friendly amendment.
Perfect. Anything to add? Okay. Recognizing Councillor Blackmore.
I guess my question is probably for the city manager. We probably have some process where private or public corporations or businesses are using our buildings. I don't know what we charge them for rent, if anything. But what's the process for when people want to build onto a building that is ours and not theirs?
Mr. Burke.
This would be a new request, so I think it's appropriate for us to have some further discussions. I would want to be supportive of an organization who want to raise some funds to enhance a facility, but we do have to make sure that aligns with the long-term plan of the building, that it's possible that it meets our standards. So I think there's some legwork here that the administration would like to do before we came back with what the process was. We just need to better understand the ask here at this point.
At this point, I'm hesitant. I'll support the motion, but I'm skeptical of the costs that they have laid out, for example.
Okay. Recognizing Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. Echoing much of what Councillor Blackmore just said. I will support it. I do want to have the conversation. I'd like to be proven wrong that they can do it for that amount. I don't think that they can. And there just seem to be too many holes in it at this point for me that they don't even have, or that they weren't able to show us conceptual drawings even of what was coming up. So I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done between now and then, but I will support it to start the conversation and see where it goes from there. Again, another concern is a private contractor working on a city facility without it going out to tender too. So that's another concern of mine. So thank you.
Councillor Bressey.
Great, thank you. I'm happy to make a follow-up motion if feel that that's needed for this, but I'm also hoping administration can work with them to figure out the business case behind this too, in terms of I want to know more about utilization. Are we spending $350,000 or probably more for one Christmas dinner, or are there multiple events? And so for me, I would love to work with them to gather those utilization numbers and actually help them build a case, if there is a case there, for why this need is there.
So yeah, let's have an additional motion on that. I think it's fair enough. Councillor Thiessen, to close if you'd like.
Yeah, sure. I don't mind closing. Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I'm buoyed by the fact that everybody's just like me, hesitant, but you want to see this go forward, and we need to have the discussion. It has been brought up. I wrote down a couple things. As a city-owned facility, there are certain proper procurement processes that we have to go through. There's also what Councillor Bressey just brought up, utilization rates and things like that. And I'm also not 100% quite sure when the Center for Creative Arts renovated like the old City Hall building. I know Councillor Blackmore was on council back then, what the process was back then, but I'm pretty sure they used the city's tender and procurement process as well in doing that. So I look forward to the discussion that our management team can have with the Golden Age Center, and I look forward to what comes out of that. So thanks for supporting this, everyone.
I'll call a question. And that carries unanimously. Recognizing Councillor Bressey.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I would move that Council direct administration to work with the Golden Age Center to gather utilization statistics on their current building. I think that's adequate.
Okay. Let's give Legislative Services a moment to get caught up. Oh, I apologize. Once it's in the queue, I'll recognize you. Yep. So the motion is in the queue. Direct administration to work with the Golden Age Center to gather utilization statistics on their current building. That motion is in order. I'll recognize Councillor Palat first.
Sorry, I see now that it says utilization, so I hadn't heard that from Councillor Bressey. So yeah, that's great. Thanks.
Okay. Recognizing Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. It says in here their current building. It's not their building. They're an organization which works within their building. So I'm not sure if that is written as it should be.
Could be the current building, if that makes you more comfortable.
We nitpick on other stuff, so we might as well. Golden Age Center, sure.
Councillor Bressey, would you take the friendly amendment, or are you comfortable with it as worded?
Well, if we're getting grammar, I would not take Golden Age Center used twice in the same sentence, but I would take an amendment, something like work with the Golden Age, with the society to gather utilization statistics on the current Golden Age Center, something like that.
Or are you good as it is?
I'm also fine with it.
Thank you. All right. Seeing no discussion or debate on the motion, I'm going to call the question. And that carries unanimously. Second delegation we had today, I'll recognize Councillor Bressey.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I would move that Council direct administration to work with the delegation to identify appropriate parade routes for future events. It just speaks to that. I was at another event that was right next door in the concourse, so got to see the event from a distance. It looked beautiful. I can't wait to participate next year. I'm excited to see them grow, but I'm confident that administration doesn't need council's involvement to figure out the correct route for next year, but I look forward to hearing how those conversations go if this motion passes.
Perfect. I will recognize Chief Glavin, and I just, with that, my question actually is for Chief Glavin. Are you currently looking at optional routes and working with organizations in regards to expectations on parades, parade routes, etc.?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Yes, we do work with any group that approaches us for parades or events to try and find something that works. What we are noticing, however, is we're getting a lot more requests. So we're actually working on a policy to bring back in Q4, which I think we should do before approving any more routes. Now, subject to if they come back and they have time constraints, we surely work with them. But there are a lot of impacts. We get pushback from residents, businesses, business access is. There's also employee availability depending on the scheduling. Every intersection that we shut down, it costs a decent amount of money, especially if it's on the on weekends where we then have to pay overtime. There's currently no charge in place. It's a bit of a policy gap that we have right now that we're hoping to fill here later on in the year, so that council can choose to that we're making a conscious decision on what we're allowing for parades and events.
Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'm wondering if instead of saying that to ask administration to work with the delegation to identify parade routes, it seems to me that they need a little more support than simply developing a parade route. So can we perhaps change that to say work with the delegation to develop their chariot day event?
That's full, yeah.
That doesn't lock us into trying to give them a better parade route if we choose not to in the future.
I think Councillor Bressey.
Yeah, personally, I wouldn't be comfortable with that. I suspect that administration, just seeing how they work with groups that are developing events, that they would get help from our staff if they needed help developing an event. But I don't know if I want to give them special status by saying more than this. For me, it's identify parade routes for future events. This motion actually isn't specific saying that it even needs to change. If there's good reason, especially based on a council passed policy that we'll be working on the next little bit, to say, sorry, this is your parade route. Personally, I'd actually consider administration meeting the intent of this motion as long as they'd had that discussion with the group and it had been thoughtfully decided. So for me, I just don't want to micromanage how administration is getting involved in this.
Sorry, go ahead.
I guess I don't see it as micromanaging it. I see it as the opposite. It's an open-ended statement at that point in time.
Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. Councillor Bressey, is there any timelines that you see on this, or can we wait until we see that report from administration?
Yeah, I think for me, there aren't any timelines in the motion. Personally, again, I'd consider administration meeting the intent of it if they were waiting for that. I just think I want to tie off the bow with what the delegation said. I don't know if more council administration is, or sorry, more council involvement is needed in this conversation. But I didn't want to be able to say to the conversation, to the delegation, yeah, we heard you and we're confident our administration are going to do what you asked.
Okay, thanks.
I also think that I prefer not a timeline given the information that Chief Glavin just provided. So I think it's good as is, unless anybody wants to discuss or debate it further. Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call the question. And that carries unanimously. It does bring up a question for me, and probably best for Chief Lemieux, in regards to potential funding opportunities and community group funding opportunities. How do we go about advertising that? Do we primarily do it through social media? Do we keep a list of groups that we've heard from and who might be interested and reach out to them? I'm going to talk a little bit longer so Ms. Bieberdorf has a little bit more time to get over here. Ms. Bieberdorf.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Yes, we do have all the information go out through social media channels, and then we do send the information back to any previous applicants that we've had as well. So it's primarily through social media channels and the website.
And if we've heard groups such as today's group that came to the table, would you add them to a list so you'd be able to contact them to let them know when the applications are due?
Yes, and we've already done that.
Perfect. There we go. That's what I was hoping for. Thank you. So no notices of motion today. We will take a recess. It is currently 5:59, so I will look to council. Do you want more than half an hour? No. Okay. What? Yeah, so we'll be back at 6:30. Thank you. Welcome back to the City Council meeting of August 26th. We're now in our evening session. First on the agenda today for the evening portion is delegations. As mentioned earlier, delegations are welcome at 3 p.m. And if we're having an evening session, they're also welcome at 6 p.m. The form you fill out online is relatively simple. We just ask you to go on, let us know ahead of time that you're coming, provide a little bit of information, and then you submit it. So tonight, 2 different groups. First one being the Salvation Army. So if you'd like to come forward, gentlemen, get yourself situated. Your microphone is on. Once you're ready to go, if you want to introduce yourselves for those who are watching at home, and take 5 minutes to address council. Following that, there will be an opportunity for questions. And as you probably are aware, at the end of the meeting, we deal delegation business. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton and Council. My name is Dan Wong. I'm a consultant with Barristone Associates Engineering, and I'm here today representing the Salvation Army with Executive Director Captain Peter Kim and a member of the Community Advisory Committee and founder of Gaps in the Peace, Jerry Napier. So I will do the majority of the presentation, and then I'll pass it on to these gentlemen. We'll try to get through this within the 5-minute allotted time. First of all, we're here today to just request your support for a really exciting opportunity that's been presented to the Salvation Army, and that's to purchase and expand their food bank warehouse. And this opportunity will allow them to be sustainable for the next 50 years. Today's request is a commitment of funding towards the new building, and that commitment will allow them to apply for provincial and federal grants, which are designed to address the challenge of food security. So the current space accommodation issues, that they basically have no more room to operate inside their food bank facility. The shortages have been there for well over a decade. And I've been working with Peter Kim on several renditions of options to expand a facility or look at other properties. But honestly, every location we've looked at requires substantial renovation or repair in order to make them suitable. So in order to deal with that, they're managing it through means that aren't really ideal. Staff are doubled up in offices. There's additional lease space that they have for their disaster relief vehicles. They limit the intake of food donations to their warehouse just to manage their storage restrictions. And the annual food bank drive, which is the largest of its kind across the country, takes in about 50 tons of donated food annually, and that has to be accommodated through a temporary warehouse. So the demand for service has many contributing factors. Mainly it's driven by inflation, high housing costs. So the rate of inflation has grown faster than the rate that wages have increased. Impacts of inflation to fixed income individuals has been felt, especially among seniors and people on social assistance. There's a growing number of low-income households with the single-family or single-parent homes, immigrants. We have Grande Prairie's housed some refugees or displaced individuals. And obviously, people with disabilities are also in that low-income threshold. Canada's population growth rate also is primarily due to immigration, which continues to drive that demand for food bank services. Lately, we've seen supply chain disruptions due to global instability that happens because of war, climate change, natural disasters, etc. And as we look into the future, we see automation disrupting the job market, especially in that unskilled labor range. So, the most vulnerable are being targeted first. There are many other organizations and agencies that do deal with food or distributing food to people that are food insecure in the region, but we do have stats that are specific to the Salvation Army. If you look at, we did provide a handout to council. The demand for service has increased by 50% since 2020, so that's only 4 years. The number of hampers has increased from 5,500 to just over 8,000 annually. The total number of individuals served has doubled since 2016. There was a little dip in the statistics, so I I drew that trend line all the way back to the furthest point, 2016, till now. The current number of people being serviced is 12,760 individuals, which represents about 18% of Grande Prairie's population. And that data is consistent with the Food Access and Affordability Survey in 2023, where it was reported that 19.13% of GP households often face problems with affording food. So that gives us a conservative doubling period of 8 years. So our demand is growing every 8 years. It's doubling. Obviously, that's an unsustainable level. It's definitely unsustainable in their current facility. The number of meals served at the community kitchen, which is located at the Friendship Center, has increased by 300% since 2020. A lot of that has to do with the fact that they're serving 3 meals a day instead of 1, but that demand came as because it was a demand in the community. Serving only 1 meal to Grande Prairie's most vulnerable a day, just it was insufficient. Many of us have seen the trend in the city become a little bit better, even though we've seen our homeless population grow. You see the number of cases of panhandling across the city actually decrease because the food that they're provided prevents them from needing to ask people for money just to get a meal. So a little bit about our proposed project. It's anticipated to be around $7 million. We're looking at a space of around 35,000 square feet. We've provided a schematic building drawing to your package. Just in the interest of protecting an investor that we haven't specifically outlined which building that is. We don't think that that's appropriate for a public forum. But the food bank in their current facility, they distribute over $1 million worth of food to the community a year between the food bank and the community kitchen. And the new facility would be able to do a lot more. So basically, increased storage means increased capacity. It has over double the amount of space to store food, has the ability to store fresh and frozen foods, and including proteins, which are really needed for those low-income families. It has the ability to expand the corporate food donation area, which will reduce the regional food waste. There's a lot of restaurants that are already distributing food and some that would like to donate to a food bank, but that food is perishable, and it's perishable the day that they give it to you. They have the ability to be a distribution center for Canada Food Banks. They had Canada Food Banks had approached the Salvation Army at one point to be a regional distributor, and they just don't have the capacity to do that. There's other areas, other programs that can be brought in, like a little shopping area that allows families to come in and actually choose the food that they are getting donated, as opposed to just being given a hamper, which may have items in there that they don't want to eat. There'll be a community kitchen in there, and that will act as a kitchen. It will act as a hub to prepare food for other organizations and other places that need it. And the kitchen can also be used as a training facility for families on how to prepare fast, nutritious foods and economic meals. And then there is, out of that 35,000 square feet, a bunch of surplus space that can be leased out in the interim as the Salvation Army grows into that space. So we have an anticipated funding concept right now that adds up to $7 million. Out of that, $500,000 is being asked between the city, the county, and the MD of Greenview. If you look at the benefits to the community, it helps prevent low-income people or families from falling into poverty. We're looking to help with that reduction of food waste. In Canada, the stats are 58% of all food produced is wasted, and about 32% of that could be redirected to people who are food insecure. We have the ability to help feed some children that are suffering from poor nutrition, and the stats show that academic levels are lowered and physical development is compromised because of poor nutrition. And we have the ability, which is really great, to supply fresh fruits and vegetables, and proteins, which are essential for a healthy population. So this is a one-time capital request of the Salvation Army. They've been operating in Grande Prairie for 100 years, and they want to be able to continue to do their good work for decades to come. Many of the users of the program, they need the food bank to bridge them through financial hardship. So we've all heard stories of people, and I actually have personal friends that have used the food bank during some hard times. It is a short-term help for them, and we need to remember that many of these clients are single-parent families or seniors or newly settled families to the region. They are contributing members of society. I think there's a misnomer that the clientele are the homeless or transient population. That's just not simply the case. There are other organizations that are already feeding that population. So in conclusion, we have a $7 million project. If you just look at the scale of it, the 12,760 people that are being serviced annually at the Salvation Army right now, if you took $7 million, divided it out by that number of people, that's $550 each. That barely feeds people for 1 to 2 months. Right? We're talking about a project that has the potential to feed the vulnerable population of Grande Prairie, the low-income earners, for decades into the future. So we want to also acknowledge that there was a study that we found on the city's website, the Social Sustainability Framework 2018, and it had a roadmap of things that your CSD wanted to accomplish, and one of them was to increase financial resilience for individuals and families. So we're happy to say that this facility will help achieve part of that goal by providing a stable food source, something that's digging into the affordability crisis for families. Food's a basic human need, and a wealthy country like Canada shouldn't have a problem feeding its own people. So the request today is $350,000 of the City of Grande Prairie, which is 5% of our project costs towards the project. We don't need the check today. What we're asking for is a commitment. So when we get to that point where we need the money, that we know that the city is committed to providing that funding. And in the meantime, we can go to the provincial government and to the federal government and ask them for their share of towards this project. They each have grants of up to $2 million. In our budget, we're looking at $1.5 million from them. And we're also looking at a $1.5 million community fundraising campaign. And those numbers are, they're malleable. They will move depending on what we get approved for and what we don't. So that's the end of our presentation. We do have a request that if you do want to talk specific financial data, especially in relation to the operations or anything specific to the location or the purchase of a building, that we do it in a private session in camera. And we'd be happy to share that information. We just can't share that in the public right now because it could jeopardize our investors. And we're happy to answer any questions right now. Actually, Jerry Napier does have one quick thing to add about the Rotary Club support.
Yeah, so we approached the presidents of the Rotary Club and we asked them if they would be willing to support this project. We brought it forward to one of their meetings. I'll just quickly read the letter that they wrote back. It says, the Rotary Joint Venture Committee representing the Grande Prairie, 4 main Rotary clubs, the Rotary Club of Grande Prairie, Swan City, the Rotary Club of Grande Prairie After 5, the Rotary Club of Grande Prairie, and the Sunrise Rotary Club recognizes the growing crisis of food insecurity that is facing our community. The increased demands on support systems within Grande Prairie to address this crisis have pushed existing resources and sports to the breaking point. To this end, the current food shortage facility of the Salvation Army can no longer keep up, representing a further threat to food security in our city. The Rotary Joint Venture Committee has been approached by the Salvation Army to lend support to a new opportunity to address these challenges in the form of the Grande Prairie Salvation Army food bank replacement, building replacement project. This new project will help provide the necessary support to tackle the exponential growth in the number of our citizens facing food security. Addressing food insecurity has always been aligned closely with Rotary's global and local values. Rotary is a very proud supporter of the community kitchen and organizes the annual food bank drive that delivers tons of much needed food to the food bank. We strongly support in principle this initiative, and we're open to consideration for support of the project in an economic and non-economic context in the future. Signed by Dan Borst, President of the Swan City Rotary Club, representing the Rotary Clubs of Grande Prairie.
Okay. Well, thank you for your presentation. I have a full queue, so I know Council has many questions. And as I mentioned, delegation business is handled at the end of the meeting. Just before we get started, the additional information that you sent to Council, would you consider questions from that? Would you prefer them to be in camera, or would you consider that information provided of a public context?
Anything is public except for the specific location and any operational funding model that the Salvation Army has, because that's their proprietary information.
Sounds good. I will recognize Councillor Blackmore first.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Certainly, this council has had lots of discussion over the last couple of years about food security and the risks that the community is currently at for about 18 to 20% of families who cannot put food on the table every single day. In response to the number of organizations in Grande Prairie that are working on a food security model, the city has been pretty clear that we're looking for an organization to be the backbone of that search and solution committee. Is it possible that a new facility will free up your capacity enough that the Salvation Army, specifically the food bank, could take on that role of the backbone organization of food security in Grande Prairie?
A simple answer to that question would be yes. We would be willing to work with other agencies and distributors of food in our community. As long as they're willing to work in partnership with us, we'd be happy to work together and be the backbone hub for food insecurity.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Thanks for coming in and for the additional information on it. I'm just hoping you can maybe walk me through the sequencing of some of there's a lot of moving parts to get the funding together, which I appreciate. There's a lot of different partners involved, but when I look at the provincial grant and the federal grants, how confident we are, or how confident that you're going to get those, and when would they happen? Like, what's the sort of sequencing of those? Which domino has to fall first, I guess, for you guys to work through this list of funders?
So we're still at our beginning stages of asking for funding, but from what I've been told is you don't go after provincial funds without getting your local municipal support first, whether it is financial or a letter of support or something like that. It strengthens the application. So I'm not saying that it's dependent on it, but it really does strengthen the application if there is municipal support before you go for provincial and federal funding. The timeline for that is we're probably going to start looking at putting our applications in right away, because the provincial funding, I think, it gets allocated in the beginning of each year, so we won't hear until about March. We're hoping that the federal funding, the last intake period, I think is going to be at the end of this year, and then that's for consideration in the beginning of 2025 as well.
Okay. And just one other, if I can, what's the ETA like hearing that? And that's kind of, I was thinking this isn't a tomorrow taking possession, but when's the kind of drop dead of, okay, we need to buy the building and we need to move on? Like, is there a timeline on that, just to work back? So I guess my head to work backwards on some of the sequencing on it. Is there hey, we'd like to be open in the fall of 2025, or is there kind of a date that is in mind and when this would sequence to?
Yeah, it is exactly the fall of 2025. What we're hoping to do is we do have an investor who's been willing to take on the funding of the project for us. and funding of the project in terms of buying the facility and then parceling it up and then allowing the Salvation Army to buy their section of a building and then allow the Salvation Army to fit it up and then buy their existing food bank location. So the funding has to happen relatively quickly because there is a letter of intent that we've extended once already. And the investor, has some stake in it because there is the remaining part of the property that has some potential to be profitable. We're not sure that they'll sit for much longer because their money could be put to use on another project. And that project doesn't go without the Salvation Army, or at least a large anchored.
So I understand this. The goal for you guys is next fall, but your angel investor, so to speak, has kind of some dates and some criteria that have to happen as well in a sequencing time.
Yeah, exactly. It'd be like in the October-November timeframe before we could lose this investor and then lose this opportunity. That's why it is an exciting opportunity because we've been looking at this for at least a decade, and now everything seems to be lining up. If we lose this, it could be many more years before we can resurrect another offer like that.
Okay. I appreciate the answers. Thank you.
Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. So, Dan, you said that you didn't need a check right away. Just curious when you would roughly expect one in terms of quarters. And the reason I ask is right now it would be an unbudgeted item, but if it goes into next year, then it's something that we can budget for in the coming year. So just kind of curious when you anticipate you would need a check.
I'm thinking in the beginning of 2025.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. You had mentioned earlier this is the largest food bank drive in Canada that you know of. I'm just, from an operational standpoint, what's it mean to the operations and how long does it take you to take that 30 to 50 tons of food and get back in operation? So there's a lot of man hours there moving, playing Tetris in your very, very small building.
Yes, currently we're at capacity when it comes to the food drive. We're putting things in the aisles, no longer just filling up the shelves, but putting pallets between aisles just to be able to manage the amount of food that comes in. So 50 tons of food is very hard to fit in 7,000 square feet of space. And so every year we've been asking for and been generously given a warehouse or a facility to do our food drive. We would like to put that in-house so that we don't have to continue to do that, but we can manage the food. It will actually reduce the amount of man hours that it takes to actually sort through the food, to transport it, to actually be able to access it quicker for the families to be able to feed their families.
Yeah. So it's suffice it to say that it'd be better to take it off the truck inside your own building and put it on a shelf rather than transfer it from the building that you're collecting it at and then bringing it back to the Salvation Army, which has no room.
Yeah, that's correct. And sometimes that food sits over the winter time as well. So now we have to look at shoveling the area, and there's so many other logistics around it. And it is better to do that in-house and better to have the food to be able to sort it quicker so that we can get to the food that's going to expire soon. Because to sort through that much food, it could take a month, could take 2 months to get through that food. And we might have missed some opportunities to hand that food out because it's expired just in that 2 months' time.
Oh, well. Okay, I'll get in the queue again later.
Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I know you've been working on this for many, many years, and I've heard you speak at Rotary. I've heard you speak one-on-one with anybody who will have your ear. So thank you for that. I see that you have done your homework on this, and I appreciate all the work that went into it. And I have no trouble on my part doing our part. My question to you is, have you engaged with, for instance, NWP or parenting groups where we're finding that students are struggling with food insecurity as well, and maybe a program with those organizations, in addition to sponsorship in the community?
Again, I've had conversations with different providers in our community, NWP being one of them. We were actually at a chamber meeting and got in touch with those who were there providing food hampers for students. And again, we are more than happy to share that food with them, to partner with the library, with the Veterans Food Bank, and we're currently partnered with all the regional food banks in our area as well. So this is why we can approach the county. Plus we service Grovedale. And so that partnership, that working together is part of our mandate. And we try to do that as well as we can.
Do we have more room for questions?
I got quite a
Wait.
few other people.
Okay, I'll come back in.
Thanks. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Thanks for coming in, gentlemen. Always great to see each and every one of you. One of my big things that I've been working on for a decade is about sustainability through community design. We've got our edible landscaping policy. We've got our GP Grows program. We've got orchards spread out throughout the town, and I just want to see it grow even more. So I guess my question in regards to, well, I actually have two questions. One's a really quick one, but this one might need a little thought. The building envelope. I don't need to know where the building is or the investor. I don't want to jeopardize that at all. But is there land and space around it where if in the future you could set up a garden, kind of like how they have at the Friendship Center, or potentially a greenhouse so that you can grow fresh food and produce year round rather than depend on the donations?
There is possibility of that. However, just redirecting fresh foods from the grocery stores alone could help so many families. That food is already produced, it's already there fresh. It's just about to, be thrown into the garbage, or because maybe there's something, they got new product in. And so we need to be able to redirect that first and foremost. And if we have a larger facility, we can do that. So then people will have access to fresh fruits, vegetables, especially even right now, Costco has been able to give us some of their frozen meats. And that's actually a big draw for a lot of our families who are saying, oh, I need some of that protein in our diet, in our food, not just the dry canned goods that are non-perishable, but they're looking for sustenance. And so that's where our primary focus will be. Those edible gardens and those community gardens are excellent, but we are dealing with close to 13,000 families. And that's a lot of people to feed out of an edible garden or a tree. So we have to be able to centralize that and use that food bank to do that distribution.
Okay, just a quick one. How much fresh produce do you get donated from our grocery stores here?
So, for example, Walmart gives us their vegetables, the strawberries, their fruits, and many other fresh vegetables that we are able to, and it goes really quickly. And so even if we had pallets of potatoes donated, those will be gone within 2 days, maybe 3 days. So this is the amount of families and households that are accessing the food bank. I've never seen it this high. And it is truly, when Dan was talking about the lower income earners, I'm talking now about middle to lower income earners who are now struggling so much that they are now accessing the food bank. Many testimonies I hear of people saying, I used to give to the food bank and now I'm receiving. And that just breaks my heart. And it just says that we need to be able to address this crisis right away before they become a regular, before they become the base. And in the past 2 years, now 3 years, that has become the reality. And that's why the numbers have not dropped. So the people who have accessed the food bank for the first time a couple of years ago are still accessing the food bank.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thanks, Councillor Thiessen. Just going to jump in the queue before I go to the second round. In your information that you provided, the $7 million total includes all your capital upgrades, your commercial kitchen, all your tenant improvements, everything ready to open the door, I'm assuming?
That's correct.
Okay, so if council were to approve municipal funding for the acquisition, for you to buy the asset, would your expectation be that you come every year for operational funding as well?
No,
So you won't be back for money?
that's correct.
Every year you come to council and ask for money, so
I have not actually in the 100 and actually, and I'm going to correct Dan, 105 years of the Salvation Army being in Grande Prairie, we have actually never come to the city for,
You were just
except
here.
for once 2 years ago.
yeah.
And so, and that was when the food crisis started. And that was to be able to combat the number of families that were coming in. Last year, we saw a slight dip, but we were hoping that trend would continue to go down, but it has gone back up to the 2 years ago when we asked. And so it was a crisis at the moment. We tried to handle it with the funds that we received through our donations, and we were able to stretch that out. We didn't come last year, we came 2 years ago, but we were able to very much resource all the funds that we have received.
Where are you going to get this increased revenue to pay the additional expenses of such a large facility?
Well, currently we're also, like Dan said, we also have a warehouse that we're housing our emergency disaster services in. In previous years, we've even leased out the warehouse for our food bank drive. So those are going to help with the operation cost. We have our kettle campaign that continually, the Grande Prairie has been a very generous community as we've exceeded our goals every year, and we're able to use that funding to continue our operations. And it has been like the idea here is we're not trying to increase our staff, we're not trying to increase our costs, we're actually just trying to increase our space, and so that we can house more food.
Right, and I get that. I'm just saying with additional space comes additional expenses. And so I didn't know the kettle campaign's primary focus was for operations. I thought it was to buy food.
Is for the community family services. So what it does is it helps us to ensure that we have enough funds for food, but food distribution includes staff, right? So we do need people to actually hand out the food, and I do need to hire people. But it also, that money that comes into our kettle campaign is used to purchase food as well.
Okay. Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. My question is regards to your storage facility. By getting into a larger facility, you've been asked by Edmonton Salvation Headquarters to be a distribution center for freezer, for cold, and for cooler space to distribute for the other food banks in the region. Is that correct?
It's actually Alberta Food Banks Canada. Alberta Food Banks. And so they have approached me to join the Alberta Food Banks Society. And in order to house the food that comes in from Edmonton, for example, that they may have excess of, we did not have the storage space to say yes to that agreement. If we do get this facility, we will be able to house a lot more. Plus, with all of the emergency disasters that's coming out in our communities, the wildfires, we would be able to also house food for that purpose as well, so that when a disaster happens, my teams and I have been out on all these disasters, feeding first responders, evacuees, and firefighters the food that they need to continue to support their community by fighting these natural disasters. And if we have a larger warehouse space, we would be able to do a lot more with that food and be able to feed those who are in need.
Yeah. Just a supplemental?
Hurry, I got lots.
Okay, I'll get back in.
Councillor Thiessen.
I got right back in real quick. Anyways, thank you, gentlemen. This is a question literally on timing. So I heard the questions earlier. The need for commitment for funding is expedient. We need to be expeditious on this. I heard October, November, we might lose the investor. And I also heard if a check could come in early 2025. So I guess my question is, if council were to discuss and debate this topic, for instance, over budget, which is in mid-November, is that too far away, or are you looking for a commitment today or soon?
So the difficult thing about that is we'd love to be able to go out with our provincial grant right away and say that the city is committed this much. We'd also like to go to the regional partners, the county and the MD, and leverage support from city council, which becomes really difficult if we don't have that commitment. Yeah, the other thing that I do want to point out is I've given some timelines. The reason why we didn't want to name the space is if you look at all the large spaces in town, they've all been purchased, right? The places that used to be vacant, and we would be in jeopardy of losing that space, and then we'd be back at square one again. So yeah, you look at the Daily Herald Tribune building, that's gone. Windsor Ford is gone. The Sears Plaza is gone. Canadian Tire is gone. You know, the Atco building, that's gone too. So we're running out of options, and building brand new these days is really expensive. So we could use the same budget to build a space, but we would be down at half the size.
All right, thank you very much for that clarification.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just kind of building on that same thing, just again, trying to get my head around sequencing. Walk me through what happens. I'm seeing in your guys' package that you sent to us that there's a local fundraising campaign and a major donor pledge, which is about a third of the funding for this whole project. So when does that start? And then what's realistic? When does that close? Like, I guess for me, in my head, I'm kind of thinking, here's the steps that have to go through and the drop dead dates. But I guess you're fairly confident on those, but is that realistic to think that'll be wrapped up by spring? In that range, when you're probably, or have you started it yet, I guess?
Yeah, maybe I'll just speak a little bit on the Rotary ask. So that process is just being put into place. There's a process with Rotary that the application has to go in, and then it gets approved at the club level to lead the project, and then it gets bumped up to the joint venture committee, who then yeas or nays it at that point. So the application is just in the process of being put in, and then we'll look at the approval by the basically the Swan City Rotary Club will take this on and lead it, and then it'll get the funding from the joint venture.
That's the major donor for the $1 million. That's the
no, that's the 600,000 that we're looking to ask for.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Just on that same vein, so the sale of the building, I mean, you don't have a crystal ball to say when that'll happen unless you have a buyer already?
So the investor is actually willing to purchase our current building, so that there would be no disruption in services for our families that are accessing the food bank. So then while the new building is being renovated, we will be able to not only move in, but also have that as our purchase already lined up, because we don't want to sit on an empty building.
No. So you have that 800 guaranteed, your major donor you have guaranteed, your capital reserves you have, you're probable with the Rotary clubs, but you're waiting on provincial grant, federal grant, municipality money, and then you need to go out and do a fundraising campaign for another 1.5? Okay. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. The only question that I have is the understanding between the Friendship Center and how you're feeding the increase of 300+% and this facility. Are they tied in at all? How does that work? That's the one puzzle piece that I'm a little bit unsure about.
The Salvation Army's partnership with the Community Kitchen is a true working towards truth and reconciliation, and the side of the reconciliation side. The Salvation Army's greatest secret, the best kept secrets, we're a church, and we have the cooperation and partnership with the Friendship Center. And we have decided to work 50-50 in making sure that that community kitchen provides food for those who are hungry. And so that cost is around $270,000 projected for 2025. That will continue. We do not want to stop that part because it takes that much to run a community kitchen at the rate that we are serving 111,000 meals plus last year. And I think it'll be quite it's important that we continue that relationship. What the kitchen for the new facility will do is also help in the prevention side. So when families are struggling with having to have our hampers with canned goods and whatnot, we're going to try and present to them a way of cooking, a way of budgeting, a way of trying to help them in their situation so that they won't have to access the food bank as much, or that they will be able to learn how to cook for themselves in a way that's more sustainable. So that is our goal, is to help work ourselves out of a job. But the real reality is that there are so many people who are still hungry in our community, and we need to be able to do both at the same time.
Right. But I guess my question is, the operating of this facility does not impact or use dollars to that other needed.
So they're two separate budget lines
That's
for us.
what I'm asking. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
And if I might just add on that, so this kitchen would provide a backup for something that just happened, of course, to the community kitchen where they had a fire and it disrupted, and they've been able to work around it, but would give us a great alternative then to be able to slip them in, or if emergency services are we're looking after evacuees and that sort of stuff, it gives us that potential.
So I just want to add something personal to that, because we moved to Grande Prairie when I was just under a year old. My family was a new immigrant family to Canada at the time. We were lucky that we had family members that actually had a little grocery store, so they gave us groceries. But the type of groceries that we got weren't the type of groceries that my parents were used to cooking, right? They didn't have any of their cultural goods anymore. So an education piece on how to cook the food that's local to the area is so key for the new immigrants, because they don't know what half the stuff is, and they don't know how to put it together in a meal.
Councillor Blackmore.
Not to mention, you get some really weird donations. You're asking the city for $350,000, and you have the local county, MD, and city as a total of $500,000. So you're asking them for $150,000. How did you split that out? What made you come to us for $350,000 rather than the county?
It was a straight proportion of population.
Okay. It's good enough.
Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I really like the concept that you're bringing forward today, but this is not a new concept. Confirm for me that there are two facilities that the Salvation Army has in the south part of the province, and have you contacted them on cost on how to operate? Because I hear they're fairly large facilities. Am I correct in that?
Yes, they just built in Forest Lawn in Calgary a brand new facility. It's the model that I'm looking at as well. That it is upgraded building. It is not an sorry to say, our old building, our current building, used to be a funeral home. So it's not ideally the best place for a food bank to be in. This facility will not only just be a shining star for this region, but it will be much needed, and it is the model that we're looking at in terms of operation costs, as well as the spacing and how we organize everything. So, for example, we'll have those Costco type shelving to be able to put food on pallets and put them on sort of a square footage up higher, and that way we can utilize more of the space. There's also areas that are in the front that are more, let's just say, adds a little more dignity to the already very tough situation of someone having to come in to a food bank. So we're going to try and accommodate some of that, a feel of like you're coming into someone's living room, like someone can feel at home and not feel like they're coming in with their hat in their hand. So that model is what we're looking at, and the operations costs, they've informed us of how they are operating, and that's why we're able to do our budget accordingly.
Okay, so just to follow up on that, I don't recall seeing in your plan any office space, and I'm just curious right now, you have people doubled up in office space right now. Is there an allowance there for offices for your staff? I know there's a staff area in the top left-hand corner of the building, but I don't recall seeing.
I can tell you right now, thank you, Councillor O'Connor, that my office alone is a closet. I operate in a small closet, and when it comes to other workers, they actually have to use my office, and I have to vacate it. So we are out of space, but this new facility will allow each person to have their own office, and hopefully a little bit bigger than a closet.
Okay, thank you. Whenever you want, I would like to make a motion. And whenever you're ready.
We're just in delegation portion, so when we get to much later in the meeting.
So if I could just add to Councillor O'Connor's question about the other facilities. So we've run some numbers based on the information they gave us. If we were leasing a space similar to what they did in Calgary, the lease space goes for about $10 a square foot for something that big. $10 a square foot isn't a big number. That's $350,000 a year worth of lease payments that they have to make on top of the other expenses that we've added to the operations. That would severely hamper their ability to distribute food. That's why we've decided to go with a capital campaign where there are no costs for a building to pay for a monthly lease or rent or anything like that.
First of all, I want to thank you for all of taking all the questions, and I just sort of give you a little bit of background. It's a little bit unusual for council to give an organization money for an asset. We do land transfers, and we sponsorship, and we do different things. So I would suggest that's why many of the questions are here today. Also, it's a significant undertaking that you're proposing, and so we just want to make sure that you're ready for that. My questions are more on the food security piece. Council last week at Standing Committee had conversations around what the future is, and directed administration to go out and find that organization to be the backbone organization to really coordinate the services. We hear that we're aware, that there's many organizations out there doing little bits of it, right? There's groups that are doing food hampers, there's groups that are providing some form of meals, and there appears to be no coordination of that. And council's conversation the whole time has been about finding efficiencies so that these organizations work hand in hand, so that collaboratively we're serving the needs of our community. We've been hearing lately that there's some organizations that aren't part of the conversation anymore, and that's concerning to council. And so you said early on in the conversation today that you would be that backbone organization, and I'm curious what that looks like to you, how you see collaborating all the different sort of organizations and putting them together.
So I'm going to say, number one, you have to have the facility to be able to do that. If you don't have the facility to be able to do that, it makes it very difficult to say, hey, we're going to share, we're going to work together, because we don't have the space currently to be able to do that. Secondly,
I just want to clarify, why do you need space to get organizations to collaborate?
So so for example, if we get donations from another organization, like say from a supermarket that happens to have excess food. For example, we received a ton of extra Kraft macaroni and cheese, for example. We would not be able to hold it all for ourselves. We'd have to double up and give to our families currently before they expire. What we would be able to do is coordinate that and be able to hand it out to the different organizations that are currently distributing food. There's also FAST, which is Food Access and Security Task Force, which is something that Jerry and I have actually began, and actually Dan was the one who came up with the acrostic. But we are working already right now to try and collaborate that effort. But I will say this, in terms of the sheer number of people that we serve here in the Salvation Army through our food bank, 18 to 20% of the population, we are the major provider of food to help feed families. There are a lot of great organizations out there doing their part, but we are the biggest, the largest food bank distributor. We would love to work together with the other people, and if they're willing to come and work with us, we are there to do that. Food security does not have to be just one type of solution. There can be many, like edible gardens, like a veterans food bank. There are so many different options. Then it doesn't mean that we have to necessarily coordinate exactly together, because it might serve different demographics of your population. But the ones that we are serving currently are in need of food hamper, and we are currently right now trying to work together with others. So it takes time to lay the groundwork to do that, but we are in that position to be able to work together with them. But when it comes down to it, we're serving quite a number of citizens here in Grande Prairie.
And just last question, in the report that came last week, it identified that nobody in Grande Prairie is a member of Food Banks Canada or Food Banks Alberta, and that there's significant grant money available if organizations were to be members of those.
We are part of Food Banks Canada.
Okay.
It's Food Banks Alberta that want to work with us.
So you're not a member of Food Banks Alberta, but you
correct.
are of Food Banks Canada. Is there a reason?
Again, space.
Okay.
Yeah.
But to be a member, why do you need space?
Because in their agreement, they wanted that part of
sharing other food.
for sharing of food.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Thank you for your time. There's no one else in the queue. We do have another delegation here and some other business to do. You're, of course, more than welcome to stick around, or administration will follow up with you following our meeting tonight.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton, and thank you, councillors, for your questions. Really appreciate it, because we're here to serve the community, and we thank you that you are here to serve the community as well.
All right, on the delegation agenda tonight, we have our second delegation of the evening, Mr. Steve Swindlehurst. Come on up, sir. We do have your package in our agenda tonight. When you get settled there, if you don't mind introducing yourself for those who might be watching at home, take 5 minutes to address council on your concern, and then council may ask you some questions following that.
Excellent. Thank you very much. My name's Steve Swindlehurst. I'm owner and operator of Top Gear Cycles, as well as I've been a member of the community for 25 years. Before I start off, I do want to say I don't spend a lot of time watching council, believe it or not. I do have to say, after sitting here for an hour and watching this team, it's pretty impressive. So I can see that we're doing the right things around here. What I wanted to bring up today is I've got two separate concerns, and I've been kind of working through channels, and I don't know if maybe I'm kind of getting lost on how I should be approaching these problems. So I thought I'd bring it to council. Seemed like an opportunity to set me on the right direction. Starting off with 99th Street, south of Township, or Highway 670, just south of Keddy's there. Just the state of the road and the fact that it is still gravel. We bought that building in 2021, the old Windsor Ford diesel building. We expanded our operations. We've been operating in Grande Prairie for 15 years now as a motorcycle shop for the community. And we bought that building. and everything's going fine. The building's great, the location's great, but we're having a lot of issues with that gravel road. Part of the problem that we're having is that as traffic is driving up and down it, they're kicking up a pile of dust, and all that dust is dropping all over our building, customer equipment, our equipment. Staff is breathing it in constantly, and it's constantly in a fairly rough state of repair. So we've got that issue, and then as well, Range Road 54 north of 670. My family travels up and down that road every day to come to school, to buy groceries, and there's cars driving on the wrong side of the road because it's impassable. I know other members of the community that are emailing or phoning in to get gravel support on that road constantly, and it's in between an inconvenience, hard on vehicles, main traffic thoroughfare that is getting... There's so many vehicles on that road that they can't even pass at some points. So that's pretty much the concerns that I have.
Okay, so I'll open it up to council for questions, and I know council will have some questions for administration. We'll do that in the second part. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Stephen, for coming in. My question to you is, do you order that calcite product yearly or more than once in a year?
We have requested it a couple of times, and sometimes they come in, other times they say it's done as needed, or it's done at the beginning of the year, it can only be done once, things like that. We've been told that the road is maintained to a standard of the time, which I thought it was 2024. So I was a little shocked to hear that.
So you don't pay that separately, that is through the municipality?
Yeah, we order it through the municipality. We haven't looked at purchasing it to put on the road on top of it.
I will ask administration other questions on that. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Thanks for coming in. So if I'm looking, if I'm understanding correctly, you're just down the street from like Co-op Equipment, like on that, that avenue. There was a, not sure if it's something that would happen or not, but how opposed would you be to, I think one of the levers we could have of as far as that road would be a local improvement, which would trigger some kind of a tax increase to that area. Is that something that you would be interested in having happen, or?
We've got to do something. If that means we've got to carry more weight and pay more share to have that road upgraded, that's a possibility. I don't know what those numbers look like. I wouldn't want to see our taxes essentially raised to cover the use of that road, so that my company is paying for that section of road that the entire community uses, clearly. But I mean, it is a local improvement, and that will have tax implications, which is understood. It's at the point now where I'm seriously debating on what our next steps should be. If we don't get that road paved, then I've got to look at moving that business to another location.
Okay, no, fair enough. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Councillor Berg.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. And thanks, Steve, for the photograph. Yeah, those washboards look pretty rough. Now, if I'm correct, is that the road that leads essentially from that Kitty's Road up to Goldenrod Estates?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the first mile is city, the second mile is county?
That is correct. So it's paved right at the division between county and city.
Okay, so the county has paved their portion?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's what I needed to know.
Yeah, and it's a main thoroughfare because Goldenrod Estates is back there, and basically any traffic that wants to go around the city, that's their main artery to do that.
Or one of.
One of, yeah.
I had a question. This year's been exceptionally dry. Have you noticed that this year's been worse than normal?
I don't know if this year's been worse than others. And I don't know, I'd have to look back at my emails, and I was actually tallying them up, but I thought rather than come in with a huge display of all this stuff, I would suggest that if you look at the emails that have come into the info at City of GP, you would see a bit of a trend on how often that road's been reported. It's been a problem for multiple years.
Thank you. Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'm curious, specifically for the road by your business. Have you talked to the other business owners there about putting together a proposal to the city you done any kind of community conversation?
Not at this time, and that's kind of what my thought was coming to council is what does council want to see in order to get that road improved? Do I need to get a traffic study done to see how many vehicles are going on that road? Do I need to do a conversation with the community? Do we need a petition? One of the things that I was told is that until there's more development by 54, there's no interest in doing it, which to me seems backwards. I would be developing my roads based on use, not necessarily just based on development alone. As far as the 99th, I was told at some point, and I'm not sure how accurate that information is, that other businesses in the area have no interest.
Can you tell us what businesses those are? Your neighbors?
Neighbors to the north would be Co-op Trailers. Neighbors to the northeast would be First Pass, I want to say. It's a logging company. And then, not Reed. It's an oil field outfit. I'm drawing a blank at the name. Sorry?
Blue Wave Energy, am I on the right road?
No, you're a couple blocks north.
Okay.
If you're
Energetic?
Think about where the old
Windsor Ford
used to be.
Oh, south of 132nd.
132nd.
Okay. So co-op equipment and in there. Okay.
Yeah. Farm Power Building.
Yeah. Okay. I have no one else in the queue with questions. Sorry.
I hit the wrong button.
Councillor O'Toole.
Well, I got a button. So thank you for phoning me the other day. I did reach out about 7 years ago because Don Golden Auto Body used to be there in that neighborhood.
Yeah, further to the south.
He was concerned about the road as well because, you get a brand new car painted and you got a couple blocks of mud that you're going through. So I approached the administration here, and if we're going to pave a road like where there's ditches, we would have had to change that and put sewer systems and stuff like that in. And at the time, I went to many, many businesses, and nobody had any incline to upgrade. They've been in business for 30 years. Why would I want to do it in the last 10 years of my business life, right?
Fair enough.
So what I would do if I was you was definitely lobby your businesses in the area and see if you can gain some support from them, because curb and gutter or ditches, whatever the case may be, is something that you'd have to consider and how to approach it. So,
okay. So basically, my understanding is the best way to move forward is to make sure I've got community support from other business owners in the area.
That'd be a good starting point, yeah.
I'm not sure, Councillor O'Toole. I just want to clarify so that Mr. Swindlehurst is not, you're suggesting community support as in a levy where the neighbors would pay for it?
Yes, through the taxes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, just so that you didn't think if you bring 6 of your friends back, it's going to change the conversation.
No, it would be the community in that direct area, right?
Yeah.
I don't know how much support we're going to drive there. Fountain Tire doesn't use the road.
Right.
Right. We've got LaFleur cabinets on the end, right? So it's really Co-op Trailers, which they're on the paved road.
Right.
So it's kind of, I'm the only business that faces east on the west-hand side of the road. And then the other one's a giant oil field company. The other one's a logging outfit. So that could be very tough to do.
Councillor Thiessen.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just one quick question. So upgrading these roads based on usage is the last thing that you said, and you've also shared that here, Steve. How much traffic do you imagine you see or is actually there? I know I'm not looking for an exact count.
So I had the idea and it was in my mind. So as I've been going up and down Range Road 54, if I don't see 5 vehicles at the same time I'm on that road, I'm surprised. I typically jog up and down that road, and I will see tons and tons of vehicles cruising up that road. If I don't see one every minute at least, then it's a slow day. So I do see a substantial amount of traffic there. The traffic up front of Top Gear, to be honest, I have another job and another career that I go to, so I'm just an owner. When I am at the shop, I do see a substantial amount of traffic, and actually probably the hardest part about it is the speed that they're going to, right? They're kicking up a lot of dust, they're hitting the washboard, it's flying up and around. So.
Okay, no, thank you very much for that.
All right. I don't see anyone else in the queue. I appreciate you coming. And as I mentioned before, so we have a few other items of business. Then council will have an opportunity to deal with any business arising, ask administration some questions. And then if you want to stick around, you're more than welcome. But if not, someone will follow up with you.
Excellent. Thank you guys very much.
Thanks so much. Okay, moving on to the public hearing portion of our meeting. We have 2 public hearings tonight. First one is item 14.1, Land Use Bylaw Amendment C-1260-185. I will call this public hearing to order and look for an introduction from administration, turning it over to Ms. Patil.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Administration has received an application to rezone the subject property from Public Service District to Direct Control District 36. The site is located at 11007 106th Street. It is approximately 0.8 hectares in area and contains an existing 1-story building operated by Rising Above, which is a registered Canadian charity in Grande Prairie. Rising Above is known for its residential treatment program. This facility helps people with maladaptive behaviors, including but not limited to drug and alcohol abuse, patterns of homelessness, criminal activity, and so on. The applicant has requested to rezone the property from Public Service District to a Direct Control District. Historically, this type of development was classified as Community Outreach Facility. Since then, there have been amendments to the Land Use Bylaw to better define such uses. According to the current bylaw, permanent supported housing use is appropriate for this development. Permanent supported housing requires direct control district as per the land use bylaw. Rezoning will allow the current facility to operate as originally approved and to permit its expansion following the best use classification as per the current bylaw. The proposed amendment was circulated to internal and external stakeholders, including the adjacent school board. Administration received no responses to the notification. Based on this background and analysis, it is recommended that Council give 3 readings to this bylaw. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Patel. I will open it up for questions for administration, recognizing Councillor Berg.
Actually, Mayor, no question, just ready for business.
Okay. Just give another opportunity for questions for administration, recognizing Councillor Bressey.
Great, thank you. A couple questions. Number one, I just want to make sure I understand correctly. So are you saying that permanent supportive housing is just not in any other land use districts? So it's literally impossible to build permanent supportive housing if you don't direct control it?
Ms. Patel?
Thank you, through the Mayor. Permanent supported housing, as a definition in the land use bylaw, requires it to be in a direct control district.
Okay, great, thank you. And then I'm also curious, it's a very broadly open DC, which is basically saying a development officer decides everything in it, which seems a little bit unusual to me. Was there any consideration about creating a DC that was aligned with other DCs, or just what was the thinking about leaving it so broad open?
Ms. Patel?
Thank you, through the Mayor. The DC was left as open was because it was primarily to accommodate the change of use classification, and the new proposal is still under the initial stage, so we didn't want restrictions for the new edition.
Okay, so. Have there been any conversations about? I am a little bit concerned about. We don't know what setbacks are going to look like. We don't know what aesthetic controls are going to look like. We don't. So I'm just kind of curious what the vision of the build is. It's just really hard for me when we're literally imposing no standards on it to know what we're going to get here.
the site standards which are in the DC are equivalent to what was in the public service district.
Okay.
So there's no change in that terms.
Okay. Thank you.
So I see no further questions for administration. I'm now going to move to the presentation and submission portion of the public hearing. I will ask if there's anyone here to speak in support of this land use bylaw amendment to please come forward at this time. I will ask a second time if there's anyone to come here to speak in support of the land use bylaw amendment C-1260-185 to come forward now. And I'll ask a third time. There's no one online and no one in the chambers. Double check to see if there's anyone here who would like to speak in support of this land use bylaw amendment C-1260-185. Seeing you were this close to not coming.
I'm waving at you. I was waving at him too.
Once you get set up, sir, please introduce yourself for those who might be watching.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'm Mel Sigelko, the Director of Rising Above. So I came just more to observe and to hear, and I see a few councillors saying I should come up and speak about this. And so this new facility will allow us to not only bring our ladies that are scattered in 4 different residentials onto our current property, plus expand our bed capacity by 19 new beds and put them all on the same physical property. So as an organization, we're really excited about this opportunity and potential. And so that's about all I've got to say.
Councillor Bressey, question for the okay. All right. Thank you for being here tonight.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Council.
Not a problem. I will now see if there's anyone here to speak in opposition to this land use bylaw amendment. See if there's online or anyone in the chambers here to speak in opposition of land use bylaw amendment C-1260-185. And a third time, if there's anyone here or online to speak in opposition of land use bylaw amendment C-1260-185. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing, look to business arising, and recognize Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I would recommend that Council give first reading to Bylaw C-1260-185, being an amendment to the land use bylaw. And just speaking to this, Rising Above has done some amazing work in our community. This will allow them to consolidate and become far more efficient in the use of their resources and expand the number of people that they can have. They've got a great success rate. So yeah, it's just something that I'm very much in favor of. I also see this as just the next step. This has been around for quite some time, and they've been doing some fundraising. We're all well aware of what they're doing. We've already signed over the land so that they could borrow against it. This just is the next level of paperwork. So I encourage everybody to support this.
Thanks so much. So no discussion or debate on first reading. So I'll call the question. Please vote.
Bressey in favor.
That carries unanimously. Councillor Berg.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I would like to give second reading to Bylaw C-1260-185.
That motion is in order. Opportunity for discussion or debate. Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call the question. Please vote. That carries unanimously. Councillor Berg.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I would like that Council have third reading of Bylaw C-1260-185.
That motion is in order. In order for us to have third reading here tonight, it must pass unanimously. Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call the question. Please vote. And that does carry unanimously. Councillor Berg.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'd also like to recommend that Council give third reading to Bylaw C-1260 or 1260-185.
The motion is in order. Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call the question. And that carries unanimously. Moving on to item 14.2 on tonight's agenda, Transportation System Bylaw C-1477. I will call this public hearing to order and look for an introduction from administration. Ms. Coulter, welcome.
Good evening, Council.
Tonight, I'm bringing forward Bylaw 1477, the Transportation System Bylaw. The previous version of this bylaw was presented in August of 2022. That version of the bylaw did not include the Township Road 720 connection to Highway 43. The third reading of this bylaw was not held, and Council directed the Mayor and Administration to undertake advocacy for the Highway 43 access points. This advocacy was completed successfully, and representatives from Alberta Transportation Team have indicated that the proposed bylaw is acceptable with the addition of the Highway 43 access at Township Road 720. Administration is recommending that Council give 3 readings to this bylaw.
Thank you for that introduction. Opportunity for questions for administration. Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, this is the one that's crossing over to get access over Highway 43? Is that correct?
This one is if you were to go on 43X, it would be to your east.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, no question.
Sorry, Councillor. It depends what direction you're on 43X, but it's between 43X and the airport. Okay. Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, no worries, Mayor Clayton. I don't have any questions for administration. This seems pretty cut and dry, and we can improve it as it is with all the extra work that we asked them to put into and those accesses now in the Transportation Master Plan. If we don't improve it, I feel like, as it's stated, it's a big risk to us. We have to have this approved. So I'm ready to do business if there are no questions.
Just have to go through the process, but when I do, I'll come back to you.
For sure.
For sure. All right, seeing no further question for administration, I will move to the presentation and submission portion of the public hearing. I will ask if there's anyone here to speak in support of this Transportation System Bylaw C-1477. Seeing no one, I'll ask a second time if there's anyone here to speak in support of this Transportation System Bylaw. And a third time checking online and looking in the chambers to see if there's anyone here to speak in support of Transportation System Bylaw C-1477. Seeing no one, I'll ask if there's anyone here to speak in opposition to Transportation System Bylaw C-1477. And I'll ask a second time to see if there's anyone here or online to speak in opposition. And a third time to see if there's anyone here to speak in opposition to Transportation System Bylaw C-1477. Seeing none, no one, I will close the public hearing, look to business arising, and recognizing Councillor Thiessen.
Well, thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I would like to move that Council give first reading to Bylaw C-1477, being the Transportation System Bylaw.
Perfect. That motion is in order. No discussion or debate on first reading, so I'll call the question.
Bressey in favor.
And that carries unanimously. Councillor Thiessen.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I would move that Council give second reading to Bylaw C-1477.
That motion is in order. Opportunity for discussion or debate or questions for administration, recognizing Councillor Bressey.
I just want to say thank you and good job to administration. For those of us that are around the table, we got a pretty hard no from the province to this originally, even to the degree of we had debate, should we even bother with advocacy? And so good job, administration, on the advocacy for this. I think this is an important change to preserve access and opportunity in our future industrial areas. So this really is important. So thank you for everybody that put work into this.
All right. Seeing no one else, I'll call the question on second reading. That carries unanimously. Councillor Thiessen.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I move that Council have third reading for Bylaw C-1477 at this meeting.
A motion is in order, and in order for us to have third reading here tonight, it must pass unanimously. Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call the question. And that does carry unanimously. Councillor Thiessen.
Thanks one last time, Mayor Clayton. I would move that Council give third reading to Bylaw C-1477, being the Transportation System Bylaw.
Perfect. Thanks for that. That motion is in order. Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call the question. Please vote. That does carry unanimously. Thank you for that. Moving to unfinished business, there's one item of unfinished business in our agenda tonight, the Maskwa Medical Facility Borrowing and Lending Bylaws. And with that, I will turn this, I I don't know if council needs an introduction to this. If you recall from a previous meeting, there was, through this process of borrowing and lending bylaws, there was a consultation period in the community. I guess my question before we go to business arising is maybe for the city manager in regards to if we had any feedback from the community or any concerns.
No concerns are raised.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I'll look to business rising, recognizing Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I would move that council give second reading to Maskwa Medical Facility Borrowing Bylaw C1475.
Great, opportunity for questions, discussion, debate. Seeing no one, I'll call a question on second reading. This is carried unanimously. Councillor Blackmore.
And I would move that council have third reading of borrowing bylaw C1475 at this meeting.
That motion is in order.
Oh, we just go right ahead with it. That we give third reading.
Yep. Yeah. Yep. That motion is in order, so I'll call the question. And that carries unanimously. Councillor Blackmore.
I would move that council give second reading to Maskwa Medical Facility Lending Bylaw C1476.
That motion is in order. Opportunity for discussion or debate. Questions for administration. Seeing none, I'll call the question on second reading. And that carries unanimously. Councillor Blackmore.
And I would move third reading of bylaw C1476.
Thank you for that. That motion is in order. I'll call the question. And that too carries unanimously. Thank you for that. Moving on to delegation business tonight. From tonight, in this evening's session, we had two delegations. First one being Salvation Army, and I would recognize Councillor Blackmore.
I have a question for administration, probably the city manager, but we don't generally give funds for buildings. And so I'm wondering what the process would be should we decide to provide funding to this project.
Mr. Burke.
It would be to identify a funding source. So some options are that this gets deferred to regular budget. This could be something in consideration of Council Strategic Initiatives Fund, or this the Future Expenditure Reserve would be the third option. And Ms. Nestabo would be able to give the current balances of all those if that was sought. That would be it would be to identify a funding source if Council chose to proceed.
So our position is that should we do this, our position would be that we are funding the organization and not the facility.
Mr. Burke.
So as we've done with other similar arrangements, not the same, but similar, is that we do a funding agreement. So that could have certain terms, conditions, and expectations that are required that would protect the city's interests, or ask for things that we want in such an arrangement. So there is that opportunity if there was direction to negotiate a funding agreement with certain outcomes that administration could take that away and proceed.
That's my questions.
Councillor O'Connor, I know you want to do business, but do you have questions for administration? Okay. No, other people might. I'm just asking. Thanks. A question for Mr. Burke or appropriate individual. I guess Chief Lemieux, can you tell me when council expects to see the report on recommendations for a backbone organization for food security?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I believe we asked that question of TAM Director Wenzel, and she had indicated early October.
Early October, thank you. Okay. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. Just to the CEO, what was the third option that you had suggested?
Future Expenditure Reserve, FER.
And my other question was, what is in the Council Strategic Fund?
There's approximately $500,000 there.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Blackmore.
I had a great question. Now I just have to remember it. I remember.
Go for
So
it.
if we choose to refer this to budget but still want to support the organization, my understanding is that a letter of support would be helpful to them.
I think that we heard that from the proponent today, that a letter of support when they're doing their grant applications would be valuable.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. To my understanding, I think what they would prefer is a commitment, and we decide where that money comes from. Maybe that is through budget deliberations, but if we are giving a commitment to the $350,000, would be hugely appreciated versus a letter.
Right. I'll go to Councillor O'Connor for business arising.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'd like to move that we support the Salvation Army's request for $350,000, and it can either be taken out of our council's strategic fund or expenditures reserve, whatever works best.
Administration has suggested you come up with a funding source, so pick one and then we'll discuss and debate.
Okay. How much money is left in the expenditure?
500. Council's strategic initiatives? Oh, future. Go ahead, sorry.
1.9 million.
I'd like to recommend that it come out of the expenditures reserve, and we can put conditions. So right now I'd like to see a letter be sent saying we're going to commit to that, and then we can debate it at council, at our budget deliberations, or we go ahead right now. So whatever you want.
Well, sorry. You decide. You're the one who wants to do business arising, so would you like to make a motion for it to go to budget deliberations?
No, let's do it.
So your motion is to fund the $350,000 through the funding source of the financial stabilization, or sorry, future expenditures reserve.
Exactly.
Okay.
And to speak to it, I think it's important to recognize that, no, it's a confidential thing, so I don't want to break into any confidential information. So I do know that the previous ask was after the year of 2021, during the pandemic, they had massive cost overruns, and that's why they came to us, because they couldn't afford to run the food bank. So that's why they came and asked us for money. So I'd appreciate if everyone would support this. It puts them into one single facility, makes their organization more efficient by having offloading of all the materials into one place, provides a facility for storage of frozen and cooler type freezing capacity, and to be a hub for the north for the food banks. So I think it's important that we support the Salvation Army in this procedure. So please support this motion.
Recognizing Councillor Bressey.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Thank you, Councillor O'Connor, for making the motion. I am inclined to support this. I think, frankly, it's incredible that they're only asking us for 5% of their total capital budget, and how little they ask us for operating funding. The fact they've only asked us once in 100 years is remarkable for how well subscribed their program is, with 20% of our residents accessing it. And I think 99.9% of our residents would agree that this is a vital, important community service. Would actually be surprised with how little that we as municipality have contributed to this in the past. And that's because this organization has been so dedicated to fundraising. I think it would have been easy for them to come and ask us for a couple $1 million and not work their butts off fundraising as much as they're committed to fundraising. But I appreciate that they've come and asked with what I consider a very modest request. And so I'll be supporting this today.
Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I will support this motion as well. I believe that Salvation Army has done a great job for the last 105 years, but for me, I believe that we are supporting 18% of our population with this amount of money. And the reality is if we were providing that same service, it would be significantly more expensive than $350,000. So I would definitely support this motion. I'm curious if we have any expectation in return for the money. We haven't talked about that at the council table, what we would want to see in a funding agreement. So I had asked that question of council. Do you have any expectations?
If you have any expectations, you make amendments to the motion.
I personally don't, but
I do, but I'll wait my turn. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. I too am in support of this motion. Thank you, Councillor O'Connor, for putting that out there. I think outside of what the other two councillors just said, I won't repeat, but quite honestly, we're putting our money where our mouth is. If we're talking about quality of life in our strategic directions for this city and our community, I think this is speaking to it. Not only this, the one before with Maskwa. I think if there's two big things that are going into our community in this near future, these two are going to speak to, you know, tens of thousands of the people that live here. So I support this wholeheartedly. Not only just Grande Prairie as a community, but our regional partners and our greater community that needs both this one and the last one that we voted on. So I think it's a great avenue that we're going down. It's unique and different. And yes, we don't typically sponsor or give money to organizations, but I think this is a bit of an anomaly.
I got a couple things for an amendment. I would move that amend the existing motion to include that the Salvation Organization be the backbone for food security, and that through that, what that entails is discussed with administration and brought back to council for approval. I think that if we want, we've heard from administration and many organizations that FAST as an organization maybe not serving the needs that it needs to in our community. And I don't know if the answers I got tonight in regards to what a backbone organization in collaboration of the many organizations is truly understood at this point from the proponent. It isn't about collecting all the food and distributing it. It's about filling voids and making sure that not everybody's doing the same, not everybody's serving lunch, or not everybody's doing hampers. It's more of an operational piece. And so my expectation would be that with this money, the organization is the backbone organization for food security within our community. The other part, I'm just going to read my wording, is that I just remind Councillor Bosch that the previous agreement was a loan. This is not a loan. And so I think that in order to approve this money, I would also amend that upon agreement from our municipal partners that we support $350,000, because the reality is if our municipal partners don't give their share, they're going to come back to us for the other 150. So the amendments right now are that the motion to add in return for this funding, Salvation Army be the backbone for food security, and with details of this be brought back for approval by council, and that the request upon approval from our municipal partners be funded from the future expenditures reserve. So those are the amendments. Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Yeah, I can't support the amendments. I think the right thing to do here is to understand that we have hungry bellies in our community and that those bellies need to be filled. To place extra expectations on an organization on how they're going to run and operate their business on the condition that they get money, on the condition that the only way they can actually be the backbone organization for food security in our community is if they get that money and if they build this warehouse. I think I heard Mr. Kim clearly say that distribution is the biggest issue that they face, and that they could get the food to places as long as they had a place to store it. But right now, it's kind of willy-nilly. Somebody's got their little storage, somebody's got their little storage, because they're kind of over capacity here. I look at it like decisions of the past. What's the thing to do or the right thing to do? And I think us ensuring that and I'll disagree a bit with Councillor Blackmore here. She said 18% of the community are served by the Salvation Army, and I disagree. I think 100% of our community can be served by the Salvation Army. Not that I want it to be, but at some point or another, people unfortunately hit hard times for whatever reason. So that puts every member of our community at the possibility of being able to pick up a food hamper because they don't have food security themselves. I just think this is too burdensome. I feel fairly confident that our regional partners, upon our contribution, will gladly contribute. We all invest a good chunk of thousands of dollars into the Healthy Snacks to School programs. We're all in on that together. We're all in on taking care of the region together. We know what role the Salvation Army plays, and we know how important food security is as an issue now and currently in our community. So for those reasons, I can't put conditions on this money. I just think it's the right thing to do, and Salvation Army has played a big role in our community for a century. Thank you very much.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I guess maybe my question's for admin. Do we need to be putting any dates on this? I guess I'm just wondering. The way I read this, it's kind of an open-ended forever, and it sounds like they have some drop-dead dates. Like, part of me is wondering if we need to put dates in this. It's up till February 1 or March 1 of 2025. I'm not sure how this would work if we said this and they just got extensions and extensions and extensions, and then the scope changed or anything. Like, the way I'm reading this now, we approve this, we're done. But if their scope changes or the dates change, do we care? And I guess for me, I kind of do, because if that changed, then I would want to re-speak to this. I don't think we put a date to this. By the sounds of it, we're step one of the dominoes falling. So I don't know if putting a date to this would hurt us. But I do worry that it could tie up this money and they could change the scope. And then it's kind of assumed that we're just going to give the money even if the scope changes. I'm hoping that's not the intent of the Salvation Army. So I guess my question for admin is, are we leaving ourselves open for oopses here, or should we put a date to this?
Mr. Burke.
If council have certain expectations, that should be included in a motion for us to go away and negotiate those terms. So if we're interpreting right now that this money would be transferred to them. If you'd like conditions, I would recommend putting a motion to that.
Okay. So, do you want amendments? We already have one amendment. Do you want
amendment? We'll come to another.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
As it's my motion, do I not have to let you know whether or not I want to accept an amendment? No?
It's a motion to amend.
Okay. Oh, it's an angry amendment. Okay, fine.
Councillor Bressey.
Great, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I can't support these amendments. Speaking about being the backbone organization, two concerns about that. Number one, I think one of the things that's needed with a backbone organization is, frankly, somebody who can say to programs, sorry, you're duplicating services, you're one program that's getting funded, you're another program that's not. I don't think it's appropriate for one of the major current players in the space to be playing that role and to be saying to other programs, sorry, you're not happening because we're running our program. So I'm not quite sure if I'm wrapping my head around this being the correct organization to take on that coordinating role. The other thing for me, though, is this is asking them to take on a major operational consideration, add something pretty major to their operations. And frankly, we don't have enough table stakes to demand that. We're not providing any ongoing operational funding, at least under this motion, to fund the additional work we'd be asking them to do. And we're only paying 5% of their capital projects. So for me, it's not fair to make this funding contingent on them being the backbone organization, even if I thought they were the correct backbone organization. As for asking other municipalities to support, I really hope they do. But when I do my math, about 20% of our population accesses the food bank. We're probably higher than 65,000, but we'll just take that number, and that's 13,000 people. That means that this 350,000 is $27 per hungry City of Grande Prairie resident that we're paying to make sure that there's an adequate facility that can feed them. That's a pretty reasonable amount for me. So I really hope our municipal partners come to the table, but it's an amount that I think is appropriate for us to come to the table, regardless of if our partners do the right thing as well.
backbone organization, they said yes. And so, what that looks like is why that's in my motion, to bring back what that looks like. We've had reports from administration saying what the needs are. Initially, when the Salvation Army was asked, when the evaluation was done, they said they didn't have capacity. And tonight they were asked and they said they did have capacity. So I don't know if they went away and figured out they did, or if there's a clear understanding. And that's why I think it's really important to bring back that conversation to council to say, yeah, that makes sense. If there was a motion here tonight to say, you know what, let's fund a navigator to make sure that collaboration of all our organizations that are doing food security services is efficient and effective as council wanted, I would have fully supported that. But that's not the motion on the floor, and therefore this is a way for us to have some input into what food security looks like. A collaboration of all the incredible services we have out there is where we're going to find efficiencies and effectiveness. So for me, Salvation Army has always done incredible work. I just want to make sure that we are successful in achieving a better service of food security. And if we don't have a backbone organization, I don't think we're gonna. We're gonna have an expanded Salvation Army service, and they, on their own, won't fill all the voids. So I think that there's an opportunity for a backbone. I also think it's really and I also think it's really important to wait for administration's report. Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. I am fully in support of this amendment. It's actually something I was going to speak to, and then when you jumped in, I pulled myself out of queue. But now that I'm hearing some dissent, I felt that I should speak up. Similar to just what Mayor Clayton had mentioned, we desperately need, I feel, to have that backbone organization. Today we asked, and he said, yes, if I have the new building, we have the capacity. So if he said that he didn't, well, of course not. But since he spoke up and said that yes, he does, we have a willing partner. So I would pass this regardless. But it's something that we desperately need, and it's something that we've been searching for, and now we've had somebody step forward. I think we need to seize the moment and pass this amendment and move forward in a more positive, structured, and organized way.
Councillor Blackmore.
I do support the amendment. I'm not necessarily. It's not necessarily contingent for me that the other municipal partners pay, although I think they will.
I'm happy to split the amendment.
But that would work for me. But for the backbone organization, I think that once the Salvation Army quits moving food continuously, they will have more capacity. And I think that whether they want to or not, they will become the de facto backbone because they are the biggest player out there. And so what, in my mind, it's more important for us to decide what kind of support we would give them as a backbone organization than to say that that was not a role that they suited. Generally, in nonprofit worlds, when you have a skeleton funding model and you're using a backbone model to disseminate services, the organization that acts as a backbone does not decide who gets to play or not play. They simply make recommendations. So if we said to ABC Foods, who wants money in order to support families, we'd say to them, do you have the support of your local FAST organization? And if they say yes, and the food bank said, well, no, we don't support them, that would tell us what to do with funding. But they would not be the organization that said yay or nay to any other organization. They're just simply the structure around which everything is built. So yeah, I don't know that we need to specify that because I think it's going to happen regardless.
Councillor O'Toole.
I fully support this motion and amendment. The Salvation Army is a nationwide organization, and it's also international. They've got a lot of support throughout the country, business sense, that kind of stuff. So I do like having the contingent on support of the project by municipal partners. I feel that is important, but it's not a game changer for me. I think they're going to come through. They understand. The other day I talked to Peter Kim and I said, what kind of food are you looking for? Is there a top 10 that you need? He says, we don't have any baby food. We don't have any diapers. We don't have anything. The building is almost empty that they have right now. And so they've only got maybe another month of food and then they're done. So it's a big important thing for me. If they can get more food in there, they can look after more people. And I think we're doing the right thing. I think we're taking the bull by the horns and showing what Grande Prairie is all about. Thank you.
Councillor O'Connor.
Yeah, I have a little bit of concern about this amendment. We're committing an organization to something when they haven't got the project started yet. We've just funded them the $350. They don't have the building yet, and now you're trying to make them the backbone. I would not support this amendment for that purpose unless you're willing to fund a navigator for the organization to go ahead and do this. So I think it's important that we rethink this. I'd recommend you not support this amendment, but make a second amendment once we have supported the first motion that's on the floor. So I would ask you to defeat this motion.
Councillor Bressey.
Great, thank you. My observation is I don't think all of us around this table are aligned on what we think a backbone organization is. And what I heard there sure wasn't aligned with what I'm hearing from council. I heard the delegation talking about they could be the backbone of distribution, which is very different than what I think council's talking about, which is being the backbone of strategy. I don't know if that organization is prepared to take on that backbone of strategy. I don't know if they have the resources for it. Maybe they do. I honestly don't know, because I don't think that was really articulated. I didn't hear that articulated today, though. I'm really nervous about making decisions today about saying that's going to be our backbone organization. At the same time, I think this building's needed regardless of who the backbone is going to be. So to connect these two just does not seem prudent at all to me right now. So I really hope that this amendment is defeated.
I just will remind you, Councillor Bressey, that they were part of the evaluation when a backbone organization was identified in that report. So, and they said they couldn't do it. And tonight they said they could. So, Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'm happy to support the original motion, and the more I think about them, I think we have to support the amendment. We can't have organizations come in and say they can do something and then not hold them accountable. They said they could do it. And to Councillor Bressey's point, maybe it won't be exactly what we're looking, but we need an organization at some point to step up and take responsibility for these parts. We've talked about picking champions. We're going to have an incredibly challenging budget coming up. And so to give money to an organization, unless there's some expectations tied to it, I can't continue to do that. I think we have to start being very strategic about our spending in our community, not just give groups money because they come up and they're nice. If this group's willing to solve the problem, which they said they were willing to do, then take them up on it. Why would we not make them accountable for what they said they think they can do? We're not asking for them to make miracles here. This is, like Councillor O'Toole said, this is a massive organization. The people that are sitting at this table have been in this space for a long time and very compassionate about it. If we don't give them the lead, who's going to take it? And so by picking a champion, we're going to have something happen. If we don't pick a champion here today at some point and giving them funding, we're going to be doing this forever. We're just going to go around in a circle trying to find this right group. We're going to spend immense time circling around. They said they can do it. Why would we not take an organization up on their word? We're about to try to give them $350,000, so I don't know why we wouldn't ask them to help us in that next step as well. So I'm hoping we're all supporting the amendment and the original motion.
Councillor Bosch.
Wow, I think this is going to be a close vote. I will not be supporting it. And the reason for that is just to what many councillors said here tonight. This organization has been around a very long time, 105 years here. They know what they're doing. And if there is people that need to lean on them, they're going to be there for those people. But it takes two sides. And if the city wants to be Big Brother, then pay for it, right? And so give them a navigator. I do think that a navigator would help everybody, not only Salvation Army, which is quite comfortable in this avenue, but maybe it's a lot of the small organizations that are struggling, that don't have a big backbone behind them. Maybe that's who needs the navigator. And putting putting these provisions onto somebody who's doing a good job on their own right, I think is overstepping on our part. So I fully support the first motion, but I will not support the second. Thank you.
Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I really enjoy this discussion that we're having around the table. I just want to thank Councillor Bressey because he's expressed what I was struggling with. Like, define me what the backbone for food security is. I mean, I've been working for 11 years on sustainability through community design, edible landscaping, supporting groups like the Salvation Army. To me, the city, it seems to be the backbone of the entire community whenever the community is stressed in some capacity, and they do come to us. I do think it's unfair that we place these expectations on the Salvation Army directly to try to be responsible to ensure that everybody has food security. Because the reality is, we all have responsibility in providing food security. The Salvation Army doesn't go out and buy groceries with their funding. They get donations. And so the people are the backbone of the services of the Salvation Army. And for us to demand that of the Salvation Army is, I don't know, in my part, I guess we're giving them cash, but at the same time, it's cash with strings attached, and we could easily yank that away. That's not a guarantee, that's a maybe, even though we're dangling the worm at the end of the hook. Saying all that, I still won't support the amendment, but I'd like to move that we split this, as most of the conversation has been around the backbone and none of it has really centered around our municipal or regional partners. So thank you.
Okay. So that's in order to split the amendment. I'm going to speak to close on both separately. I think, the funding partners, the funding being contingent on the municipal partners is in reality just shows everybody's at the table. I think that every single day we show what a great collaborative region we are, and our partners are going to be as willing as we are to support this. In the end of the day, there's intent there for us to talk about holding our municipal partners responsible. We know that this will be an opportunity where people can come in, take groceries. They're not going to be asking questions. It's not going to be uncomfortable. People could be from British Columbia and coming in and getting money, or rather getting food. There won't be questions asked. So everybody needs to be at the table for this, and I think it's only responsible. We're heading into an extremely tough budget deliberation. Extremely tough. Probably the toughest I've seen in 10 years. And so every dollar will count. And if we're not holding people accountable to spending the money in appropriate places to make sure that we get, good outcomes from our money, I think we're not doing our job properly. End of the day, our municipal partners are willing and able to be part of this equation, and therefore I think we should hold them accountable to it. It still could come back and still get approved. It doesn't say that if we don't get municipal partners that we're not going to fund it. I just think that we should. The funding will be contingent, but there will still be discussion and debate on that, because if they don't get municipal dollars, guaranteed they're coming back to us for more. So I will call the question on the amendment to add the funding being contingent on the support of the project from other municipal partners. And that carries 5-4. Now to the amendment on that the Salvation Army be part of, be the backbone for food security, with details to be brought back for approval by council. And I just remind, I really appreciate the comments by Councillor Thiessen and Councillor Bressey that it appears there's a little bit of a misunderstanding of what that would look like. That's why, to be honest, I think we should table the whole thing until we have a report from administration of what that backbone would look like, and also until we have budget deliberations. But for now, this being contingent on the fact that they be the food security backbone, as been said many times tonight, they will be the largest organization. They will have the opportunities because they'll collect the most money, the most food, they'll have the most space, so they can be the quarterback of food security. They said tonight that they, had that capacity. If it comes back in conversations with administration that they don't have the right people, I think that when this comes back to approval for council, we can have those conversations then. The reality is although this in the scheme of things is not a ton of money, it's still handing out money and not filling the needs that we've had at multiple standing committees talking about food security. Food security is this council's biggest discussion when it comes to that bucket, not about helping someone buy a building. And if they can't help us with food security, even though they will through expanded capacity, then I think it's missing part of the equation. I really encourage council to support this. It will come back to council for considerations. And if through discussions with administration and the Salvation Army, we can't come to an agreement or it doesn't make sense, council will have an opportunity to weigh in at that time. So I'll call the question on that amendment. And that is carried 5-4. Now to the original motion. I have someone else. Did you have another amendment or something? Yeah, no, for sure. Councillor O'Connor, I see you in the queue, but are you looking for close or do you have a question for administration?
Well, you used a slippery slope argument,
okay,
which I didn't appreciate, because we're putting into the mouths of an organization that has yet to buy a building. And then if you want to sit down with the Salvation Army and discuss with them of them filling a role, then I really think that we should do that. But to make it contingent, that here's the money and you're going to make it contingent, I don't know.
Sorry, that motion's already done, and administration will have conversations as the discussion at standing committee. All right, Councillor Bressey.
Great, thank you. So a question I've got for administration is, in light of that amendment, if this motion is amended passes, does that change the report that's expected in early October? Or I guess I'm trying to figure out what this motion, if it passes tonight, what this looks like.
Chief Lemieux.
I think, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think it changes our approach for sure, that we would go and speak to the Salvation Army first.
Because originally at standing committee, it was discussed about finding an organization. Now this money's been tied to an organization. So that would be my expectations, that administration will go sit down with Salvation Army and talk about what that quarterback role looks like.
Yeah. So I'm gonna make a motion that breaks my heart a little bit to make, because I really wanted to fund them today. But in light of this, I think if this is the direction council wants to go, I absolutely can't support it. I'll support what council's decision is, but I don't think we're going to be successful if we're just saying tonight, yes, they're definitely the one. So for me, I would like to move that we postpone this, matter. I'm happy to give a date to it if that's what we want, or I could say postpone until, but I'm just kind of...
Yeah, so just a couple thoughts. Administration's report will come back at the beginning of early October.
Yep.
Budget's not till November. It could be delayed till budget deliberations is an option for you. It could be delayed till, 2 weeks following the council meeting following the standing committee report. Just some options.
Yeah, I think that I wonder if this would be too vague of direction, but I guess I don't want it till budget, because for me, we've got so much to talk about budget, and I think this is a substantive conversation on its own. So I think the direction I'm going to give, but given this in the motion I'm going to make, but open to friendly amendments or open to feedback, but was postpone this until, I'll just put a date to it. Postpone this until the October 7th meeting.
Okay.
And then that will give us an opportunity to have these conversations. That's after a standing committee in October. And if administration has to come back and say, hey, can you postpone it 2 more weeks? I'd be very open to that then. But I think that's probably the easiest right now to let those conversations happen, is just pick a date. I
just want to clarify with administration. So we have a council meeting on the 7th. Chief Lemieux, would there be an expectation that the report was actually coming October 1st? I know you said early October, but is the standing committee report coming on October 1st? Or would Councillor Bressey be better to look to the October 21st council meeting?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm going to suggest now that we have a bit of a different strategy. I think I'll touch base with my staff tomorrow, but I think if you say October the 7th, if we need to postpone again, we'll let you know, but we'll do our very best to get a report in before that time.
Okay.
Excellent. Thank you.
You're good, Councillor Bressey?
I think
On this matter until the October 7th City Council meeting.
Yeah, just we're gonna one question I want to get is there is in this and also there was part of the motion is write a letter of support for the proposed project. I also hoping that if we're postponing this, we're writing that there's another motion to write that letter today. So do we need to edit the motion in order to make it a motion like that, or?
I would suggest that Councillor O'Connor possibly has a friendly amendment, pulls that portion, and then somebody makes that motion separately, because it would table the entire action, right? So if you still want that letter of support written prior, then I would say you do a friendly amendment to your original motion, removing writing a letter of support, and then have someone come back and do a subsequent motion.
So explain that to me again.
You're going to pull out the portion of your motion that says write a letter of support for the proposed project, because Councillor Bressey currently is looking to delay decision on this, which would also delay decision on writing a letter of support. If you pull it out now, somebody else can make a subsequent motion for a letter of support.
Yeah, I'm not in support of that.
Okay.
You know, we
So there
made
won't
it.
be a letter of support, just so you know.
I want to see a letter of support, so I'm not in favor of changing my motion.
So, okay, that's fine. I'm just saying there's a motion right now that's going to be to table the whole thing.
Wow.
In that case, could I withdraw my motion, make a different one, Mayor Clayton?
You can.
I would move the council strike and write a letter of support from this motion. And again, the intent is to make room to make that motion subsequently.
So basically this is an amendment. The amendment is to strike the wording, write a letter of support for the proposed project. Would you like to speak to that before I move to others in the queue?
Yeah, and again, Councillor O'Connor, it's because I want to write a letter of support tonight, but I also want to postpone this. And so that's what I'm doing, because I want to get that letter of support and I don't want to postpone that. And I hope the council will postpone the rest of the motion.
Okay, so we will now discuss and debate the amendment. If you're in the queue on the motion, which we'll come back to, actually, let's just discuss and debate the amendment. Councillor Bosch. Okay, Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I can't support it because it does not help the sequencing at all. I mean, if we push this back to October 7th, they're still trying to get federal, provincial, go to our funding partners. I think we missed the ball on it. And when I read the motion we made, that for the return of the funding, the Salvation Army, the backbone of food security, tomorrow they can tell us they're not interested in that. And then this problem's different. They haven't said they wouldn't do this yet, and we're trying to postpone it. Like, I don't know why we'd want to postpone.
Just because there's a committee report coming.
Sure, but if we wait for that report, there's a good chance this whole project falls apart. It's October 7th. We heard that the sequencing is very tight already, in my opinion, to actually make this happen, to go get federal funding, provincial funding, get all of our partners. I think if we postpone this, we are in essence saying we're out. If you're upset about the first part, about the funding part, the Salvation Army can come back tomorrow and say, we can't do that. And then that's a whole other conversation. But I don't think us postponing this helps the
But
Salvation.
there actually isn't a motion to postpone right now on the table. It's about amending the motion to strike a letter of support for the proposed project.
Okay, sorry, I didn't see that. So
That's what we're discussing.
So we're not talking about, we're still
Not yet.
fully, okay, well.
Yeah.
Well, no, that.
No. So right now,
I'm just
gonna
gonna,
debate whether or
I'm
not you want
supporting
us
the
to write
original motion and just saying no to this one, I guess. That's all.
So, Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. Oh, this is tight everywhere. So to strike letter of support because we want to put another motion so that we can write a letter of support. But yet we put contingencies on this group that if they don't be the backbone and run all our food security in this city, they may not get the money anyway. Or if our other community or regional partners don't give them money, they may not give them the money either. So really, this really is messy, super messy. I think it's absolutely sad that we're even having these discussions. I think you give people who are in our community who have the ability to help 20% plus of our community, 350,000, 5% of the massive project that they're doing. I'm ashamed that we are even going through every one of these nonsense little motions and not just giving them the 350. That's my opinion only. And, you know, I support that maybe there's others who want accountability. I have 105 years that I use for accountability for this organization. So I'm at a loss as to whether to support it or not support it. Okay, they get a letter, but what good is that? If everything else is contingent on them probably or maybe not getting it. I don't get it.
Councillor Blackmore.
Well, I do want them to get a letter of support, but I will not support this motion because I do not intend to support the motion that will follow. I don't believe that it is healthy for them or us to delay this by a month so that we can get yet another report from administration. We know what that report's basically going to say already. So I will not support either motion.
Councillor O'Connor.
I appreciate that, Councillor Blackmore and Councillor Bosch. I think it's important to understand a key point here. We want to support them, and we're supporting them to the tune of $350,000. I don't think delaying this is in the best interests of the organization. I think it should defeat these next two motions and just approve the original motion as it sits for giving them $350,000. And if you want to meet with them and to bring them to the table and ask if they would like to be, you're almost blackmailing them to be the backbone organization. And that's not fair. If you want to sit down and talk to them, then talk to them and say, would you like to take this role? Yes, we would like to take this role if we own the building. Right now, they don't even have that. So let's clean this up. This is very, very messy, and I don't think this is the right process we should use. So I will not be in favor of this motion.
Okay, so that's the discussion and debate on motion to strike. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Councillor Thiessen. A discussion and debate on the amendment.
Yeah, no, I too won't be supporting this amendment, and I'd like to thank Councillor O'Connor for his passion on this subject, and hopefully we'll find the right outcome in the end. Thank you.
All right, call the question on the amendment to strike and write a letter of support for the proposed project. So that is defeated 8-1. So now back to the amended motion, which will read, just wait for that to get cleared up. 1 second. Sorry, Councillor Bressey.
Great. Well, I'm going to look like a knob in the minutes, but that's okay. Definitely want to write the letter. Yeah, and you see the writing on the wall. This was not going to pass, but I still feel the need to make it. And I'd move that we postpone this to October 7th. I just have such grave concerns about saying tonight, hastily, without discussion, without even council being aligned on what a backbone organization that is going to be it. I don't think it's right when we're only providing 5% of the capital funding and no operational funding. Those arguments have been well made. But even for me, it also is concerns. Is this the right organization? The two big ones I have is, number one, I don't know if a big player in the space is the one that should be saying no to other organizations. Your program's not going to happen. The other one that really concerns me is the Salvation Army does amazing work for what they're doing for running a food bank. But I'm concerned that they don't have a local board of governors. And I'm concerned about how their staff structure works. I think that that's something that I think works for them just be the food bank. I don't think an organization that doesn't have a local board of governors running our entire food strategy for the community, that just doesn't work for me, at least not without getting a lot more conversation about exactly what this looks like and what it doesn't look like. And so for me, I want to give them their money today. I wish it wasn't attached to that, but I'm not ready to say today we're going in the direction that this is our backbone organization. I think that it's when we're thinking about what's long-term best for this community, as much as I want to give them their money today, delaying that for a month so we can get something that will be a long-term thing to stay right is important to me. There is 5 years from now, we're not going to be thinking, oh, did they get their money on October 7th or September 7th? We will be thinking, oh, the backbone organization we picked, either that was the absolute right way to go or that wasn't the right way to go. So let's take the time to pick who we're going to be having backbone this in a way that has good process and real thought, isn't just hasty done tonight.
Councillor Blackmore. So that motion is in order. Sorry, Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'd like to point out that the motion to make them the backbone has already taken place. It's already over. So delaying this a month doesn't change that unless they come to us and say, no, we can't do that, and which time we can change our mind at that point in time, or we can say, okay, we understand. But to me, they're two separate things, and we've already made that motion. So there's no reason to delay the funding.
Sorry, just a point of order, Mayor Clayton. We voted on an amendment for a motion, and that amendment, if the motion carries, would do it, but we haven't passed that motion yet. So that counts. So just a point of order, we haven't given that.
That's true.
Motion.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. My question is, if we do extend this, one is that we can't come to a special council meeting prior to this, is one question, or is it too much on administration? And I guess if the Salvation Army comes back and says, we didn't understand what your goals were versus ours in this backbone situation, then what? Do we pull that money on them? I think I'm still back to I don't think we should have, and it's done already, this backbone piece, but I think we forced something on them that I don't think the understanding was clear. And so if they come back and say, we don't have the resources for that or the manpower, then what? Where do we go then? So that's an open question right now, because all of this is going to feed that main motion.
Councillor O'Connor.
This is my point exactly, is that we're postponing what? What are we going to get back in another month? We need to be able to, they need a commitment now so that they can go ahead and start asking other organizations for their funding. So postponing it is not the right step. Let's allow administration to come back with a report if we have to do that, but let's not postpone it. Let's just get it done and don't support
I just want everyone to understand that right now the motion is amended, and the motion will be contingent on municipal partners and being a backbone organization. So Councillor Bressey is asking for a postponement because the motion that was passed at a public meeting, and if you're in a food bank or food security, you're probably aware of this motion. The committee recommend administration to work with stakeholders to explore the concept of a community-based backbone organization to coordinate efforts, streamline services, and foster collaboration on food security in the community and report back to council with options. So that motion isn't secret. I'm sure they're well aware of that. They were asked tonight if they could do that, be the backbone. They said yes. So Councillor Bressey is suggesting so that administration can go talk with the organization so that there's a clear understanding that we postpone the decision today. I will support Councillor Bressey's motion. Recognizing Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you very much. I have talked to Peter Kim and Jerry Napier. They were given the opportunity to open up that backbone organization. They didn't have the space, and the food comes to them. They distribute it. They got a list of where things go. They're quite aware of what that job is. There's no secrets there. They just didn't have the space, location, and so when he said, I would love to have that now when I get the building done, he could see the glow in his eyes. He was so excited. This is going to make more people not hungry and make things a lot simpler. So if you're thinking that he doesn't know about it, you're wrong. He knows everything about it. That's all I got to say.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I just wanted to echo Councillor O'Toole saying these are three gentlemen in this space for an awfully long time. I don't think the backbone is a new word to them today. So let's just honor the word that they said. My questions for our CEO or our CFO. How often do we give out $350,000 without expectations from organizations? When was the last time we gave $350,000 to somebody without expectations back from them? Can I get some examples maybe of?
There are not examples, but I can talk in general terms that through I can use community group funding as probably the closest example. Even those, we have some core funding agreements that have terms around recognition, conflict of interest, procurement. We can tailor it to certain criteria and then bring those back at a future meeting, because this isn't a template. But we always have some expectations when we proceed. So I would still recommend that we have some agreement in place, depending on how the discussion goes and then the vote. If there's some specific things the council would like, but I would recommend that we do have some agreement in place, even if it's a bare minimum on some of those basic issues.
Okay. And I guess I'm saying that to be a little cheap, but expectations are how we work on budget. We give budgets to admin, they do things. We don't just hand out $350,000 willy-nilly. So I don't think we're being bad people by asking them to do this. We're funding something we all believe in, that we've made a priority, that we want to have move forward with a group of people that probably will be excited about having the lead to finally go do this. They've been trying to get this quarterback in this ball for years. And so I feel like I'm hearing a lot of comments like we're being these horrible people for making them have expectations on getting $350,000 from the community, taxpayers' money. So yes, 20% of people are using it, 80% of people today aren't. So we also have to protect those 80% of people's money. And so asking an organization to do something for expectations is not a bad thing on our part. And so I don't like the tone that we're being these bad people by expecting them to do something. that worries me a little bit, because I don't think that's the message that they were seeing there. I didn't get any negative vibe off of them when we talked about that. They're all well aware of it. So I don't know why we're beating that up. So I'd just be happy to support this tonight so they can get their funding and they can move forward with finding their partners.
Just a follow-up question for Mr. Burke. Following this discussion, would you like a motion it's when we normally give money, we have expectations around procurement and different expectations on our funding. Would you come back with a funding agreement that would include traditional sort of procurement and I don't because we're not lending the money like we did that Maskwa. So other than procurement, what other things might come back in a funding agreement?
My advice is, if this motion passes, there is some other work for us to do, that we go away and come back with, that be part of the recommendations we come back with, in that I don't think it would be helpful for us to draft the agreement here tonight. I think this is the general sense, that we would go away when we bring back the backbone discussion information, we bring back some other terms that are standard that we would recommend.
Okay, perfect. Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. There's been lots of discussion here. I'm still not going to support the postpone motion, but we're still dwelling on this backbone and the expectations. I think it's reasonable to have expectations on any money that we give out, and usually we do. The expectation for me with the Salvation Army is provide a space that you can do greater service out of, and that's what they came to us and asked for. So our $350,000 would have went to that, and that would be my expectation. And similarly, I know I've been hearing this a lot coming around the table, that we're loaning Maskwa Medical Center money, but we gave them $500,000 from our Council Strategic Initiatives Fund at budget with the expectation that they're going to bring us a building. We didn't say we want you to be the backbone of filling our doctors and surgeon shortages. So, that's part of their business case, but part of the Salvation Army's business case is to feed the people of the Peace region. So what we're dealing with here in this debate is a bit of a double standard and the forgetfulness of history, which just recently happened. So for me, I can understand why there's some upset feelings around the table as I listen to it, and then I go, oh, well, I have time to research on this on-the-fly amendment motion, and then I go and look into it, and I see, well, we've already done this before in the past with registered not-for-profits, and we didn't put the backbone expectation on them either. So I get why people are feeling kind of like this is a poor process or a poor wording or overly these expectations are too high on an organization that doesn't have millionaires backing them. So I'm here and all in on that. So I can see where people are upset. So sorry, Councillor Bressey, I can't support this motion, and I do look forward to seeing whatever comes back from administration. Thank you.
Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. I think I have no choice but to support this, and not because it's just the whole turn of events here. We've already voted that this is contingent on the backbone. We've already voted that other municipalities have to be a part of this. So that's all done. I think by voting yes on this, for me, at least gives the Salvation Army and the city administration an opportunity to have a good, wholesome discussion. And at least, in my opinion, feel that Salvation Army will say either yes or no, I can do this or I can't do this or do that. And if that is the case, then we come back to this basically same main motion. Do we give them $350,000, which I will wholeheartedly support. But I don't think we have much choice, but Councillor Bressey's motion at least gives them an opportunity to speak to it prior to us voting. And I think we owe them that.
Councillor O'Connor.
I wholeheartedly disagree. And I disagree that we're going into a partnership and saying, here's your money, but I expect you to do X, Y. I think expecting them to do something, I think that's cool. But to make them do a role without finding out what their resources are to be able to do that role comes with a cost. If you want to come to the table, then show up with the money and pay your way. You shouldn't expect an organization, just because you give money once, that they should continue it forever. So
just chime in, and then I'll go to Councillor Bressey to close. Every time we give money, we have expectations. Whether it's a loan, whether it's you're going to do design engineering drawings with $500,000 to bring a medical facility. They addressed tonight that they have $1 million donor, so they also have millionaires behind them. So I think the reality is, end of the day, that every time we give money, we have expectations. This part's already passed. What we're discussing and debating right now is a postponement. I will support the motion. Councillor Bressey to close. Sorry, Councillor Bressey to close. Yeah.
Yeah, it's again, it's tough for me because I want to give the money today, but I really see the need for a backbone organization in this community. I really see the need for how we coordinate food programs to be rethought, but the emphasis in there is rethought. I think the comments that disturb me most around this table is I'm hearing a few people say, well, they can be the backbone organization because they're going to have space for it. And again, that's councillors talking about. They're going to be the backbone organization for distribution. That's not what we're talking about when it comes to a backbone organization. The space you need to be the backbone organization strategy is a couple offices in a boardroom. Like even the language I'm hearing around this table says that we've got misalignment around this table. Never mind what they expect their role is going to be. I think that when we're picking somebody to be our champion, that needs to be way more thoughtful than I've seen happen today. And so I really hope that council will, as much as it breaks my heart to delay the money, I hope that council will take time to step back, rethink this, and think, what should this relationship look like? Maybe they are the right ones, but I don't think that the way the decision is being made today is setting us up for success.
Call the question of Councillor Bressey's motion to postpone this matter. And that is defeated 3-6. Okay, so that motion, so the postponing will not happen. So we are going to vote on the main motion as amended. Councillor Bressey.
Sorry, I'm going to try one more amendment that I don't think will be controversial, but it's one that it's foreign language. I've seen it in other ones, and I'll look to our CEO if this makes them uncomfortable. I'm happy to withdraw it, but subject to an agreement to the satisfaction of our CEO and city solicitor. And kind of what the intention of this is I do want to give room in this that, yeah, we're expecting a funding agreement with them. It's not just a check tomorrow. There are I don't want administration to step out in the political realm, but the basic just due diligence things that we'd have with any agreement. I want to make sure we're giving direction that we're doing the basic, hey, we've got a clause, we get the money back if the project doesn't happen, things like that. And I'm looking for a amendment that captures that.
Mr. Burke, I think you had said you would bring it back, but
Yes. So I would say I would appreciate an amendment just to that language. I'll also just commit, though, as we bring back some of the other information, that I bring back some of the key ideas that are key terms that we would put in such an agreement, so to make sure we're aligned. But I would appreciate an amendment to that.
go for it then.
So yeah, I'd move subject to a negotiated agreement satisfactory to the city manager and the city solicitor.
So I just want to, so the amended motion, we'll discuss and debate the current amendment, but right now the amended motion reads, Council supports Salvation Army's request for $350,000 to be funded from the Future Expenditures Reserve and write a letter of support for the proposed project. The funding be contingent on the support from other municipal partners, and in return for the funding, the Salvation Army be the backbone for food security, with details of this to be brought back to council for approval. So that's the already approved part. What we're going to discuss and debate right now is the simple line that says subject to a negotiated agreement satisfactory to the city manager and city solicitor. Discussion and debate on that amendment. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. That is actually what I was going to say last time I had put my name in, was that I know I don't have short-term memory all the time, but we already said this, that there was going to be accountability through administration and through our city manager and legal counsel. That was never not said in this entire process of this evening. So I'm just clarifying, which Councillor Bressey did already, but that I do not have, any issue with our administration looking at the, the good business of it. That's right.
So we'll call the question on the amendment. Please vote. That carries unanimously. So now, unless anybody else has any other amendments, we will vote on the amended. Councillor Bressey.
I don't have an amendment, but I will speak to it just to say it's definitely been a divisive last little bit talking about these, but that's democracy. That's how I think that even when I lose votes, I take confidence. Actually, in some ways, when I lose 8-1, it's easier than when I win 5-4 because I think the body's smarter than any individual. But what I really appreciate about this conversation is I haven't heard anybody on council saying we don't want to invest money and make sure that bellies are full in our community. And I love that. I haven't heard, I think everybody's got such great respect for the Salvation Army and the great work they've been doing. They really do embody the Grande Prairie spirit of volunteers going out there, hustling kettles, getting a food bank figured out, doing all of that. And so this is vice versa, this last little bit's been in terms of how do we do this? Really glad to see council aligned in, holy smokes, though, we do want to support the Salvation Army. We do want to feed bellies here. So I want to thank my colleagues for the good debate, even on the ones that I lost, and look forward to supporting the will of council after this motion passes, as I'm hopeful it will.
Okay.
It was my motion, even though it's been amended. Everything's been amended and approved to this point, so I should be given the opportunity to close.
I didn't say you didn't.
Yep.
You will.
He does like you do. Sit there right after.
I appreciate Councillor Bressey's words, and I think that summed it up perfectly. I also think that it's a great opportunity for council to not only fund an organization that does exceptional work, but to potentially achieve a goal of creating an efficient and effective integration of services. If we can get 2 ticks with that one organization, that'll be an extremely incredible win-win. So I look forward to that discussion and hope that Salvation Army is able to figure that out, as they mentioned tonight that they could. Councillor O'Connor to close.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'm glad we're able to work our way through this whole series of amendments, and I look forward to seeing this go forward and hope they are successful in getting their project to completion. Thank you.
Call the question on the amended motion. Councillor Blackmore, how do you vote? That's why. There we go. Carries unanimously. All right, item 16.2 tonight, our second delegation, Mr. Swindlehurst, looking for Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. A question for administration. I know, I believe it was last term, we had a discussion about doing some paving and some work in the area where the proponent had come in and talked. Have we updated any of the costing on that? I guess for me, I'm just wondering if this is, if we've looked at what would change on assessment values. I mean, I know we're worried about spending money, but I do have concerns about that area. It hasn't grown. It hasn't seen a lot of reinvestment in it. And I think part of it is it's a gravel road. And so it's hard to want to keep investing money when you're in areas like that. So I'm just wondering if administration's looked at that through the lens of, if we were to go ahead and do that, how it would impact their values, how would that impact our tax base from that area? Has there ever been a study done on that?
Chief Glavin.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Not to my knowledge recently, but it is something we'd have to check on.
Okay. I don't know how to quickly wordsmith a motion, but I guess for me, my intent, and maybe when you guys can think about it, and I can just throw my thoughts out, but I think this is an area of town we've had, it feels like at least once a year, I get a call from a member up there saying, when are you going to pave these roads? And I get that they don't want to pay for it, but quite honestly, I think we've actually kind of stagnated that corner. It's gravel roads in the middle of a city. We're a pretty nice city. I constantly feel like we were just talking about this in our break. We have some of the best roads in Alberta, and quite frankly, for most communities I go to, yeah, we still have these pockets where it's just, they're not fun to do business in. And I used to deal quite often with a business in that area. I didn't want to go there because if I had a wash truck, I didn't want to have to wash my truck after literally just driving down the street to see them. So I do think, as much as we don't want to spend money in that area, I think it's stagnating in that area of town. So I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity for us as a council look at a report. So I'm not sure if there's something somebody can think about with that. I'm not great with wordsmithing. Councillor Bressey's got 4 motions today. Maybe he can figure out this one as well. True.
A couple suggestions. This could either be a report back to committee, just with some of these costs, or just refer it to budget and we bring back a package of what would it be. I'd probably want a little more direction on scope, which is why I think committee might be a useful step here. But either of those would be a couple options.
So try a motion here. Ask administration to bring back a report to the appropriate standing committee of what costs would be to pave and options on how we could fund those. And I'll just leave it at that for now. And maybe when we get that back, that would.
Mr. Burke?
Just for clarification, that the road that the delegation was here to speak to, or some of the other unpaved roads in that quadrant?
I kind of think that little quadrant, it's about 4 blockishes that are 4 blocks that are kind of gravel. And I guess within that, and this is just me speaking of it, I don't necessarily think we need to go full curb and gutter and ditches and everything else. I'm just wondering if it come back and said, what would it look like if we put a layer of asphalt or a lift of asphalt to our current design standards, what that would be, and not get carried away with everything else. I think that area is serviced quite well, and sometimes I wonder why we do as much infrastructure as we do looking at that area. The ditches seem to hold water well. It seems to work. I think the complaint you constantly hear from that area is dust control, and it's hard to get businesses to continually operate out of that area. So it could be just paving.
So the motion's in the queue. Would you maybe want to add the word options and costs? Or do you just, I think that maybe there's probably a couple options. Chief Glavin, sorry.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. I think it would be definitely useful if we had some options. You know, if we're trying to treat just dust, it's a lot cheaper to put dust control on a road than it is to pave it. And there are, in the north end is the predominant source of gravel roads, I would say. There are some in the southeast quadrant as well. Yeah, the ones we get the most engagement on anyways would be in kind of that little section west of 100th Street, north of 128th Ave, and then the section that's in question today.
Okay. So I'm okay with the motion as it's written. The only thing I might ask is what's the operational cost differences of both? I was saying to Councillor Blackmore, I find it funny. The city, we say we don't pave roads and we'll wait, and the county paves roads and says it saves them money because they don't have to do dust control and all the other things on them. So I'm not sure what the model is because I really haven't seen. So maybe this report could actually flush that out a little bit to say, hey, okay, are we spending $100,000 to save $1,000 a year or whatever those numbers would be? I think so. I think it'd be good for the area as well. I think if we're going to go back to these proponents, then we can at least go back and say, here's what it would cost at a high level. And here's what it costs us as taxpayers now to just look after the current roads and what it would look like otherwise.
Okay. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. I think this is craziness. We're talking about spending millions of dollars here potentially, and right after we're worried about food security. It's just ironic. In this potential report coming, can we have, like, is there any, I'd like to know about this calcite piece. If we do it as a municipality, how many times a year we do it, and is there an option for the business owner to pay for that calcite on their own if they require it more than, once a year or whatever ours is. I'm also curious about a traffic study in that area. And at what point is there safety concerns with the washboard? So I think I would, all of
Chief
that.
Glavin, first of all, maybe answer Councillor Bosch's question about traffic study.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. I guess it depends on what we mean by traffic study. If we're doing traffic counts, we do them regularly, and we actually have pretty recent traffic counts in all the areas that were discussed tonight. They wouldn't meet our triggers right now for paving, but however, like what we're dealing with in these areas are legacy issues from when they were initially developed, I think in the 60s, perhaps even the 50s. It just wasn't a development requirement to pave roads. So the principle is that when you develop, you bring it up to the standard at present. We don't go in there and pave it unless council chooses to. It wouldn't fit in our road rehabilitation program because they didn't pay for a lot that had those services. So that's where a local improvement would come in. We have had some successful local improvements. There was one recently a few years ago that was driven by the landowners, Ken Sargent, GMC, Integra Tire over in that area where they funded the majority of it. The city did some additional upgrading in that area that funded a portion of it, but the vast majority of it was funded by the adjacent businesses.
And just to supplement, so right by ABC Recycling, all that whole area as well, and then there was a knife shop on the west side of 100. They too were asking about paving those sections. Are we going to set precedents if we're doing it for one? Are we going to open it up for others too? Those are some of my concerns, and we'll see what this report and following council discussions have to say.
Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. Yeah, so up on the north end, I live up in that area, and there would be a lot more gravel than just that stretch, 101st Street from 124th to 132nd Avenue, which is what Councillor Bosch, that area she'd mentioned. So that's 8 blocks there. 88th Street, we've heard already this year. It's a gravel road that's near residential. They'd want a solution there. So I think this might be a bigger undertaking than what we were, originally proposing. For me, I'm actually just more curious about the gravel road with the washboards out, the more rural road, where the county's paved their mile, ours is gravel, and I'm okay because again, as I look there, we've got 2 properties that are in city. The majority are out in the county. Maybe you've been hanging around with old farmers too long, but is oil an option, or are we just strictly calcite now?
Chief Glavin.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. There's a few options that aren't the current mix of calcium that you can use. There's positives and negatives to them. Some of them are more corrosive than others. Some are very effective, but you can't use them anywhere near a bridge because they have the tendency to compromise those structures. I know that the county is piloting a new product this year in a few locations that we've discussed, and we'll be monitoring that with them, and it might be a good solution for us as well in some locations, depending on cost. But with regard to washboarding, you definitely are going to get that on any gravel road if in the right conditions. However, we do monitor them on a weekly basis. So there are times where it deteriorates quickly and we might not get to it for a few days, because if it deteriorated quickly there, it probably deteriorated quickly in many locations around the city. But usually it wouldn't be in that state for more than a week.
Okay, that's reassuring. Thank you.
Councillor Bressey.
Great. I definitely appreciate the motion. I'm starting to have a slightly softened view on these gravel roads in terms of we just are a city and I'd like to get them paved eventually. At the same time, I really do agree with the philosophy of, well, the old property owners that have paved roads paid for those originally, so I'm hard out on the city paying 100% of the costs. I'd like to start having the conversation though, is there an appropriate amount that we would pay? Would we pay 30% of the cost, 40%? I don't know what that number is, but I'd like to have that discussion. And also right now, I talk to property owners sometimes here and I go, well, if you want to talk to your neighbors and pay for it, I'm sure council will support it if you're willing to do a revitalization levy, but they have no idea how much it costs. They have no idea what the process is. So it's, I'd like to get them paved. I'd like there to be significant contribution from the property owners. We don't have the tools right now even to encourage them to start organizing with their neighbors. And so I think this will be a good interest report, and I think we should have more conversation about this. It's time to do what we can appropriately do to get these roads paved that are in city limits without funding them 100% with taxpayer dollars.
Councillor Blackmore.
Who pays for roads has been a long time argument in the city, and at one time 92nd Street south of 100th Avenue was not paved. Eventually money was taken out of transportation reserves to pave that road, and lo and behold, there was suddenly an incredible burst of development and a lot of taxpayers. There's other roads in the city that just drive me crazy. One of them is the one that leads to the recycling center. We are the primary owner of the land at the bottom of that road, and yet it's not paved. And the railway crossing is absolutely terrible. I would really like us to have a look at that whole philosophy of waiting for development to pave roads or waiting for development to build things. Because if you can use something as a trigger and gain more tax dollars because of it, does it not make more sense to do it now instead of 30 years from now or 40 years from now? The road by Quap Trailer, that 132nd Street used to be called Market Road because there was nothing but grain elevators along that road, and that's where everyone brought their grain to market. So it was called Market Road. At that time, all of the businesses in that area were direct farm service businesses, and have been there, I don't know, since before I can remember. So for a long, long time. I just, as part of any kind of report that we get back, I would really like to have that conversation about how to pay for roads before development and whether or not you can expect, what level of development you might be able to expect from it.
Councillor Plott.
This could be another question for administration. I don't really need to close, but I am curious, when we do a hillside redevelopment area, that's on the taxpayers. When we're talking about Richmond industrial area, that's on the taxpayers. I guess I'm just wondering why these areas that are like this, we just keep saying they're not the same. And so to Councillor Blackmore's point, this report maybe be the start of a bigger conversation, because I have questions sometimes why we just pick an area and say, hey, we better do a redevelopment plan and spend hundreds and hundreds and thousands of dollars of community money and then throw incentives at it to try to get starts and everything else in there. Why we pick champions in some ways that way. So maybe this report will help to flush some of that out as well.
Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you very much. I liked what Councillor Plott said for the report. I think we don't need to have curb and gutter. I think we can leave it where it's at that point. But there's a cost to having a grader run up and down. And I would like to see, if it's feasible, to pave the roads that are there. Councillor Blackmore mentioned a road that I drive on occasionally, and I giggle to myself, like, why? And I go to Keddies and you go down into that area behind there, Windsor Ford. And I'm going, why? You know? And I've got a broken windshield because somebody was coming out of a parking lot. And I'm thinking, would that have happened if this road was paved? Don Golden Auto Body, they were quite concerned that, you know, they needed to get that road because you paint a car, customer comes, by the time they get to the road, it's all dirty and it's kind of hard. So I think we need to make some changes there. And I know it's going to cost, but I think we still need to look into it somehow. Thank you.
All right. Councillor Plott to close? Nope. Okay. Call the question on Councillor Plott's motion. Carries unanimously. I had a question for Chief Glavin on the similar vein. It's my understanding at the County of Grande Prairie that when they do their dust control, that there's a charge per 100 meters and that it's subsidized by the county. My understanding at rough numbers, it's about $5 per 100 meters that the resident would pay, and the county subsidized that that's about 25% of the total cost, I think. So if it's $5, it's $20 is what it really costs. And then industry is expected to pay all of the dust control. Has administration ever looked at, and in what the road that comes to mind is 88, for example. One side of 88, and I could be wrong on that street. Is it 88 that runs up behind Copperwood? Yeah. One side, there's no development at all, but council has heard this year in regards to significant dust impact. It also has been a dry year, and we reduced the amount of dust control we did this year. So have we ever looked at providing that opportunity to adjacent property owners in really dusty areas where we would consider subsidizing part of it?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. So the county and the city for residential properties charge the same amount. We charge $4.40 per meter for dust control. Ballpark actual cost is probably a little closer to $8 per application. So the county's being at $16 because they do 2 applications, I believe. Versus right now, we are currently doing 1. We used to do 2 applications, but the budget was cut last year by half, so we've reduced to 1. Residents do have the opportunity for that $4.40 to apply to have dust control. There is a cutoff date, which I can't remember, in the spring that you need to indicate your interest. The city and the county both have roads that they apply dust control to without contribution from residents. A lot of those are more legacy or have broad impact. So it's a bit of a combination right now of who's paying for it. But in all scenarios, there's a subsidy for the application of dust control.
And do we send a letter out to residents in those areas to remind them of the program? They might be new homeowners. Do we communicate that at all?
Thanks, McLean. I'll have to confirm that.
Okay, thank you. All right, so seeing no one else in the queue, I'm going to go to council member reports and start with Councillor Thiessen.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Busy week coming back from council break and summer vacation. Started off, it was a happy homecoming for the Bear Creek Folk Music Festival, which they saw their most successful year to date. Really happy to be a part of that. And big congratulations to Sarah Card, the volunteers, and everybody that was involved in making the Bear Creek Folk Festival super awesome. It was nice to see Brad Mates again. And, I got to regale the connection that 10 years prior to. It was Brad Mates as our headliner at the Centennial Spectacular. In front of a crowd of over 25,000 people, one of them being Sarah Card in there. That was the deciding factor for picking Grande Prairie as her place of choice for the Bear Creek Folk Festival. So it was kind of a nice little 10-year reunion to that day. On August 19th, Mighty Peace Watershed Alliance had a meeting out in McLennan. Most of it was board orientation. As we just had our AGM, we had many brand new board members join on top of that. We also picked committees, ran over those, had a brief overview of what our staff's work's been like, and we're starting to work on our State of the Watershed updates and our Integrated Watershed Management Plan. So lots of work coming up there around the watershed. I was at 3 different meetings for Grand Spirit Foundation this last week, one being the building committee meeting, the other being Friends of the Grand Spirit Foundation, which revolves around events. And definitely the group is trying to pick up a lot of the slack that was sadly left behind when Denise Jodry left us for heaven. But then we had our general Grand Spirit Foundation board meeting on the Friday, and a lot of the discussion was around stuff that would be happening shortly at the council table, just updating different members of the board on how that went, and also talking about our other projects, Pleasant View Lodge, and what we're going to spend all that money on from the fundraising for the Pleasant View Lodge grand opening, based off of the Rycroft Ag Society's $450,000 plus donation. So that was all good. From there, I had a tour of M3M Studios. Miss Mariah Braun was a great host, and it's a great space that she has there as a local business. I know that she's doing tours this month, so if members of council haven't seen it, you should definitely go through, as well as members of the business, because she has many services to provide there for people. And finally, August 24th on Saturday, I was privileged to be here with several members of council, Councillor O'Connor, Councillor Berg, Mayor Clayton, and Councillor O'Toole for the raising of the Ukrainian flag here at City Hall. I'm a big peace guy, so it was really moving when we heard the Ukrainian national anthem. And, when you stand and you listen to another country's national anthem, you don't know the words, you don't know the meaning behind it. You just stand and you wave your flag like Councillor O'Connor and I did. But when I was scanning the crowd of Ukrainians, there was so many women that were just poised and tears streaming down their eyes, and I could almost read their minds, thinking of their loved ones back at home in the Ukraine that they've been separated from, that they're over here starting a new beginning here with. So my heart goes out to them, and my prayers go out to peace, to ensure that, hopefully sooner or later our world leaders will get their heads out of their butts and realize that there's a lot more abundance through peace than there is through war. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Thiessen. Councillor Bressey.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I can't believe how quickly August went. One thing that made it go quick was it's been my turn as deputy mayor, and in that role, I got to go to a roundtable with Minister Neudorf. I got to attend a dinner with Minister Turton, talking a lot about affordability, and with both the ministers about our advocacy on disparity of distribution transmission costs for electricity. So appreciate those conversations. Then really appreciated a conversation that I got to sit down along with Councillors Bosch and Councillors Blackmore with Premier Smith and talk further about that advocacy, as well as housing, were the two main topics we talked about. So really appreciated the Premier as well as cabinet ministers being in our community, meeting not just with us municipal folks, but lots of people in the nonprofit and the business community as well. And so I was happy to do my part to advance some of our advocacy priorities there. Bear Creek Folk Fest, always a highlight. Thank you to the 700 plus volunteers who did that. And then on the Alberta Municipalities side of things, I got to spend a lot of time in online consultations on Bills 18 and Bill 20. Right now, the regulations are being written, so I was thankful for the opportunity to get to have some feedback on those. Also got to do a few member visits. I went down south, and the highlight of those was I got to meet with Chestermere's brand new council. And holy smokes, I don't think I've ever seen a more ambitious, excited, ready to go council than I saw in Chestermere. So Mayor Dean and his councillors, they're coming to AB Muni's convention in a few weeks, and they're coming in hot. And I hope that all of you get a chance to meet them, because it was fun being 3 years in this term. You get kind of tired being with a brand new council who's 3 weeks into their term. It really gave me a boost of energy and was exciting. So I hope that y'all get a chance to meet some of our new colleagues when you come to convention in a few weeks.
Thanks for that, Councillor Bressey. Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. At the beginning of the month, I was out of town attending the Canadian Association of Police Governance. Members of the Police Commission were there, and I was joined with Mayor Clayton. Many, many good topics, many good discussions, and I'm going to try and work it so we can get a video presentation for Police Commission's going to bring a video to show us on how Edmonton dealt with their homeless and their encampments. And I think it'll change your mind if you were thinking they did wrong. They actually did good. India Independence Day, I attended that, as well as many other councillors. It was very well attended. And I also attended the Pakistan Independence Day, as with other members of council, and once again, very well attended. I attended the Chamber Golf Scramble. Don't ask me what my score is. I was thinking about quitting golf, but life is good. Bear Creek Folk Festival, I snuck into the back and I got to chat with Brad Mates and his camper. And I said, how come you're coming to this hometown crowd and you don't have any t-shirts or CDs? He says, we sold them. So I'm supposed to be getting a care package. We'll see. Brad and I have known each other for many, many years. We had an accessibility advisory committee, and we are planning the International Day of Persons with Disabilities. And that went really well. We're going to change the design of the actual day once again, just to change things up. And that'll be December 3rd of this year. And I also had an ABMA, which is Alberta Bilingual Municipalities Association meeting. And I've got some good news about Francophone signage, where the minister has said, let's not give them $10,000, let's give them $75,000, and we can make things happen. So there'll be a meeting with the mayor and CAO. Independence Day of the Ukraine, once again, extremely well attended. They did a march as well. And I want to just shout out regarding the air show. It was a big thank you to the city, the airport, and the supporters and sponsors, and all the attendees. I didn't mention it last time because we didn't know where we were at and when, and I was pretty tired, actually. And I just kind of wanted that night to get done with. But it turned out pretty good. We learned a lot of lessons. We know how to make things a little bit more efficient. And there's going to be a crew going to the ICAS convention, International Conference on Air Shows, this year. And hopefully I would be able to attend next year when the conference is held, because that's when we will be looking at new acts. And this was a tough year to get military from the Canadian Army because it was our 100th anniversary. And there was some issues getting some American planes because, the Americans were protecting their country and others. So we didn't get the F-22s like we had planned, and they canceled that about 8 days from the start of the show. So we are looking to get more private and Canadian content as well. So that's my report. Thank you.
Councillor O'Toole. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. Just going to repeat what Councillor Bressey said. That was a great meeting with Premier Smith and our MLAs. So thank you to them for attending the visit here. I think they did 14 or 17 in that day. They were trucking hard that day. I attended. I think I was probably the only councillor who happened to be in the city at that point. Otherwise, they would have been there. The first Chariot Festival, which was spoken about earlier today, that was a fascinating and fun day. It was hot, but especially if you get dressed up in the same garb that they have, it makes the day even funner. So thank you to them. The food was great, the music was great, and nearly 500 people attended for their first one, so that's great. Along with me was Emily Dick too. As far as Bear Creek Festival, sadly, I was not here for that. I was in Jasper, returning family back home, and I can tell you that what pictures show and what you see in real life are considerably different. When you put the feeling with the reality of what you're stepping into, it's jaw-dropping. But thank you to our administration and staff here who have gone and helped in Jasper. All the residents there greatly appreciate it. I had the opportunity with the Grande Prairie Local Immigration Partnership to have a conversation with Minister Yassin and discuss local priorities and strategies of how to get things moving here in Grande Prairie, particularly in the biometric testing, and bringing more events. Minister Yassin spoke highly about creating a day for particular countries, and they've added several to the Alberta calendar, so that was really nice. He ended up staying an extra day and got to attend the very first flag raising for Pakistan's Independence Day, which he held very, very close to his heart. He always attends. He wasn't in Calgary to attend theirs this year, but to have the inaugural one here was pretty special to him. So there was a few of us from council here for that. And then the next day, the flag raising for the India's Independence Day as well. So a lot of cultural activities and things to go and see. And I actually got to go camping for the first time in probably 10 years. So that was fun too. That was my last couple of weeks. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Bosch. Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I was at the meeting, as mentioned, with Premier Smith. Thank you, Councillor Bressey, for making us look good during that meeting. It was a good discussion to have with her, although it was probably only about 20 minutes long. Anyway, that's 20 minutes we don't always get with her, so that was nice. I attended a Maskwa meeting, actually that same day. Again, sometimes I think the Maskwa group of people feel like they're pushing a limp string up a hill. They keep going around and around circles with Alberta infrastructure, with Alberta Health, but I think they are incrementally moving closer to their goal, and we look forward to future meetings with them again. Bear Creek Folk Festival, of course, is my favorite event of the year. We spent, my husband and I, 2.5 days there. And we met a lot of people who were from out of town. And we always talk about, do these tourist events bring people into the community? We met a couple of people from Crawford Bay and Sundre who volunteer at the VIP kitchen. We met people from St. Albert, from Peace River, from Red Deer, from Hinton, from Rocky Mountain House. We just met a lot of people that were from out of town. And it's so impressive to see them and to be able to welcome them. Jig Jam was my very favorite act of all, in case anyone wants to know. And I'm already thinking of trading my chairs in for new ones for next year.
All right, Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Also a big fan of Jig Jam. They're a fun act to go watch. Bear Creek Folk Festival was awesome, and it was interesting just to see how many. You're absolutely right. How many people you bump into that aren't from the region, which was as always, I think, for that event. The other events I want to highlight are the Chamber Golf Tournament. Great events. Tanya and her team did a great job yet again. Same as Councillor O'Toole. It wasn't about the golf that day, though. It was just about the fun. And then today, I just want to thank Councillor Bressey and his colleague from AB Communities to come up and do some. They're doing some tours around the province, and it's always nice to just get caught up on that stuff. And thank you for your time and the dedication you put in for the city on our behalf.
Thanks, Councillor Plott. Councillor Berg.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Yeah, I was going to thank Councillor Bressey for wearing his other hat and moving from that chair to that chair this morning. And the Mayor of Dutchess was also in attendance, so thank her for coming up and seeing this part of the province and representing us well. Attended the Independence Day for Ukraine on Saturday, and again, it was a very rainy day, so It was great. They were quite flexible, and along with our city staff, by moving here into the council chambers, and it was absolutely packed. And as Councillor Thiessen said, I was too watching the crowd when the national anthem was on, and seeing the tears, and it was very touching. Bear Creek Folk Festival, I got out there Friday, Saturday night. I'm not as hard a partier as a lot of these guys. I can't generally do 3 days, but I did go out Sunday morning, and my highlight was seeing Sean Mullen and Gretchen Peters. I used to work in the radio business back in the 90s when both of those guys were regulars on the radio, so it was nice to hear them sing some of their classics. I got to attend a GPREP review, so Grande Prairie Regional Emergency Partnership. They were just kind of doing an evaluation, and we've had, I believe, 4 activations in the past 3 years, so it was time to do a review. And so we had 2 consultants in from Toronto, and these 2 consultants travel around Canada on a regular basis. And they said, before we even sit down, we need to tell you how great your roads are in Grande Prairie compared to the rest of the nation. And I defend our roads all the time. Again, they're not perfect. I also don't want roads paved with gold. So compliments to Chief Glavin and his team on the roads. It is noticed by people coming in from out of town as well as people that travel. So thank you. I actually slowed life down a little bit because we had council break, and then I actually took 1 week off from my day job just to, again, try to slow down from juggling 2 jobs all at once. And so part of my staycation is I actually headed over to the Today FM 10th anniversary bash, which was a lot of fun. And then yesterday, the horse racing at Evergreen Park, where I managed to only leave $20 instead of the $50 that I was prepared to leave behind. So yeah, just a nice 3 weeks of getting my blood pressure down. So that's my report.
Thanks, Councillor Berg. Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Over the summer holidays, I had a wonderful time giving my daughter's hand away in marriage, whose husband, his parents own a cob house that looks right out of Lord of the Rings. It's a mushroom-shaped house, 1 room, except for a little bathroom, and it's just so cool. Everything was made from the property. The clay and the straw were taken off of the pond and the fields, and all the trees were taken off of the land, and it's a great experience. The Bear Creek Folk Fest, on flying in, I met this lady getting off of the plane. So I said hello to her and say, why are you here? And I'm here to see my children, and we're coming to the Bear Creek Folk Fest. So I'm sitting there in the audience participating, and I look over, and there's this lady. So I go over and say, hey, how are you? And they were from Nova Scotia. So when you talk about where people are from, they came here specifically to see their children, but mainly to come to the Grande Prairie Folk Fest. Went to the Ukrainian flag raising. There was a lot of rain going on outside, but there was a lot of rain inside. When the national anthem was played, the tears were flowing, and they were all singing at the top of their lungs. And it was wonderful, and the mayor did an excellent job. And then it was very emotional. And of course, the GPREP review was very interesting. The consultants asked a lot of questions. So that's my report, Mayor Clayton.
Thanks, Councillor O'Connor. Most of the items have been mentioned. I did want to give a special shout out, like everyone else has, for the Bear Creek Folk Fest. Incredible event, as always, and as mentioned, 700 volunteers. My favorite act was 4-time Grammy winner, Fantastic Negrito. I thought they were simply incredible. Was proud to be part of the Pakistan Independence Day flag raising, the first ever in Grande Prairie, as well as the India Independence Day flag raising. And as mentioned over the weekend, in a crazy rainy day, great day here to see the Independence Day of Ukraine and the flag raising and the children dancing and the emotion and the sentiment. These 560 Ukrainians that are here as a result of being evacuated are truly proud to call Grande Prairie home, and you can feel it when you talk to them. I had an opportunity to have lunch with Reeve Marshall to get caught up on things that are happening in each of our respective jurisdictions. And I spent a lot of time last week doing media for the recently ended rail dispute. And so happy to say that through our partnership in the Community Rail Advocacy Alliance, there was a lot of communication that went out, a lot of conversations. It was one of the interviews I did at 9:45 at night because everybody was anticipating a settlement that night, which didn't happen, but it was great. And the work that happens through that organization is something that I think we should continue to be proud of. I heard from multiple industry reps that they were thankful. Weyerhaeuser sent an email, and as well as I heard from the head of the Wheat and Barley Association and other organizations that were very thankful for the work that CRA is doing. So that was good to hear. Also attended the GPREP communication review conversation and had the privilege to do a tour south of town at the Cup Bank facility, ARC Resources Cup Bank facility, with MLA Weeb and MLA Dick. It's a newly commissioned facility, should be completed here in the next short term prior to Christmas, and really just it was very informative to see the new technology happening out on site at ARC Resources. Thank you to all of my participants in the multiple minister conversations that we had during our break, and Minister Turton and Neudorf and Minister Yassine, and as well as the Premier. I really appreciate the work that our deputy mayors do. We are all very busy, and it really is a team effort on many of those. So thank you to everyone for the work that they do on that. And as mentioned by Councillor O'Toole, had the opportunity to attend the Canadian Association of Police Governance, which was a great conversation as we continue down that path in regards to what council's role is and what the commission role is. So I thought it was worthwhile. I'm just going to say one last thing. This Friday night, experienced GP Kim Mitchell downtown at the corner of the Farmers Market, free. It starts in the afternoon with an integrated multicultural festival this year, which is super exciting. So I hope to see you all there and enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you.